Awu, friends and enemies. Alright, finally. I do apologize for falling asleep on stream last night. That was entirely my fault. I had assumed my insomnia would carry me all the way through. Now, as for our Homestuck music, we will not be listening to Homestuck music until I run out of videos that I want to listen to in the background, because, as I said, Funk McLovin does amazing Homestuck work. I have not yet listened to his video on slurs in Homestuck, on Homestuck and religion. I started it, but I managed to stop myself. The Riscumentary and Troll Biology. We will only be directly watching the joke Classpects, because it is the last part of the Classpecting research that I gathered. And then the rest of this will play in the background as I go through the extended zodiac quiz to determine not only each of my alters' actual zodiac signs, but also our lunar sway and aspects. And then for class, well, I mean, it is kind of vibes-based, kind of like the aspects are, but since there is no official quiz for that, we have to be a little bit more picky. So we have to go through each of these and figure out how that plays in. And then there's also the inverse. So let me pull up our examples. We've got the name, the sign, the lunar sway, the class, the aspect, the inverted class, and then 2 columns for dump text for reference. So, without any further ado, let us get the last video of research out of the way.
Hello, this is Funk McLovin. Recently I released a video called Class.
Go follow him, by the way. Or them. I don't know their pronouns. I'll just default to them. Go follow Funk McLovin, because amazing Homestuck work, especially in regards to philosophy. I've watched most of their videos. So yeah. They also do an alternate universe timeline of Homestuck, as in what if John retconned the entire thing? So, yeah. So let's get the joke classes out of the way, just so we can get a quick laugh in, and then we can start.
That was a rundown of all the classes in Homestuck. And in July, I posted a video called Aspect, which is the rundown of aspects in Homestuck. However, I didn't run down all of the aspects, or all of the classes. There are a couple of actually canon classes and aspects that I didn't include in my previous analysis.
Which we will officially not be including in this Classpecting. We will not include any non-canon stuff, but we will also not be including the joke classes or aspects, for obvious reasons. This is to help us better understand the people inside our brain. So yes, no, we will not be including the joke aspects, but it's good to have them out of the way nonetheless, so that our research is thorough. Let's go.
And I didn't include them because they are, for lack of a better word, jokes. They are joke classpects. You might have heard of some of these joke classpects before. All of them have some kind of confirmation by Andrew Hussey or confirmation in the actual comic themselves. This video is going to be in 3 parts. The first part is going to be a rundown of all the classes and aspects that I missed. Then there's going to be a serious analysis of these joke classpects. And then at the end there is going to be some extrapolation done by me just for fun. So the first part of this video is going to be a rundown of all the classes that we missed, essentially. The first one is the most canon. I'm going to go kind of in order of most to least canon, or most to least plausible, I suppose. And that is the Gent of Piss, which is embodied by a character called Fedora Freak, or Dr. David Brenner, as he is sometimes speculated to be. He is the character who Nana was speaking to during, I believe, Act 2 or 3. And
was
he
Act
is the
2.
character who was John's neighbor who also managed to get into his own suburb session and die. Now, Fedora Freak was confirmed by Hussey to be known as the Gent of Piss. And Gent and Piss are both classes and aspects that are not shared by any of the trolls or humans. To me, this is interesting because it says there are probably classes and aspects out there that are in some way wrong or outside of the normal 12 dodecafold organization that it has. We're going to talk about Gent of Piss more in a minute, but that is the rundown. Next is the Waste of Space. Now, Waste is not a class that we've heard of, but Space is a regular aspect. And we could assume that Waste could apply to any of the normal aspects, because there's a lot of wordplay with a lot of these different aspects with waste. Like waste of space is a term. Waste of time is a term. Waste of life could be an insult. It gets more interesting when you have these sort of negative aspects, like waste of void. How could you have a waste of void? Or waste of doom? Maybe that means that you kind of like wasted your entire life or something. You get the idea. Waste of X. Now, this is something that gets brought up a lot. I thought it was Hussey's class because that was a misconception I had. But it's not. His aspect is Huss of Lips, which we're going to talk about soon. And Hussey eventually wears the space garb. So I just, in my head, thought that was his, like, joke class. Because he obviously never god tiers in the story. I think this came from the MSPFA forums, but those are gone, so I cannot actually confirm any of that information. Number 3 is Nick of Time. This is another wordplay class. Nick of Time obviously means like you got something just in time. And Nick of Time is Nicolas Cage's aspect. This is per Hussey's form spring. This is a little more tenuous to me. This is more outwardly jokey. But you know, you can have a Nick class, a Nick of Time, a Nick of Space, a Nick of Life. We're going to talk more about it in depth in a minute, but I'm just mentioning it here. The fourth canonical class spect that was not discussed is the Huss of Lips. This is actually Hussey's joke class spec. This is also the only one he has explicitly disclaimed is a goof. Now, I don't think you could find a real Huss of Lips in the actual comic because Hussey eventually puts on the space garb. I can't really tell what his hood is supposed to imply, maybe maid or sylph or something. I don't really know. But we're going to discuss the Huss of Lips aspect a little later, just for the sake of fun. So the second part is going to be a serious analysis of each of these joke class specs. And we're going to go one by one. We're going to break it up. First, we're going to talk about gents. A gent is a gentlemanly class, embodied by politeness and chivalry. You could compare a gent to a knight and a maid, kind of like a combination class of both of these. A gentleman. Not like a knight in that they are not explicitly strong or they don't fight. And not like a maid in that they don't explicitly serve. They are just generally kind men. They're trying to be a gentleman. And a gentleman, I think, is a very strong actual archetype to use as a class. I think gent is very plausible as a class. You could easily think of what a gent of time.
Okay. Using this non-binary right here, if you can see my mouse, I'm circling them. They use she, they pronouns in canon, but including them in the gent list. 100%, I 100% agree. And the princess they save is absolutely, like, when she finally gets agency in her own story arc in the manga, it's absolutely refreshing because it does reframe the whole damsel in distress thing. But until then, she has this wonderful they protecting her. So, anyway, moving on.
Might look like a gent of time, a gent of life, someone who wants to preserve some kind of manners and etiquette and chivalry around these things. Next is the piss aspect. Taken alone, piss has to do with survival, liquid, and more literally piss. What we see of Fedora Freak is that he literally has to drink his own urine to survive on his land. I don't know if the land is ever named, but he's on a suburb land doing his quest, and he survives against the odds because of his piss class. Piss is this idea of clinging on for dear life. Think of someone like Bear Grylls in that old meme. Now I knew it was time to drink my own piss. Piss is associated with survival at all costs, and it is a natural bodily process which kind of reinforces that notion. This I kind of compare to breath and life, because breath is a natural bodily process and life is about survival. And again, this is kind of that theory that like all of these joke classes or all fan classes are kind of combinations or fusions of other classes. The class video. That is what I interpret about the piss aspect. Next is the waste class. Waste is, very straightforwardly, about a lack or absence. Someone who squanders their own aspect. Someone who does not have it. Someone who has used it all up. A has-been. It's very outwardly negative. The only two really outwardly negative classes that there are in canon are Page and Bard.
Both of which are not inherently negative of their own volition. It's just that all canon examples of both Pages and Bards are just utter jokes of characters until the worst possible moment, and then they wind up being the worst possible people on top of that. I'm looking at you, Gamzee. I don't have a Gamzee victim, but like, if I could look at Gamzee, I would tell him, you are literally the worst person. I know everyone says it's Vriska. Vriska's the most problematic. Gamzee's just the worst. Moving on.
And you could kind of interpret either of these as a waste. Page because they never reach their potential, and Bard because they kind of just use their own power for jokes and silliness. But waste has much more of a negative connotation. Waste, to me, would be a class that would be kind of like a failed class, like for somebody who was always meant to be kind of horrible. Next, we have the Huss class. Huss implies authorship, but not necessarily supremacy. A character who is nominally in charge, but not really, a figurehead. I compare this to a kind of combination of the Lord and Muse class, because of how much Hussey gets bullied by other narrators in his own work, like Doc Scratch and Caliborn.
Yup.
And he exists in his own work, but he gets bullied a lot by the characters inside of his own work. He actually dies in his own webcomic. And the character of Andrew Hussey does not have much actual power over Homestuck other than writing it mechanically, like just chronicling it. So the Huss class is kind of a chronicler class, and much like the Lord and Muse, they have a kind of supremacy over the narrative, but they're a figurehead. Their power is symbolic. Next is the lips aspect. This is an aspect based on speaking, oration, and influence through words. Again, lips goes back to how Hussey is the author of Homestuck. He made it. He wrote it. He tells it, as it were. This, to me, I can compare this to light, mind, and heart. Light aspect is concerned with information and knowledge. The mind aspect and the heart aspect are concerned with personality and their sort of persona. And the lips aspect has to do with persona as well as information.
And it's also a joke about his lips. But other than that,
I think lips is actually a good foundation for a fan aspect. I really like it, personally. I think it could have a better name, but and this is obviously based on how Hussey's lips are very thick, and people would kind of make fun of him for it.
Yep.
But I think it is interesting symbolically. Finally, the last class that was a joke was the Nick class, which is the nick of time implies something that is just squeaking by, getting there just in time. More broadly, this is a character or class who is just barely good enough, someone who is precisely what is needed and might not have much of a use or effect outside of that. They're defined by a singular moment. I couldn't really think of characters who might fit this until I thought of Frodo from Lord of the Ring, who came through in the nick of time to throw the ring into Mordor. And obviously he was unable to in the actual book. However, he did do the thing that was needed. He did a lot of work to do one thing. Someone who is essentially responsible for something that is of great, huge importance. In the first Star Wars movie, the first chronological Star Wars movie, in other words, A New Hope, Luke is the nick of time because he can't really reach his potential through the whole film until he finally uses the Force to throw the proton torpedoes into the Death Star. I feel like it's kind of tenuous, but it does have its place as a class or an archetype. So the third part of this video is going to be just some fun. So on Twitter, a couple years ago, I posted some fan classes and aspects that I thought were funny. I just wanted to make a visual representation.
With that warning, probably not safe for Twitch. So, as funny as it probably is, no. Alright, it's time to get started. So, let me explain the process one more time. Each altar in turn will passively influence me. One at a time to take the extended zodiac quiz. Using Karkat as an example, the sign, the Durs or Prospit sway, so the lunar sway, and the aspect can be determined all by the extended zodiac. I just realized I need to add true answer to that in both pages for the example because I am using the there we go. All right. But yes, all of those can be determined by the quiz, which means the class and the inverted class have to be determined by sheer force of will. And we will go through the classes and try to figure out which one best fits which one of us. So, while that's going on, we've got a nice playlist of Funk McLovin's content. Again, go follow them. They are an amazing creator. They are also officially a YouTube artist, like we are. I mean, we are semi-retired, but yeah, no, go give them a follow because listening to their content has helped me through a few days at work that have been really stressful. So, with that said, I'm going to go first, and I'm going to... Oh, might as well just leave this off to the side. I'm going to take the quiz once, reading through the options, and then explain the process in depth on us going through class. And then the rest of me will do it silently while listening to stuff. Sound good? All right, let's get started. Begin. The extended zodiac expands on the meaning of your traditional zodiac sign by determining your true sign. First, select your birth sign according to the traditional zodiac, or you can pick the sign you most closely identify with. These are the signs you've heard of, like Aries, Taurus, etc., but in the extended zodiac, those signs refer to an entire category of signs. Right. So, each of me has their own sign that they identify with in the traditional zodiac. Myself and my twin are both Gemini, and we are both going first, so we are going to be starting with the gold signs. That means your true sign is one of the signs below. To find out which, continue taking the test. Gold signs are the intellectual elite of the sign class spectrum. Witty and well-read, they enjoy conversation, debate, and wordplay. Typically high energy and anxious. They love nothing better than to immerse themselves in their projects and hobbies. You will learn more about what it means to be a gold sign when you see the final results of the test. Now you will need to determine your lunar sway. This test tells you whether you are a CrossFit dreamer or a Durst dreamer. Either one says something about your perspective on life and the world around you. Finding out your lunar sway is one of two critical pieces of information needed to determine your true sign. For each question below, choose the answer that most closely reflects your perspective. Some people on the internet you know are negatively discussing something you hold dear. You could just let it slide, or you could get in there and defend it with your life. How do you respond? How I respond... I'll stay out of it for the most part, except possibly to correct some factual errors I might notice, which could be negatively influencing their view of the thing I like. You are all set to cook dinner when you realize you are missing a couple key ingredients from the recipe you're using. What do you do? No, I'm gonna go to the store and get the ingredients I'm missing. I don't like straying too far from recipes. It's just a personal thing. I know that others of me have different opinions on it, but yeah, no, I'm one of those. For a recipe, I don't want to screw up because I want the dish to be as good as possible for my guests or for myself if I'm making it for myself. So, how do you feel meeting online friends in person for the first time? I'm quite positive. I'm not only excited or anxious, but yeah, like, if I've talked with them enough online, I have a vibe on what their public persona is like at the very least, and as a result, a first-time meeting should be quite positive. You're having a hard time grasping a topic in class that everyone else seems to be fine with. Unfortunately, this was me. I don't have very many memories of high school, but when in the brief flickers of memory I have access to of high school, I literally only switched in after we dissociated in the middle of class. So, there we go. You start taking lessons to... Oh, that option was raise your hand immediately to straighten things out. You probably just misheard or tuned out for a few minutes. You start taking lessons to learn something you've wanted for a while. A language class, art class, bartending lessons, etc. But decide a few weeks in that it definitely isn't your thing. You decide to stick it out, though. Why? You aren't a quitter. If you dedicate yourself to something... No. Anyone who's paid attention to my Twitch schedule knows I chicken out a lot, and extenuating circumstances like my real life and my real job do influence whether or not I follow the schedule. So D is just right out on my end. If you stop, it means you didn't like this thing as much as you thought you did, which means you didn't know yourself the way you thought you did, which is unacceptable. Yeah, unfortunately, E is me. When you're on holiday, do you prefer to leave your itinerary mostly up to chance, or do you plan it out ahead of time? I'm C. Because thorough planning and no planning aren't really options, and B and D are both too... I don't know. You know? Just don't feel right. And you can go either way, depends on the situation, where you're going, etc. Like, sometimes you got a thorough plan. I don't like it. Sometimes you need to not plan. I don't like it. But the situation really does dictate it for me. A friend of yours and someone you don't know are caught up in a heated argument. They've asked you to help facilitate. You want to support your friend. But after hearing both sides, you actually agree with the stranger. How do you choose who to support? I'm the delicately disagree with your friend while doing everything you can to show you still support them. I'm not a both sides kind of person. But I also am not willing to, this has gotten me into some trouble before. But I also never fully side with the stranger because I do want to try to not hurt the friendship. But at the same time, oof. You have a very important message to write over email or some other text communication method. It's a sensitive matter, difficult to compose. Possibly of an emotional or confrontational nature. When you're done writing, you're about to hit the send button. What next? Anyone who knows the recent situation involving the pastor system knows exactly how I handle this. After giving it another read, you decide to take some time and come back to it later with fresh eyes. Nope, not just yet. You give it one more read, maybe change a couple things, then send away. Yeah. All right, my lunar sway is Durst. Awesome. Durst dreamers are skeptical, restless, and prone to rebellion, valuing rational thought and calculation. They tend to know themselves far better than they know the world around them, finding it difficult to live in the moment. You will learn more about what it means to be a Durst dreamer when you see the final results of the test. Awesome. All right. Now you will need to determine your aspect. The result of this test tells you whether your aspect is breath, blood, life, doom, light, void, time, space, heart, mind, rage, or hope. Finding out your aspect is the final piece of information needed to determine your true sign. For each question below, choose the answer that most closely reflects your perspective. Think about your life as if it's a story and you're the main protagonist. As the current host of the system, I do this constantly. Do you tend to view yourself as a lone hero who, along the way, meets other supporting characters who only have a tangential relation to your personal journey, or do you view yourself as just one hero in an ever-shifting ensemble of important protagonists? Part of an ensemble, all the way. When you want to help people accomplish something, and they don't know what they're doing, are you inclined to show them how to do it? Or are you inclined to make them feel motivated or inspired to do it? I lean toward motivating them. When you are learning about a new subject or reading a fascinating story, do you feel a strong desire to know everything about it and have all your questions answered? Or are you more compelled or inspired by the feelings of mystery surrounding but not knowing everything? I absolutely need to know everything. I'm obsessive about it. When you hear someone explaining something to someone else in a way that is questionable, or in a way that makes you suspect they don't fully understand the subject they are explaining, are you more inclined to teach them everything you know about the subject to set the record straight, or just cast doubt on the misinformation without offering much in the way of correction? I'm unfortunately the type of autistic person. Like, my particular manifestation of our autism symptoms, because everyone in my system manifests it differently, I jump right in and set the record straight. Especially if it's a subject that I definitely know a lot about. Religion, for example. If you could choose one ability, which would it be? The ability to travel to any period in history on Earth at will, past or future, or the ability to safely travel, such as on a nice ship anywhere in the universe at will instantly? See, of the two of us, the twins, I'm actually more of the traveler than the time traveler. So, I'm leaning towards space travel, but the other sounds pretty cool. Yeah. I know for a fact Kiraselu, when he takes this quiz, is going to choose B. Because, like, we have the same opinions of our power sets in our D&D classes, so, yeah. If you are working on a project, something you're doing for yourself and not for anyone else, are you obsessively focused on the end result of the project? Or are you enjoying the process regardless of how it turns out? Ooh, this one's tough. Result and process are about equally as important. Like, I was torn between B and D, but no, I'm thinking about it, C. Which option best describes what is more important to you? Understanding yourself and fully knowing who you are, or thinking rationally and making strong decisions? Well, the fact I'm doing this against my will, but also begrudgingly accepting that it needs to be done, definitely understanding myself. If I had to pick one or the other, that would be my clear priority, which is why we're fucking here. What idea is more interesting to you? The ability to fully understand your potential as a person, or the ability to fully understand all potential consequences of your actions before taking them? Ooh, this one's a tough one. Well, I've been often told that I don't know myself well. Cough, KJ, if you're watching, we took that to heart. Even if it was Tony who was the one running the body at the time, I was still conscious. So I remember that conversation. So, somewhat more interested in understanding my personal potential. Which better describes your attitude? Having great conviction in certain beliefs or ideas you're attracted to, or casting strong doubt on beliefs or ideas you dislike? Definitely having conviction in beliefs I like. When circumstances are intolerably bad, which are you more inclined to do? Come up with the best alternatives or solutions and work as hard as you can to make those happen instead? Or don't worry about a better alternative? Burn it all down, and whatever follows, you'll just deal with it as it comes. Unfortunately, I'm the one having to deal with our fucking housing situation. Because our mother consistently keeps saying we have to move out. And she is forcing us down the path of moving out. Even though several of me have explained why that's not a good idea. That being said, I'm inclined to have a solution first, but not absolutely. If you see someone suffering, are you most inclined to do whatever you can to help them get better? Or is your instinct to relate to their suffering, to empathize without necessarily considering how you can help? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm mostly focused on helping, but won't be able to stop myself from relating to the problem somewhat. When someone suffers misfortune so terrible that you know there's nothing anyone can do for them, are you most inclined to feel horrible that nothing can be done, or feel resigned to the sense that this is the way of the world and some things just can't be helped? Feel absolutely horrible there's no way to help this person, would probably end up trying to think of ways to help regardless. The situation with the pastor system. Alright. Lay it on me, folks. My aspect is light. Kind of interesting given my power set in D&D. The Lightbound possess a keen desire to learn and synthesize. They are ravenous for knowledge and will go to great lengths to gain it. Although their convictions are strong, their morality is decidedly gray. You will learn about what it means to be Lightbound when you see the final results of your test. Alright, My true sign is Gempia. Gold sign, Durs. Gempia. Okay. Durs plus light. Okay. So that's how that works. Sign of the Perspiracious. If your true sign is Gempia, then you possess the unique combination of qualities held by all gold signs, Durs Dreamers, and Lightbounds. Okay. Gold signs are the reigning geniuses of the sign class spectrum, and chances are they know it. Witty and widely read, they enjoy conversation and debate, even when that conversation gets a little one-sided. They can come off as preachy, and they have a tendency to railroad, just driving into their interlocutors with the force of their intellect. Their arguments make perfect sense to themselves, but not always to those around them. Gold signs are interested in a wide variety of topics, so they tend to be jack of all trades. Guilty. And can have trouble dedicating themselves to just a single hobby or career. Guilty. They have a tendency to be high energy and can stress people out. Guilty. Including themselves. Guilty. Their anxiety is such that they often need quite a bit of time alone with their projects. Hello, what am I doing right now? They can talk circles around most people, and they aren't afraid to use their intelligence to manipulate others to get what they want. Mostly true, unfortunately. They are good at making money. Not entirely true. And also good at spending it. Definitely true. They aren't great financial planners, tending towards impulse purchases. Guilty. In romance, they lean towards partners who can keep up with them, both with their intellect and their energy, which can both be hard to match. Babe, I love you. I'm sorry, but this is true. You are the only person who is as smart as me in all the right ways. And even when you're low energy, you're still able to keep up with me. Thank you. Lunar Sway. Durs. Durs dreamers have personalities marked by a distinct and restless skepticism. Whatever their waking circumstances, chances are they will live in a state of dissatisfaction. Guilty. Rebellion is in their blood, manifesting whether they're fighting back against a fascist dictatorship, cough, cough, United States, or the most recent trend in casual footwear. Also true. Durs dreamers are cerebral and self-aware. They have a far better grasp on the landscape of their own minds than on the world around them, which they can find alienating and confusing. Hence why I'm currently the host, because the rest of me can't do jack shit. I'm sorry, it's the truth. You're all assholes. I love you. But as so much of their identity is built on control, they will do their utmost to hide any insecurities. Also true. Often with false humility or self-deprecating humor. Also true. They may be inflexible and pessimistic. Also true. But they are also great problem solvers, facing conflicts head-on with shrewd, calculating minds. Mostly true. They see one true path among an infinite snarl of wrong ones. They tend to be introverted, but if you win their trust, Durs dreamers are extremely powerful allies. However, they find sincere vulnerability difficult, and will often keep people at arm's length. Letting go and living in the moment is hard for a Durs dreamer. They constantly look towards the future and analyze the past. Those bound to the aspect of light are the universe's knowledge seekers. They are, above all, driven to learn and understand. They are great alchemists. True. Able to take multiple sources of information and synthesize them into something useful. What are we doing right now? They are scholars and researchers, absolutely dedicated to knowledge for knowledge's sake. Hello. They are the ultimate students, and although that might conjure up the image of people sitting around peacefully waiting for knowledge to be brought to them, that couldn't be further from the truth. The Lightbound will go after knowledge with a fierce intensity that others will find distasteful. Looking at you, YouTube. They aren't overly concerned with laws or norms either. True. They often take rules as simple suggestions, instead searching for loopholes or workarounds. At their best, the Lightbound are resourceful and driven. At their worst, they can be fussy, pedantic, and insensitive. My true sign? Gempia. One moment. Okay, so reloading the link does indeed redirect. So let's go ahead and put that in my dump text for columns B, C, and E. All right. Moving on, I need to go ahead and input my name, the name of my sign, Gempia. My lunar sway is Durse. Maybe that's why I get along with Dave so well. We have not determined my class or inverted class. That will be next. My aspect is light. All right. Now for a detailed breakdown of how we determine my class and inverted class. Thief and Rogue. Narrowing it down between these two for the first bit. Rogue, if it's thief or rogue. And how I made that decision is the passive rogue will generally take it and then distribute it to someone or something outside themselves. Essentially, the thief is one who steals their aspect or steals using their aspect for their own benefit, and the rogue is one who steals their aspect or steals from their aspect for the betterment of others. So rogue, actually, given that I'm the primary host, I gotta be more objective about this. Between the two of these, I'd be more the thief. As much as I like to steal from my own aspect for the betterment of others, I do use my aspect for my own benefit more often than not. Cough why we're here. So, if it's that duality right there, sorry, some passive influence sneaking in, you'll get your turn, be patient. Thief of those two. Bard and Prince. Prince is literally simplified to one who destroys aspect or one who causes destruction through aspect. Bard allows aspect to be destroyed or invites destruction through aspect, as if by the will of the aspect. No. No, I don't like destroying knowledge, and I don't like knowledge destroying things. So no. Neither one. Air. Its exact definition is not yet known, which means we are going to heirs could be ones who invite change through aspect, not destruction, change. They may also be defined as one who is consumed by aspect, or becomes their aspect, or is surrounded by aspect. Okay. That's a maybe. Pages have a lot of untapped potential. Nope. The Seer is a passive class that uses extensive knowledge to coordinate their team members. Okay, that's a little on the nose, so that's a definite maybe. The exact powers of maids are unknown. While the maid could heal herself. Okay. Sylph is a magic-based class and its meaning is unknown. Sylph is thought to specialize in healing. I don't heal through knowledge. I do acknowledge that. No. Do I exploit my aspect as a weapon? Sometimes. So knight is a definite maybe. Witch. Most common definition of a witch is one who manipulates aspect. I don't like manipulating knowledge. I like compiling it, but I don't like manipulating it. Right. The definition of a mage is one who knows about aspect or one who knows about aspect for themselves. Benefiting themselves with knowledge pertaining to... No. Like, mage, definitely of these two. Of these three. But also no. So the three magic classes are just right out. And I am neither of the master classes. I know that for a fact. Because none of me are. Like, that's just an instinctive sense I'm getting. Like, even the ones that have delusions of grandeur aren't that bad. So, let's go back. Thief. No. Air. Seer. All right. One who serves aspect or one who serves through aspect for the benefit of others. I like to be a vessel of knowledge. So that's why I'm torn between knight and seer. And remember me being torn about the whole using to benefit others or serving oneself. Given that I like being a vessel of knowledge but not being consumed by it, it's gotta be the knight. All right. That is my primary class. Since my primary class matches here. Now for my inverted class. All right, Shadow. I'm gonna stare directly at you and not think twice. Thief. My inverted class does act like a thief. Okay. So, now that you've seen the process that I'm using, I will now open the floor to my Discord server.
Your point person within fireball distance.
Now recording.
Yes, I have, for security reasons, enabled Craig. My entire server's, like, every single VC, including the mod VC, is, well, Craig monitored. Records keeping purposes. It's a consent thing. It's part of the reason why a lot of people don't join my VCs, because they do not want to be recorded. But if anybody in my server does want to, I'm there. So, let me just... Okay. That's out of the way. So, given that's how that works, go ahead and, on your own time, go to the extended Zodiac quiz, fill it out, unless you want to join me here on stream and I can do it for you. If you are in my Discord server, feel free to hop on in. Otherwise, it is my twin's turn. He's right here, so let me hand it off to him. Cureve, out. Awu? Awu. Okay. Hello, I am Kiriselu. I am not thrilled to be here. Just like Cureve, I am doing this against my will, but the majority voted for it, so here we are. Let's get this over with. Oh, right. You wanted to listen to stuff, right, Kira? Right. Let's go ahead and turn on some sick Homestuck lore. Whoa.
This video is airing for SOCCON 2023. Hello, live audience, and hello, people listening in the future. This video is dedicated to the following people: Janiyah Riley, Yoitz Crow, and Anna Articulately Composed for always having my back. Thank you to my cats, Funny, Pumpkin, and Bonehead, for being cute. And thank you to all my haters who think I'm stupid. Please enjoy this video. It was very hard to make. Production was tough. As I'm writing this, it's like 10 days away from SOCCON. But I really hope you enjoy it. This has been knocking around my head for years and years and years. And I hope you enjoy seeing me go insane. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And if you have not, check out SOCCON, SAHCon, for this year or next year. Thank you. It is not good for a man to be alone. Genesis chapter 2, verse 18. For a solo player, a challenging quest becomes an insurmountable one. Arania Circuit, Homestuck 5993. The year is 2012. Amy Marie, a shy 16-year-old girl from Michigan with long black hair, one of her friends from band told her to sign up for a website called Tumblr. Behind the screen of her mother's Windows Vista PC, located in the living room, Amy Marie is one search bar away from all the fan art, fanfiction, and discussion she could ever dream of. Soon enough, she has a dozen followers, some from her school, some from places she's never been, all brought together by the giddy excitement of teenagers exploring media. She loves Supernatural, she loves Hetalia, she is eager to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender when she can bother her mother enough to buy it on DVD. One day, Amy Marie sees something from that friend from band class, a post that stops the finger on her scroll wheel, a clumsy digital drawing of a character she's never seen before, with pale gray skin, bright orange horns, and sharp teeth. Her friend calls it a troll sona. Amy smiles and forgets. Soon, she will see so much that forgetting isn't possible. Religion is the shared reverence for the supernatural, sacred, or spiritual, as well as the symbols, rituals, and worship that are associated with it. This is according to primatologist Frans de Waal in his book, The Bonobo and the Atheist. Religion is the belief and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. This is according to the Oxford Dictionary. These definitions approach religion, but but I feel they are somewhat incomplete and too specific. Religion is not so much an institution as a deep psychological experience held by many people. Religion as it functions to human beings is a great many things for a great many purposes. In the book The Bonobo and the Atheist, religion is approached from a deep and evolutionary perspective, viewing religion as a human practice from our very beginnings. Frans de Waal says in the book, "All societies have religion. Society and religion are in fact the same serpent with two heads." As ancient man moved from forests to open areas, we did not simply develop upright limbs and tool use, but different minds as well. As our brains expanded past our ape contemporaries, we developed not only an increased capacity for reasoning, but a higher capacity for emotion. This was in service to our new uniquely human hobby, complex socialization. As the mind increased in size, we became smarter and more empathetic, we became more social, and the groups we formed became larger. Around these new groups, rituals formed. Ritual is observed in many species, from the grooming of chimps to the calls of whales. They are behaviors that are entirely social in function, performed not by individuals but by groups. Ritual is the sinew connecting members to groups and solidifying our bonds between each other. Man first emerged from the forest to plain, but 11,000 years ago he emerged again. From the plane of hunting and gathering to the city of commerce and agriculture. These ancient humans were no longer satiated by simple rituals. As their populations ballooned, so too did the intricacy of their spirituality. Large-scale organization is possible due to our larger brains and capacity for reasoning, but we needed to rationalize our place in the world and the inequity born of society. Directors and kings emerged, and they needed to prove to their lessers why they were more important. It is thought that the first men who needed to prove their superiority invoked the sun to indicate their elevated position, and height is indicative of power to this day. From the step pyramids of the ancient Middle Americas to the flying buttresses and cavernous ceilings of cathedrals of Europe, to the spires of modern churches. The earliest religion is often falsely named as Hinduism, but primitive religions from Mesopotamia and Egypt can be traced back over 8,000 years, predating the invention of writing. Think of that. We had gods and demons with us from before we could scrawl symbols upon clay. Early religions were primarily polytheistic, such as the Egyptians, with the names you recall from world history: Ra, Isis, Set, et al. This evolved into the Greco-Roman tradition of mighty heroes and intricate myths like Zeus, Hermes, Hercules, and Odysseus. Around that time, monotheism was being developed by the Zoroastrians, as well as Hinduism and Buddhism. Later came Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These religions were the scaffolding around which these societies were constructed. They are often thought, especially in the modern post-Enlightenment age, to be extraneous from society, but that couldn't be further from the case. Where you find society, you find religion without fail. Separation of church and state is the pipe dream of hemp-smoking men with no teeth. The ancient Egyptians would not have built the pyramids without stories about Ma'at weighing a feather against your heart, and the Christians would not have gone to war without the Muslim Turks to crusade against. Religion is the engine of society. It is behind our morals, our organization, our very beings. After the invention of writing, we see religion becoming more formal with developments like holy texts, used to great effect in every named religion the world over. The Gathas of Zoroastrianism, the Vedas of Hinduism, and the Holy Bible of Christianity. These books united people across land and gave...
Alright, I'm done. My sign is Gem Psi. My lunar sway is Prospit. I am an heir of life. My inverted class is Mage. And that takes care of me. Who wants to go next? Hosts are going first. The entire hosting subsystem needs to go before everybody else. So which one of you? Of course it would be you. Okay. Just calm down. Don't get too excited. Okay?
gave adherents beacons to rally around. Writing also influenced schism and fracture, like the fateful nailing of the theses to the door of the church by Martin Luther, leading to dozens of Christian sects in the modern day. Religion evolved with us. It was there from the beginning, the embodiment of simple ritual elevated by our uniquely advanced minds. Religion is humanity. It is more than the singular worship of one set of gods or the fighting done in their name. Religion, in totality, is the single driver of human ingenuity since we were banging on animal skin drums in caves around grand fire pits. We are religion. Religion is us. It is a feature of the collective unconscious, and it goes far beyond what we imagine today. To call religion spirituality or belief undersells the concept. Religion is the inborn and involuntary urge for humans to create meaning and bond with each other. You may have noticed by now, however, in our media age dominated by computers and screens, Christianity and Islam are old news. Hinduism and Greco-Romanism are considered relics. There are adherents, of course, but our society is increasingly secular. Secular even for people who consider themselves religious. Religion now serves us, furthering our political and ideological ends. It is no longer religion that drives our ideology. It is reversed. After all, as said by Nietzsche, God is dead. He did not speak of God in the sense of a supreme being, but God is synecdoche for world religion. It appears that religion is dying. We are skeptics and we cannot cotton to the notion of a Sky Daddy weighing our sins. Sky Daddy is dead. There is a vacuum in our heart, then. In a world where God is dead, we still have this cavernous urge and need for some religion. To turn a phrase of a friend of mine, a God-shaped hole. What will replace religion, then, in a modern day? For Nietzsche, he assumed we would have to forge our own meaning and emerge as superior man. This would lead to a brave new world of reason and intelligence, and a new species of man unburdened with simple superstition. This would have been a wonderful world. Did it happen? No. The reality has been far more hilarious and idiotic. No one will reap except what they sow. Quran 6:164. Maybe you got what you deserved, you stooted fuck ass. John Egbert, Homestuck 2628. The year is 2014. Amy Marie, the girl from Michigan, is a senior now. She still goes on Tumblr, but her interest in Italia and supernatural is gone like a discarded toy. Her mother never did buy her Avatar on DVD, but Amy Marie forgot that too. She found something that she could read home online for absolutely free. Tumblr is beautiful and horrible, the dumping ground for all the creativity captured inside young men and women confused, spilled onto deep blue. It's arguments, it's falling outs, it's war, and all the worst of what anonymous people have to offer. But it's also wondrous and captivating and breathless. Behind the screen lies her whole world, but it is about to spill forth. Amy Marie is going to Youmacon for the first time. Her big sister is driving them both, and Amy is in a Jade Harley cosplay. Her hair is already long and black, and buying the glasses and Jade's shirt only cost $20 on a bootleg online store. Even so, she is more nervous than she has ever been. Youmacon is terrifying and exciting. It's nothing that she expected and more. The venue is hot, the staff is exhausted, the guests are creeps, and instead of food, they're selling $20 boxes of cardboard. In spite of all this, there are smiling faces beneath pale gray makeup. There are nervous laughs from people adjusting their fake orange horns, and one boy shows off his sharp fake teeth. It is the best day of Amy Marie's life. In a famous letter to a fan, Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes, wrote the following. My dear Ruby, Sherlock has become very lazy and I am very stupid, so that I am afraid there will not be any more stories about the strange things he has done. But both he and I are very pleased when we hear we have given pleasure to nice little girls. I showed him your letter, and he said that your signature showed him that your father was about 45 years of age, that your hair was brown, and that you were a clever little girl with a turn for everything except mathematics. That was what he said, but he smokes too much and has been getting quite muddled lately. Your affectionate friend, A. Conan Doyle. This he wrote in 1893 in August, shortly before killing Sherlock Holmes. Rudy, the mononymous writer of the original letter, was what one might call a fan of Sherlock Holmes. The individual who bought the 19th century letter for $12,500 could also be considered a fan. The network of people who are interested in the letter and Doyle's writings could be called a fandom. Fandom may have its roots as far back as the 19th century, but even so, that is a drop in the bucket compared to the history of humanity. The human capacity for making media and commenting on it is a rather
Hello? Okay. There we go. Give me just a moment. Apologies for that. I did have to test to see how this sounded. I've not used voice mode before. I apologize for Pascal speaking only in barks. That's how he sounds. Like, when, he barks or howls, we understand his meaning in our head, but, and when he's running the body, he does speak English. But voice mod has the option of allowing us to, sound like we do in our head. And Pascal couldn't resist. And unfortunately, a few of my more wolfy selves are definitely going to get involved. Hello, I'm going to introduce myself really quick. Hold on. I am severely distracted at the moment. All right. Hello. My name is Billy. I do apologize for that. Let me go ahead and read off what Pascal had. So Pascal is an Aricorn for his sign. He is a Prospect Sylph of Rage. No idea how that works. You misspelled thief. Hold on. Here we go. His inverted class is thief. So yeah. I am... There we go. Continuing.
another modern notion, but the behavior itself is not new. I already spoke of Martin Luther pinning his theses to the church door, an act which in the modern age might seem rather quaint, but in a world just before the printing press, a letter on the door for the public to see was the easiest way to disseminate information. Media critique is the modern equivalent of the ancient urge to comment on and discuss media. It is simply the media of today is not spiritual in nature. Instead of writing letters to priests, modern man writes their letters to authors. If you perform a cursory search, you will see that the earliest fandoms are often cited as Sherlock Holmes or Star Trek. In either case, it seems long-formed serialized work lends itself to fandom, and that remains true in the modern era. An era where you can't walk 2 steps without seeing some kind of pop culture item. Usually it's Minions. The purpose of fandom and the purpose of religion are much the same. In fact, at their core, they are an activity concerned with the building of communities through ritual. Religion forms due to worship, and fandom creates community around media. But if you look broadly at them, they are an expression of the same urge. In a world growing more secular, religious tradition and ritual is becoming a vacuum filled by popular culture and media items. This, of course, is not necessarily bad. The main difference between the two is the idea of faith. That religious adherents have an actual belief in their ritual, whereas fan communities' rituals are done for their own sake with a suspension of disbelief. Or, put another way, Catholics believe priests actually commune with God, whereas no one thinks a cosplayer is actually Cloud Strife. Much like the religious pilgrims who make a sacred journey to a holy site, devoted fans travel far and wide to visit iconic sites that are intimately connected with their fandoms, such as King's Cross train station in London for Harry Potter fans, Graceland in Memphis for Elvis fans, or Comic-Con International in San Diego for Comic-Con fans, end quote, says Michael A. Elliott in his piece Fandom as Religion. Fandom also has many advantages to religion. Religion expects a commitment and mutual exclusivity, whereas people weave in and out of fandoms at will. Fandom is less demanding and less confrontational, and therefore accepts more members and has fewer penalties for leaving. In short, fandom is quickly replacing religion as the driver of our societies. We can see it in the ways media is discussed in the modern day. For example, the word Hollywood, the name of a street in Los Angeles, California, where there are many famous movie stars and production companies, is often used as synecdoche for mass media in general. We say that, quote, Hollywood is influencing us, or, quote, Hollywood sickos are pushing agendas. We speak of these drivers of media with the same reverence as we might have one day talked about the Catholic Church in the Dark Ages. We speak this way because media drive our culture. For the quintessential example, look no further than Disney. Star Wars, Marvel, Pixar, Disney Animation, all of these movies and shows are titanic in the modern psyche. Even if you haven't seen the movies, you've been exposed to the memes and references incessantly. You know the plots to movies you've never seen. They permeate our consciousness. So it is only natural that the discussion of them and exploration of them has become our new way of interacting with the world. Making sense of the world starts and stops at analyzing media. Even posts from your Facebook friends. All of it is in service to the media we consume. We list our favorite movies and TV shows in our dating app bios and our About Me sections on social media. And in person, the first thing we ask new people is, what music do you like, or what shows do you watch? Again, to be clear, I'm not saying this is bad. Media is fun, and watching shows is fun. Discussing them can be very meaningful too, but we have to understand what is going on here. As I stated, the only difference between religion and fandom comes down to this idea of faith. A religion is a community based around a belief, whereas a fandom is a community based around a subject. One is serious, one is play. People who like Harry Potter do not truly believe in him, but he can still influence millions to stand in line for the midnight release of the works featuring him. The remedy of weakness is not brooding over weakness, but thinking of strength. Teach men that strength is already within them. Swami Vivekananda, Hindu monk. Anyone with his wits is fond of being strong. Equius Zahak, Homestuck 2827. The year is 2016. Amy Marie hasn't been on Tumblr in a long time. She's studying nursing at good old U of M. She's forgotten her 3 visits to Youmacon, and she barely thinks about her friend from band who roped her into that webcomic. But Amy Marie remembers, even in forgetting. She remembers every time she looks up at the clock after staying up too late to read 4:13 a.m. She remembers every time she sees a Sharpie marker or a stray bucket. She smiles knowingly when she eats candy corn. On a lark, she checks her Tumblr late.
All right. I am an Arceus. I am a Durst streamer. I am the Witch of Life, and my inverted class is Rogue. Name. There we go. Alright, Elias, you're up.
Okay. Hello. I am Elias. I am the head archivist that runs the various level system. I apologize. The password slipped in from being set. Jesus fuck. Okay. A little disoriented. Give me a moment to fix my caffeine. To be more accurate, I'm not the head archivist. I'm the person in charge of the archival subsystem. I'm also a member of the hosting subsystem. I am one of two other entities that use this filter. Actually, Tony doesn't use this filter anymore, does he? Sorry, Tony uses Dr. Apocalypse now. Okay. So I guess I'm the only one who uses this filter in the system. Alright. So, it's my turn to do this. Let's do this.
One night after her exams, and she's shocked to see the place in flames. Against all odds, the webcomic is all over. That's what everyone is saying. She hasn't read it in ages. She's used to the interminable pauses and hiatuses. She's used to false promises and catastrophic Kickstarter campaigns, but against all the odds, they're saying it's over now. But she knows it's not. In 2009, Homestuck's first page was posted on April 13th, a day that would live in infamy. The Homestuck fans at the beginning of the webcomic were, according to author Andrew Hussey, mostly straight men and programming nerds, a demographic he earned from his previous projects, including the unfortunately named Team Special Olympics, as well as the other webcomics on Homestuck's original website, mspaintadventures.com. The fans were secluded to the site's internal forum, or the MSPA forums, where Andrew Hussey discussed the writing of his comic with fans. He took submissions for character names, character actions, and plot details, as well as riffing with users about different topics, such as the character Jigsaw from the movie Saw. Early Homestuck was highly referential, both of previous work and various pop culture from the 90s. In its first 2 years, things were rather quiet, business as usual on MSPA, and Andrew Hussey had no idea what was coming. In 2011, things got serious. It's difficult to say how it happened specifically or who patient zero was for this outbreak, but Homestuck erupted onto the social media blogging site Tumblr in a big way. This expanded its fan community from MSPA readers and forum goers to a fast-moving young teen audience used to discussing anime and American TV. This was largely due to the introduction of the Trolls, the candy-corn-horned race of people from the planet Alternia. As 2011 grew into 2012, the fandom reached a peak, and Andrew Hussey had to make accommodations to the site to deal with new traffic. To most aspiring comic artists, this would be a godsend, but one feels that Andrew did not quite expect or appreciate the hype. His supporters certainly didn't. Sadly, through my slog of the archived MSPA forum posts, I could not find much historical data to back me up on this claim, but those who were around the forums at the time can attest that the mood was somewhat resentful of their new fan base. Hussey, while not outright resentful, seemed out of touch with his new fans. This, he wrote, about fan-favorite character Nepeta in Homestuck Book 4's commentary published by Viz Media. Quote, "The previous page's note contained way too much fucking Nepeta meta. Let's get some actual good shit," end quote. Even so, in 2012, a Kickstarter was launched by Hussey to try to capitalize and reinvest. An ill-fated adventure game was funded to the tune of $2 million. Real U.S. dollars. While 2012 was the height of the fan community, it began to deflate under its own weight in the following years, though the fan base did stay concentrated on Tumblr. In 2013 and 2014, convention attendance was high at comic and pop culture events around America, to the point that Homestuck fans got a reputation as giddy neurotic teens. Perhaps not entirely unearned, if stories of spit buckets and Sharpie baths are to be believed. On top of this, Homestuck began receiving hiatuses, which stymied longtime fans and new Tumblr fans alike. This inspired a great deal of fan art and fan fiction, but production on Homestuck slowed. By 2015, between sporadic updates and lagging development on the adventure game, Homestuck's interest was waning. Strong, but waning. It was a peaceful decline, with some even wondering if Homestuck would ever really finish. Still, fans had more than enough to go on, with fan art and official works like Paradox Space to keep them busy. And of course, in 2016, Homestuck ended. It was rather shocking, the sudden drop of a final cinematic after long, long waits and extensive character sections of interminable text from the characters. Homestuck was over in a sudden flourish. The internet came together once again.
Okay. That's the last member of our success system. I am a Tories. I am a Dust Dreamer. I am a bot of time. My inverted class is that of the air. And that sounds bad. Alright. Who wants to go next since we are...
Hello, I am Larissa. I am the primary caretaker. Yeah, let's begin. I don't really know
And
where
to
to
say,
start, but
wow, Homestuck is over. That's wild. Then receded back into their respective fan spaces. In the coming years, Homestuck's media would migrate primarily to Twitter and Reddit, the two platforms holding the torch for their little webcomic, and their devotion would be rewarded, or punished, depending on who you ask, with the Homestuck epilogues and the announcement that Viz Media would be taking over the website. Homestuck 2 launched and unlaunched in 2020, and in the 3-year interim, no official media has been published. The Homestuck adventure game released 2 parts, leaving the narrative unfinished, but still very fun. Nowadays, Homestuck fans congregate on Twitter to post fan art and discuss characters. In spite of the mishandling of the Homestuck.com domain by Viz Media, Homestuck appears to be alive and well, with projects like the unofficial Homestuck collection archiving what could not be archived online through old web design and dead Flash. Homestuck in 2023 is comfy and rather quiet, though perhaps that is for the best. That is a perhaps sinfully brief account of Homestuck's fan history, but it will become important later, so bear with me. If you're looking for something more in-depth, look up Sarah Zed's Homestuck videos. Homestuck's popularity was uncommon in the fandom space, but not without precedent. It dropped at a time where indie-published webcomics were in full swing, but was adaptable enough to appeal to a new audience. The question of why was Homestuck popular is the same question you could ask of properties like Undertale, Minecraft, Lore Olympus Cave Story, or any other breakout indie project. It's good, and it's accessible. Homestuck was and is free and easy to consume. Now less easy, but still entirely free and entirely compelling. A lot of people complain about the way the beginning of the comic drags or in the change of style of later acts, but those questions of quality pale in comparison to the fact that, unlike 90% of pop culture, gaining access to it is just free. You type in Homestuck on Google and you're there. You leave the tab open to remember it later and keep reading. It doesn't cost anything, it doesn't weigh anything, and there are literally thousands of people online who want to talk to you about it. Furthermore, fan works like wiki, fanfic, and fan art have a constant stream of material for people to peruse, more coming out daily. Anyone can make their own fan troll with art skills or with online doll makers. You can become a fan today, and new fans will flow in as long as that remains true. So really, Homestuck's success and continuing popularity aren't a surprise at all. Who knows how much longer it will last, but let's see where it all goes. Cut down the whole forest of selfish desires, not just one tree only. Cut down the whole forest, and you will be on your way to liberation. Buddha Dhammapada. I have seriously just been assuming her complete takeover of all leadership duties was some fait accompli shit for 3 solid years, and have been enjoying the peace and quiet of 0 responsibilities. Carcat Vantis, Homestuck 7460. The year is 2020. Amy Marie works at Target folding clothes. The nursing thing didn't work out, but from what her friends who graduated tell her, she didn't miss anything. She is on Twitter nowadays. She pulls the mask away from her face in a break room to eat her lunch and checks Twitter on her phone. Notifications are sparse, so as if in a trance, she opens the search tab and looks at her old haunting grounds. She expects to see a few posts. She expects to see words like remember and phrases like used to be and a long time ago, but what she sees shocks her. Accounts younger than she is with more followers discussing the webcomic as if it hadn't ended. New games, new stories, new fan art, new fan fiction, new drama, new people. Repeats of the same arguments she once had on top.
Okay. So my sign is Aqua. I am a Dur streamer. I am a maid of hearts. My inverted class is Seer. Huh? What's your next? Okay. Yes, you're a good boy. You're not the bestest boy. Pascal's the bestest boy. But I apologize in advance. The next one is another podcast.
Tumblr held somewhere new. Amy Marie clicks retweet once, then twice, then a dozen times, and before long she's sucked back in. It's all the horrors capable of anonymous young men and women, but the background is stark white and baby blue now. Things always change into the same things. Then, far down the search page, she sees something that she hasn't seen before. A tweet advertising an online convention to be held in Discord in July. According to the website readmspa.org, Homestuck is 817,929 words long. According to wordcounter.io, the King James Bible is 783,137 words. I'll let you decide on the cultural meaning of this fact. These two documents have more in common than simply a word count, however. In fact, Homestuck has a great deal in common with many holy texts throughout a wide variety of religions. The Quran, Bible, and Torah of the Abrahamic faiths all share various traits. Broadly, they serve 2 main purposes: to disseminate knowledge about God as God is known through the respective religion, and to disseminate moral and practical teachings. It does this through the heavy use of legend and myth. Essentially, these books construct various disparate stories: Cain and Abel, Noah and the flood, Abraham destroying idols, etc., and expect the reader to interpret meaning from them, usually with the help of a holy scholar such as a priest, rabbi, or imam. This is particularly true of the New Christian Testament, which follows the central figure of Jesus in several accounts until his death. The advantages of having a holy book can't be understated. Its purpose in the long term is to have a standard set of texts that give religion continuity since its founding, as well as to have its stories be interpretable through whatever cultural lens they can be viewed in. Homestuck, too, could be considered a work of myth and legend. Good and evil are defined and explored, much like in most religious texts, but other metaphysical things are there too. Beyond this, there are certain aspects of Homestuck that are left intentionally ambiguous or symbolic, creating enough intrigue to form a more formal religion around. In other words, if Homestuck was a holy book, what sort of religions would form around it? What traditions would emerge? What dogma and traditions have already arisen in the real world around Homestuck? I just made you listen to however many minutes of exposition just to get to this incredibly moronic point. Allow me to have a single laugh at your expense. Ha. A long time ago, before Homestuck actually ended, there was a moderately popular fan theory that is the basis for this entire concept. I couldn't find any remnants of it, so for all intents and purposes, I'm basically making this up. Essentially, people had this idea that Homestuck's quest would culminate in the creation of the real world. In other words, Homestuck would end up being one great big creation myth, and John, Dave, Rose, Jade et al. Were actually the creators of humanity as you and I know it. This, of course, never happened, but you have to admit it's the kind of bullshit Hussey would pull if he knew he could impress someone with it. The evidence for this was how the humans from Homestuck don't seem entirely human. For instance, their irracial paper-white skin and slightly non-human physiology is sometimes interpreted literally instead of symbolically. Also, they have syllodexes and game constructs. This leads people to note that humans in Homestuck are not entirely like us, that they are something different, not unlike the similar but different gods of Norse and Greek paganisms. For another, the world as depicted in both versions of Earth, Alpha and Beta, aren't quite the same either. Less like Earth is the Alpha Kid's Earth, but the Beta Kid's Earth is also different in certain ways. Something that muddles this theory is the fact that Beta Earth, the one John comes from, has a significant overlap with ours, with the same movies, same brands of snacks, etc. For this project, let's take the following assumption. Homestuck describes a slow process of attempting to make the Earth that we live upon, the so-called ultimate reward, the thing that all the characters seek. Every planet that is created by Suburb is an attempt at creating the perfect world.
Give me a moment to see how this sounds. This is probably going to hurt you guys, so... How does this sound? Oh, not bad. Okay. Hello? I am Eivor. Not to be confused with the other Eivor, who is not a part of this system. I guess I'll do this.
But each attempt failed over and over until the combined forces of the trolls and kids created Earth C, the one we presently live on. This would explain why the Earths of Homestuck are uncannily similar but not quite, and why Homestuck's humans are like us but not quite. It's a fun theory, but it makes you think. What if the heroes from Homestuck were our progenitors? What would the resulting religion of these progenitors be like? What would it be called? After our journey through the history of humanity and religion, let's build a new one on the foundation of Homestuck. This is the construction of a religion, a faith, known as aspectism. The word canon originated with Christianity as a way to denote certain texts as being part of their holy book, the Bible. Canon essentially has come to mean which texts are valid in a literary context. For example, there are many works that were produced in the Star Wars universe, but only the films and certain comic media are considered canon to the events that took place. In another way, it could be understood as the real events that occurred with respect to a fictional world. Canon also has a lot to do with Homestuck, both in the real world and in the religion of aspectism. And as is anything that is worth talking about, canon is hotly contested. What is canon in this hypothetical Homestuck religion of aspectism, then? Much like real-world religions, there would likely be several interpretations of canon which would form different sects. Sects would usually form due to schisms between interpretations of scripture and usually go by different names. We would call these sects subgroups based on real-world arguments about Homestuck. There are several sects that spring to mind. First is the strictest sect, the Cascade Aspectists, or Cascadians. These would reflect the people who only consider the events up to Act 5 to be valid. There is a popular notion that everything after Act 5's Cascade is not the same as original Homestuck for various reasons. This is usually held by old MSPA forum holdouts or Reddit users. The Cascadians believe in a more mysterious interpretation of Homestuck scripture and are less literal but more adamant in their beliefs. Second is another strict sect, the Egbertian Aspectists or Egbertians. These followers would follow the central figure of John Egbert throughout his journey against Lord English. They believe that we inhabit Earth's sea and our destiny is to one day become as gods and create our own more perfect Earth. Still, any text outside Homestuck itself is invalid as canon to these people. This sect is fundamentalist in belief, but has a different focus to the Cascadians. More permissive are the Hussian Aspectists. They see the collection of Homestuck, Hiveswap, and Skynet systems lore to be canon, as they were all written in entirety by Andrew Hussey, who they consider a prophet on the level of Jesus or Muhammad. They would consider anything with only some involvement, like Homestuck 2 or the epilogues, to be non-canon, but still consider them useful teachings. They are less fundamentalist and have a focus on worldly enlightenment. Finally, there are the Reform Aspectists. They are the most permissive sect and see Homestuck as a central text around which several other texts are canonized. Homestuck, Homestuck 2, the epilogues, and of course PesterQuest and Hivebent are all canon, but there must be a great deal of interpretation by scholars to identify relevant teachings. This is a sect more concerned with personal enlightenment and philosophy, and could be compared to real-world Reform religions like Reform Judaism and Unitarianism. The umbrella term aspectist, of course, refers to the idea of aspect, and it being a fundamental force in nature and society. Each sect would have a different idea of these, and even consider different ones real or not. This is the commonality that all sects share, much like all Abrahamic religions believe in a monotheistic God. Since aspectism isn't monotheistic, it's likely there would be some parallels to paganism, especially Norse and Greco-Roman tradition, with various pantheons of major and minor gods with different roles. Much like Zeus is the leader of the gods.
Okay. My sign is Lega. I am a Durst Dreamer. I am a Seer of Space. And my inverted class is Air. Who's up next? Let me see how... Ugh. No, this is not me. Okay. Nope, not me.
Hello? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hello? I'm Alexios. Hello, Mitten Hero. Welcome, welcome, welcome. See, you just joined my server. Welcome. Right. I'm Alexios. A moment for figure out. Because I've never actually associated myself with design, so. I guess I would associate myself with a traditional zodiac. Continuing.
John is the leader of his pantheon. There are also nefarious and evil figures such as Bec Noir and Lord English, which would serve a similar role to the devil in modern Christianity, and the Arhiman in Zoroastrianism, creating a sort of dualism between the good gods and the singular nefarious figures. It's likely this demiurge figure would be contested. The Cascadians would obviously think of Bec Noir as the primary evil, whereas Egbertians, Hushians, and Reformists would think of Lord English as their main adversary for differing reasons. Reformists would largely reject the dualism of other sects due to the greater focus on humanity of the main figures. Already, complex feelings on Homestuck can be expressed through religion. Furthermore, there would likely be specific cults to the various gods of the pantheon, possibly forming sects of their own or crossing between sects, much like non-denominationalism today in Christianity. The cult of Vriska, for instance, might focus on the exploits of Vriska and give her special worship. Egbertians would likely believe in the central authority of the cult of John, as they see him as the main figure. Strife would abound between sects, mostly between the Cascadians and Egbertians. Reformists would likely not participate in conflict in an attempt to cast as wide a net as possible, much like the more permissive sects of religion today, and the Egbertians and Hushians would likely have a great deal of common ground. The main debate between Egbertians and Hushians would likely be about the literality of the scripture and Act 7's ending. To summarize, then, all four sects would have the following in common.
Discord. Okay, try to remember. I have not used Discord in so long, I don't remember what my tag is for Purple. Where is Bottle? There we go. Oh. That's my tag. Nice.
A belief in numerous deities who use the game to create the world. A belief in 12 fundamental aspects that govern our world in some way. A belief in the duality of good and evil exemplified by gods and one of Homestuck's demons. Religious belief, for the individual, has three main purposes: moral teaching, metaphysical information, and higher meaning. The only higher meaning I can get from Homestuck is what I get out of a fucking bong while I'm reading it. Am I right, gamers? In extant Christianity, there is the story of the Ten Commandments, where specific rules are documented, such as, thou shalt not kill. This would be the moral teaching. There's also the story of Genesis, which provides metaphysical information pertaining to the beginning of the world. This, of course, is not a literal belief in the modern era, but is still useful. Finally, higher meaning can be achieved by following the doctrine outlined in these teachings. For instance, the idea that Jesus died for our sins, forgiving us of original sin and getting us a spot in a living afterlife. When you think of moral teaching, you might not think of Homestuck, but there is much to be learned from it. A reading from Homestuck, Act 5, Act 2, 3820. The Gospel of Scratch, Abridged Pocket Edition. And Terezi looked into the future, seeing the fight between the demon and...
Alright. I am a large seas. I am a Durstriller. I am a robe of life. And my inverted class is self, because when I'm pissed off, I do everything in my power to help people heal through their trauma and pain. But only when I'm pissed off. Otherwise, I do apologize, but that's just how this league works. Alright. Let's see if anyone is willing to jump into the scene. Nope. They are taking good advantage. The intent here is taking good advantage of the scream room. Grateful. That's what that's there for. Alright. Do we want to take a break, or... Okay. See y'all.
Oh, goodness. Hello. I am Jaren. I am our system's bartender. I'm mostly tasked with keeping Tony in check / drunk whenever he's not running the body. Because, good lord, does that man ever drink? There is a reason we have the bar here. It's so we can stay sober. That being said... Ooh. Right. I guess it is. Right. We were Classpecting, of course. Sorry, I got a little distracted. Moving on. I am Leo. I'll follow the recipe to make a couple substitutions. Do that all the time in here. Yeah, very anxious. Oh, right, play.
and Vriska within their medium. She saw its highs and lows and the clash of swords. She saw in her mind's eye the thief of light do battle with his foe. Not events transpiring, but ones come to pass. When Terezi saw these things, she saw too the demon, turning tail and running from the fight, leaving faster than the thief of light could follow. The seer of mind saw him return to their meteor home and slaughter her peers. She could not allow this to come to pass. I can defeat him, said the thief of light unto the seer of mine in present time. You can, said Terezi, but at what cost? A toss of the coin shall decide your fate. And so the seer of mine flipped her coin, to the delight of the thief of light, for the thief could surely sway the outcome of any simple game of chance. The coin was a ruse, however, and Terezi, heart heavy, plunged her sword through the chest of her old friend, killing her justly. She fell to the ground to join the dying dreamers. Terezi collapsed and wept. This, of course, is a very memorable Homestuck moment, but it actually can teach us something to apply to daily life, both from the perspective of Vriska and of Terezi. From Vriska, this situation might be more relatable than one might think. We've all had situations we're cocksure of that don't go the way we want. In fact, any measure of positivity of outcome is impossible to gain. Vriska probably could have defeated Bec Noir, but, as Terezi says, at what cost? Vriska turns her back on her friends to chase a fool's errand and pays the price when the demon kills her friends. Perhaps we could make this teaching into a fun little saying. Don't turn your back to fight the demon. From Terezi's perspective, this situation is also rather relatable. Having to make a difficult decision to stay true to yourself. We've all been in a position where we may have to hurt someone's feelings or weigh their reaction against other outcomes. In Terezi's case, her situation was life and death, but it's important to stay true to your morals over the people you love. Again, distilling this into a saying, stay true to yourself, no matter the cost. This is only one example of moral teaching, of course, similar to the New Testament stories of the Bible or the various myths and fables surrounding the Greco-Roman gods. Any number of passages could be examined for similar meaning mining, and it's not a stretch to say that many things we read or watch have these lessons baked in, intentionally or not. At this point, I'm sure you see the parallel between literature and scripture. The line between them is not so thick. The Bible is more similar to Homestuck than word count. Moral teaching is not the only thing to be gleaned from Homestuck, however. They really think reality is something happening to them, rather than something they are making every moment with every thought. Terezi Pyro, Homestuck, 3097. I shall lead my soul towards heaven by pure thought, and by being well aware of the blessings which the Almighty Ahura shall pour down upon good deeds. I shall teach the people to strive for truth and follow righteousness. Ahuna Vaidi Gatha, Yansa 28:4. The year is 2021. Amy Marie is in shambles. Homestuck on Twitter has devolved into infighting and heinous bigotry. It feels more like a battleground than the cozy fan community which she once knew. She's beginning to wonder if it was always like this, if the Homestuck she remembers is simply a rose-tinted view.
Alright, my sign is Lepia. I am a Durst Dreamer, of course. I am a Prince of Light. I am also an heir whenever I get pissed, because I get consumed by my knowledge, and it does not end pretty, but it doesn't wind up destroying anything. I destroy things as a matter of course. So yes, that would explain me. Moving on. Alright. Who's up next?
I guess I'll go. No, whiskey was watered down, wasn't it? Oh. Anyway, fine, it's Tony. Let's see you now. Hello, and this is not my usual stream. Soon as we get tired of doing that, I sure hope we don't. As soon as we get tired of doing this, we will be jumping to a new Minecraft stream. But we're not there yet, and unfortunately there are more of me on the list. It's just, I'm the closest one that was next up on the list. There are like 3 people ahead of me, but none of them are close to the body at the moment. Frustrating. It's like dealing with a bunch of children. Anyway, moving on from that. Let's reset and go.
Of her nostalgic past. She sees one of her followers getting dogpiled by dozens of angry users with the profile pictures of Dave Strider. She wishes it was a joke. Her Discord is a minefield now. Her friend from high school has cut all ties because of an argument about the Candy timeline. Some of her old Tumblr associates are considering sending hate mail to the HS2 writers because of some righteous crusade about Dirk Strider's depiction as a villain. Amy looks at her profile, her follower count steadily ticking down, accounts disappearing from block lists and screamed misunderstandings. She wonders if she hates the name Yiffany because it's a reference to furry sex, or if she hates it because she's afraid to voice that she just doesn't care. Then, someone posts a picture of Roxy Lalonde smoking a blunt. For that instant, life is better. Aspects in Homestuck, of course, are the 12 named forces that the gods wield in their struggles. The way they interact with these aspects is their class, which is of secondary importance in this reading. Aspects are what govern life more broadly than the specific stories and parables within Homestuck. They are fundamental forces of nature, and their interpretations differ based on which you're a part of. They are embodied by certain gods who could be better understood as avatars for these aspects, each with their own lenses through which to view it. The through line between aspectism, no matter the sect though, is the outlook of aspects as being fundamental forces not just of nature, but humanity and sentient life itself. Think of them less as something that is naturally occurring like rocks and water, and more as forces that sway the human mind. For example, breath manifests in Homestuck as literal wind powers, but also as a certain narrative control that John seems to exert over the story. Time, too, gives Dave and Doradia literal time powers, but also gives them a unique insight into the world and the role in Homestuck itself. We could understand these forces as mental forces, things we bring forth and perspectives on matters of the internal world. Breath is not a real tangible force so much as it is a universal constant that can be accessed by a person's mind. The 12 main aspects in no particular order are life, hope, space, breath, time, light, mind, rage, blood, void, heart, and doom. Cascadians view aspects as malleable. They agree that there are 12 depicted in their canonized Homestuck works, but that their real attributes remain a mystery. They also have a fondness for the piss aspect, which no other sect considers to be real. They believe that there could be more aspects than the ones depicted, and strive to learn about more defined and undefined aspects. They believe the aspects give literal powers. Egbertians view aspects as mysterious but rigid. They agree on the 12 depicted in canon, and believe that each person has a personal class and aspect that matches them that is static over time. They strive to be able to diagnose these aspects in others, and deny that aspect can be found on one's own. They do not believe that normal people can achieve the master classes, and this is considered controversial. They believe only avatars and players gain literal power from aspects. Hushians view aspects as analytical tools. They agree on the 12 aspects, but are willing to indulge others, though they do not canonize them in any regard. They believe people have one specific class and aspect that can only be found through personal intuition. They also believe it is malleable over time. They believe in complex models of class and aspect, such as reverse aspects or the class tree or Classpect analysis. The type of analysis Optimistic Dualist is known for. They do not believe in literal powers coming from aspects, only the will to execute already existing power. Reformists view aspect as ephemeral or even metaphorical. They agree on the main 12 aspects and indulge others, but keep their teachings limited. They believe you can choose any class and aspect that suits you and must strive to embody it once chosen. They do not believe in complex models and shy away from any definitive information, believing the most potential can come from one's personal beliefs. They believe in literal powers coming from aspects, but only subtle ones.
Right. My sign is Sugiza. Mirror Streamer. I am a mage of mind. And my inverted class is Knight, because my first instinct when I get pissed is to go protect whoever. Alright. Who's up next?
I don't have a filter yet, but hi. I'm Adrian. Meryl's gonna follow right behind me. I think she wanted to use the runic sorceress, even though it really doesn't fit. Actually, no, never mind. Now that I think about it, it does fit her. A little. Not much, but it does fit her. Anyway, I'll go ahead and turn this
If you
back
think
on
these views are
and
far-fetched, you have not seen the
get
extensive
started on
arguing about
mine.
aspects that goes on to this day online. Writers like Optimistic Duelist and Willett Homestuck have written extensively not just about aspects, but meta-analyses of aspects as they could be interpreted. Just ask your friends, can you choose your own Classpect? And you'll be faced down with many answers.
What
Ask them,
is
can
my
a person
sign?
be in the
I
master
never-
class, and you'll get more answers still.
Never actually thought about it.
Humans love debating these things. Analysis and meta-analysis are the backbone to media and religious discussion. The final piece of the puzzle is higher meaning. Discussion and analysis are well and good, but religion has a final
I guess
ingredient
I'm a
that seems to
Libra.
elevate it above regular media works. Higher meaning in
Makes
most
sense.
religions comes in two forms: worldly purpose and an afterlife. For Christians, the broad strokes is that you act morally on earth and earn an eternal reward in heaven. This is the structure most religions follow. Greeks had higher and lower planes of Hades, the Vikings had Valhalla for those who died in battle, and the Egyptians punished the wicked with oblivion. In Homestuck, the model would likely look something like this. If you strive to fulfill the role of your aspect, you will get to live as a ghost in the dream bubbles. The dream bubbles is a fascinating concept. It's actually the whole reason I made this video. The
Yeah.
idea of the dream bubbles as an afterlife. In most religions, there's a very general sense of living well or being good,
Yeah,
like
definitely
enlightenment
me.
in Buddhism. And there's usually a heaven that is described for the moral and righteous that is only ever defined in vague terms. In fact, heaven is rarely overtly described in the New Testament at all. The dream bubbles are a whole different deal with a greater sense of urgency. Think of it this way.
Fair.
If the dream bubbles are a reflection of your own life and memories, you will construct your own heaven or hell.
Fuck yeah.
If you have a horrible time when you're alive, your afterlife will be horrible. If you enjoy your memories fondly, you'll have heaven. In this way, you are directly responsible for your own personal heaven. Moreover, since you meet the specters of others in your bubbles, you are directly responsible for others' experiences. Broadly, we could call this outlook urgent hedonism, or the idea that pleasure, comfort, and meaning must be prioritized over anything else for the sake of your eternal soul. This also creates a different framework than any other religion, except maybe Mormonism. In other religions, you have to adhere to someone else's pre-made plan for you, God or Zeus or Odin or whoever, but in aspectism, you have to adhere to your own plan. You become the architect of your life and afterlife. Now, the existence and experience in the dream bubbles is likely contested among the sects, with Cascadian and Reform aspectists likely not agreeing with a literal afterlife due to Homestuck explicitly mentioning that the dream bubbles are only for players, but Hussians and Egbertians would likely believe in universal bubbles. There might also be steps that need to be taken to gain access to this afterlife, especially in Egbertian aspectism, where they would likely have some requirement for completing your awakening as your Classpect in order to become a valid player. This model of an afterlife is very fun and doesn't really reflect any real-world beliefs that I know of. I like it a lot because even if there is no afterlife, aspectism would preach that it's imperative to live a good life through yourself and others, which is nice. Aspectism so far is a complicated but straightforward set of beliefs that are reflective of the real world. It's not particularly difficult to construct, and one could likely undertake a similar project for any long-form piece of art. There are already mock religions based on Star Wars and The Big Lebowski, but you could form religion around Seinfeld or The Simpsons, or more niche properties like Undertale or Five Nights at Freddy's. I would be willing to bet money that someone already has. It's easy to cover scripture, canon, and belief, but so far there has been very little discussion of what religious ritual in aspectism would look like. As stated near the beginning of this piece, if religion is the foundation of society, then ritual is the foundation of religion. Ritual is something we all do, from the practical behaviors such as clocking in for work, to the social like singing at karaoke, to the formal like attending church service. Ritual exists in Homestuck too, and would presumably carry over into aspectism. Most real-world religions have a meeting place, usually a ritual building with certain replicable features. Christians have churches, Jews have synagogues, Buddhists have temples. There are a wide variety of locations and purposes, but a real-world concrete space is vital. Aspectism's place of worship would likely be more like the temples of the ancient Greeks and Romans, massive stone monuments to heroes with trophies and statues.
Alright. My sign is Lipia. I'm a Durstreamer. Duh. And I'm a Rogue of Light, with my inverted class being Prince, because I destroy anything that pisses me off. Alright. Ah, there you are. Yeah, it's your turn. Hello. I'm Meryl. I serve a similar function as Adrian. I do apologize profusely for my lack of manners in basically everything. But I am doing my best one. There. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Okay, good. Now that I got the apology out of the way, fuck that. I'm not sorry for jack shit. I am sorry for being late, but I'm not sorry for lack of manners. I just said that so that Kira would get off my case and not try to switch in the middle of me being here, like they so often do. And now they're trying to claw their way into the front. Okay, well, I guess I've got it right. Oh, where's the... No, here.
Statues on display, where people could come at their leisure to see the icons of the faith. As said, aspectism would reflect paganism in that beliefs are anchored by mythological figures, in this case being the players. It's likely similar to Greece. The local worship would depend on the temples present, like how Athens' worship was based around Athena, and Sparta's worship was based around Ares and Artemis. Rituals would be similar to these ancient pagans too, with festivals and holy days observed universally, with special emphasis placed on places of worship. Norse pagans often offered feasts and sacrifices to their gods, and while sacrifice is unlikely in aspectism, feasts seem particularly apt. For more daily, weekly, or regular service, this would likely take the form of meditation and prayer, for each sect has a focus on self-betterment and connection to the aspects. Much like in Islam and Hinduism, service would reflect formalized meditation led by a holy leader. As in Shinto and Buddhism, there may also be monks who devote themselves in extreme to the embodiment of these aspects. So, in ornate temples, the masses would come together not just to worship their gods, but to meditate on the nature of their own self-betterment and enlightenment by way of the holy aspects. Cults may have religious holidays and miscellaneous yearly rituals, such as Dionysian feasts for Roxy and Stoic reflection in honor for Equus Zahak. Since Homestuck is a visual work, it's likely that the architects would have much to go on in terms of design for these temples and shrines, and visual icons would be important, most vitally of the 12 formal aspect symbols. Much like in real-world religion, ritual could also be inspired by scripture. A reading from Homestuck 3087, The Gospel of the Wayward Vagabond, abridged pocket edition. And so John died, his flame of life extinguished. Upon the slab, his life passed in unconsciousness, and in slumber he did die. But upon seeing this, the fireflies above descended and took notice of the air of breath floating to his side to comfort his cooling form. The wayward vagabond looked on in awe, frozen by the sight seen across the land of wind and shade, and sky of both. Wind and light congregated around these fireflies, and John's deceased body was shrouded in it. None within saw the transformation, but by sky and miracle, John's clothes were changed and his body repaired, and when the wind settled and the fireflies dispersed, John was not just alive again, but reborn anew, in a new body, on Skya. Bec Noir watched in silence, his visage cold. His slaying only sealed his fate. Dying upon a quest bed is a common symbol in Homestuck and would likely be of significance to aspectists. Death and dreams are intertwined in aspectism, so quest beds would likely be fixtures in shrines and temples. It may also be a ritual to place the soon-to-be dead on quest beds of their aspect, or to place people on their quest beds after death to be buried. Quest, of course, would be the aspectist shorthand for journey, faith, and life, and beds would be an important symbol. You might think what I've written so far is tenuous. You might be sitting alone at home thinking that I'm talking up my ass, or that religion and fandom aren't the same thing, that this is all just some joke piece and Funk is being silly again. But I'm not being silly, I'm being serious. Everything I've said so far is entirely hypothetical, but there are aspects of Homestuck that are the subject of
Alright. I am a Scorson sign. I'm a Durst Dreamer. I'm a Seer of Blood, and when I get pissed off, I can manipulate my aspect within the mind as much as I like, even bending the rules sometimes. That's why I was able to switch so quickly. I'm getting the fuck out of here before the Kira realize there's something. Just. What the fuck, Meryl? Okay, we're back. I'm going to take a quick break. Me and Seluv got some things to discuss, so I'm probably going to send him to find out whatever Meryl messed with in the back of our head. You're going to take a break. We're going to keep listening to this, but I'm going to mute while we try to sort out whatever the fuck she did. It's probably nothing major, but she does love making a mountain out of a molehill. Alright.
ritual in the fan community right now, across a wide array of viewpoints. In other words, no matter who you are, if you like Homestuck, you know what 413 means, and you probably celebrate it yourself in some way. You likely observe character birthdays like Carcat on 6/12 or the cluster of days in December that Dave, Jade, and Rose have, shared with their alpha counterparts. Homestuck has holidays already. Homestuck has rituals. Homestuck has sites where adherents congregate. It might be less prominent now, but Homestuck used to have a massive convention presence for better and worse. Gray skin paint being sealed was a meme in the olden days, solidifying best practices to act out your love for a webcomic. What's the word for that again? It's ritual. It's ritual. Eventually, these things become greater than their source material. When I say the word Homestuck, do you think of the webcomic or do you think of its fan base? The word comes to mean both and one and the same. It comes to mean something more than it originally meant. Let me be clear. This is real. Homestuck has ritual, and Homestuck has spirituality, extant in the world, especially in the past with con-going culture before the pandemic. This goes back to this piece's beginning, religion being replaced by culture. The relationship has been reversed. Think, too, of how seriously people take Homestuck and other media, especially on YouTube, Tumblr, Twitter, and other social media. Think of the amount of venom and intense hatred spilled over imaginary characters. Did this behavior happen in ages past? What kind of vitriol has been spilled about religion? To be clear, there have been no fandom holy wars or anything, and this is limited to America and the West, so the magnitude is rather different, and fans of mass media are far more quixotic, but the parallels exist, and they cannot be denied. If we exist in a fandom where the stakes are high, we must consider the care with which we treat fan content. I'm not saying we have to become fan police or whatever, but understanding that is vital for a continued existence in a fandom space that is becoming increasingly spiritual. Also, don't be afraid to draw higher meaning from Homestuck. Don't let yourself be convinced that it's just a silly niche interest. Again, to bring up something from the beginning, Nietzsche said that God is dead and we must make our own meaning. We can start with the things we share with others and mean a lot to us already. I suddenly don't understand anything, and I'm currently casting sincere doubt on the laughable insinuation that I, or anyone else, actually ever did for a single moment. Kanaya Marian, Homestuck 7385. I know that I know nothing. Attributed to Socrates by Plato. The year is 2023. Amy Marie still works at Target. She still folds clothes, and her life shows no evidence of improving. Her friends who were nurses are now working at Target too. Even though she doesn't have their student debts, she doesn't feel like she made it out any better than they did. It's a hot July day, and her only comfort from the heat, as she leans against the wall in refuge, is her screen. She's still on Twitter, and she still remembers Homestuck. It feels so long ago that she first went to Youmacon, and she doesn't even remember that fateful day she first saw her friend's fan troll. It feels bittersweet to see people involved in something that she loved for so long. It feels like her love has been stretched out across time, and it feels like she can't keep up. But it also feels good to simply let her peers' work flow into her, to enjoy it like never before. Amy Marie's life, like the lives of everyone she knows, is boring and dreadful. But in those moments when she sees someone reply to her nostalgia-filled post about her very first con or how excited she is to go to SACON again, she feels a tiny spark of delight. There are 1,000 reasons to despise Homestuck. Its creator, its execution, its ending, its themes. There are 1,000 reasons to despise its fans, their behavior, their racism, their transphobia, their hatred. But for every 1,000 reasons to despise it, there are 1,000,000 to love it and seek refuge in it. When is a work more than the sum of its parts? When does a work transcend its pages and script and turn into something as alive as the people with a hand in making it? When does a work graduate from a simple piece of media with authors and fanatics and turn into something which great pieces of human lives are devoted to? Isn't it absurd that people would devote themselves in ruination to a webcomic that is treated as the vast joke of the internet? And yet here we are, for the simple joy of writing and drawing and creating and discussing. For every slight, every scar, every bruise caused by a love for something greater than oneself, there is a great comfort for those who love to take it. Or in a less pretentious way, we're all here because we got sucked into liking this webcomic from 2009. We might as well enjoy it, right? I mean, fuck, come on, people. Let's just have a good time. There's also Rosemary. Rosemary's a really cute ship. I really just like Rosemary. Rose Lalonde and Kanaya Mariam were made for each other, and I hate it when people try to break them up. I mean, come on, they're so cute. I want the best for them. I seriously think they're one of the best relationships in media ever. Fuck, I love these two. God damn. Those who are wise will shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness, like the stars, forever and ever. Daniel, chapter 12, verse 3. In the dream, I am the star. It's me, Elijah. Quote, Homestuck, the webcomic from the internet from 2009, contains slurs. I know, please, contain your shock and alarm, because I'm here to tell you why it's actually okay. The dreaded cancel culture isn't coming for you this time, Andrew Hussey. As we all know, media can be split into two groups, good media and bad media. Good media are things like She-Ra and Steven Universe, with nothing problematic about them whatsoever, and bad media are things like SpongeBob and Family Guy for having bad, problematic jokes. So the question is Homestuck good or bad? Well, of course, since it contains words that offend people, you'd think it's bad, right? I know. It's horrible to think about, the fact that you might have to not like Homestuck anymore because it has a bad word in it. But I'm here to soothe your worries. So sit back in your gamer chair, take a big swig of white grape juice, and let me explain why Homestuck isn't problematic and bad, actually. First, let's talk about Mark Twain. Now, as we know, Mark Twain is one of the good writers, even though he used the N-word sometimes. Was Mark Twain a racist for using a bad word? Of course not, because the culture of the time was different. When Mark Twain was writing, the word had a different cultural context. So it's okay for Hussey to use the R slur, actually, because it was used in a different cultural context. In the ancient days of 2009, it was probably less bad to use the R slur. But maybe that's not good enough for you. Maybe the R slur was used to advance the narrative or themes in some way. Inflammatory language, after all, is only as bad as how it's used. So maybe Andrew Hussey used the word as some kind of critique on the modern use of it. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Well, there you have it then. Whew, we can rest easy knowing that Andrew Hussey, who we all know is basically the contemporary Mark Twain, used the slurs for deep cultural reasons. And censoring them goes against his noble goals. Andrew Hussey is simply telling it like it is, enshrining the vernacular of that time. And because it's accurate, that means we can't critique it. Unquote. This is an example of what I would say if I were a dope and a fool. Before we get into discussing slurs in Homestuck, let's talk about the R slur. You might have noticed that I haven't actually said the word, and that's because I don't really want to. I'll be displaying it on screen presently, and from here on, I'll be discussing it using the euphemism R word, R slur, or just R. R was first used in the 60s in psychological circles as a very clinical term, used to describe anyone with intellectual disabilities, especially learning disabilities. Very quickly, it morphed into the R word, which was then used in playgrounds the world over, utilized as a pejorative term for anyone doing anything stupid. The reason it's a slur and not just a pejorative like dumb or stupid is simple. It was once used to define an actual group of people, namely the learning or mentally impaired, which then went on to become a general term as well as a term specifically targeting those people. It was an identity weaponized as an insult. In 2009, particularly online, terms such as R proliferated as shorthand for anything senseless, perpetuating the slur, joined by others that describe similar learning disabilities. More common today is the term autism, used as an insult from 4chan to Twitter, despite being another clinical psychological term. The reason, then, that the Mark Twain argument doesn't hold up is because the R slur was being used in the same context in 2009 as it is today, as a pejorative. Sure, decades ago it might have been a legitimate clinical term, but nowadays and in 2009 when Andrew Hussey was writing, it was a slur. Now, a great many people, Andrew Hussey included, likely didn't consider it a slur and used it without knowledge, particularly young people on the internet, particularly the type of people that Hussey was writing for when creating the characters of John, Rose, Dave, Carcat, etc. So this isn't to say that Hussey was sitting in an office rubbing his hands together saying, "I will say slurs," evilly to himself. I'm saying that it's a part of internet culture at the time. Still, even early in the comic's run, Hussey was criticized for his use of the word. Hussey never directly responded to these critiques, but he has discussed the use of words in the commentary books published by Viz Media. It's unknown when these commentary books were written, but it's at least after 2016 when Homestuck ended. In the Homestuck Book 2 commentary on page 160, Hussey says, "John calls the trolls retards, which is pretty ableist of him. Who knew a 13-year-old kid could be such a jerk?" From Book 3, page 55. "Welp, John did it. The madman did it. He said retarded. It's not so hot to say in the media these days. Maybe it never was. Probably not. But at some point on the cultural continuum between the present year and, let's say, sometime in the 90s, it gradually drifted from being sort of an edgy bad thing for a shitty teen to say to something legitimately unacceptable, even for fake teens to say in a thing that entertains people. Anyway, the point is, let's throw this very bad boy under the bus where he belongs, and leave me sitting spotless as always upon my perch of exoneration. Also, a few demerits to Jade for failing to call him out. Wow, what a bitch." This is all pretty tongue-in-cheek, but it establishes Hussey's understanding of the term at least. It's unclear due to how tongue-in-cheek he's being, what he makes of the term itself, so it's difficult to understand what he means, other than this sort of limp acknowledgement. Unfortunately, this acknowledgement flies out the window when we read his commentary from Book 1, page 258. Quote, "Exhaustive list of the type of babies who don't believe in that stuff. Non-retarded babies who poop in their diapers, both retarded and non-retarded babies who poop in places in their diapers but never in them, retarded babies who are able to refrain from pooping altogether, and non-retarded babies who fit that description as well. So as you can see, if you are a baby who believes in that stuff, you are in pretty elite company when it comes to such embarrassing
Alright, I'm
displays
back.
of naivete.
As you can see, we've been adding
This makes
more
it pretty
names
clear
in
that he's
case
still
anyone
comfortable
wants
using
to,
the term as a joke at the time that the books were published.
join
He's
from
never
my
acknowledged this
system.
passage otherwise.
Some of the names are already on the list, some are not.
He has always been good at rhetorical
ones closer to the top are
smokescreens
already
like
on the
this.
list.
The author's commentary is full of it, and he likes to play at
I'm
being
checking
some
bot
kind of
hell
impish
just to make
trickster,
sure I'm
a
not
neutral
missing
party
anybody
to this
who
story that seemed to come out of
needs
thin
to.
air. On the one hand, he mentions his perch of exoneration in jest, but on the other, he seems to actually believe this is where he belongs, and instead his characters, who we will remember he wrote, should instead catch the flack for it. Even with this acknowledgement that the slur isn't good, maybe there's still a case to be made. After all, like I said before, incendiary language is only bad as the intent. So what is the intent? Is Hussey making some commentary about the usage of the word back then? Is the word being used by some villain to exemplify how bad it is? Well, let's take the example he was responding to from Book 1. Quote, "Pff, monsters. Only babies who poop in their diapers believe in that stuff," end quote. What is Hussey saying by using this word in this context? Well, nothing. He's using it as an insult. The meaning of this particular passage wouldn't change if you substituted R for any other acceptable insult. For example, "Pff, monsters. Only brain-dead babies who poop in their diapers believe that stuff." Pff, monsters. Only stupid babies who poop in their diapers believe in that stuff. Or hell, if those are too risque for you, pff, monsters. Only silly babies who poop in their diapers believe in that stuff. The sentiment doesn't change. But sure, this is only one instance of R in the text. What about the other times Hussey used it? The 34 other times Hussey used it. Let's find out. Use of R in the text is pretty uniform. It's never used as a joke punchline. Each use, if you search the term on Homestuck's search feature, is used as synonymous with stupid. Occasionally, it is used closer to its more clinical definition. For instance, Vriska makes reference to handicapped people on page 2202 when using the slur. The last time the term was used was on page 5480 by Caliborn in 2012. This was a little past the halfway point in page count and about a third of the way in terms of the date. Mostly the term is used by John, but frequent offenders include Dave and Carcat, a handful of times by others like Vriska, aforementioned, or Pfeffery on page 2991 and Mina on page 4985. Another prominent incident is when Carcat calls Nepeta autistic on page 2161. Given this handful of uses, what is Hussey trying to say here? I certainly can't think of anything, but I'm certainly not the only person who's ever discussed this online.
Okay, so this list now includes every part of me that has been given a name. I should probably... There. Every part of me that has picked a name and a form for ourselves is now listed, and as many of them as want to come forward can. Out of the 100 of me, only... 43 of us have been named and taken a form. The rest are sort of a nebulous... But yeah, no, most of these people wanted it in the vote, and the vague, nebulous, oh, I don't know who this is, grouping that we can feel and are aware exist, you know, almost all of them voted for this shit. So yeah. Wait. Never mind, I just remembered someone who almost never runs the body, but is sort of acting as a liaison for the vague. What was your name? You gave yourself a name, what was it? That was your name, right? Okay. Yeah, no, the one Lutari in my brain. Okay. Wait. Shit, there's more? Fine, hold on. Okay, I've never met Jude. Thank you for letting me know. Is there anyone else? Anybody else? Anybody at all? Anybody whose breathing will do? Anyone else I haven't met who has picked a name and a form? I'm sorry. Managing this many souls is fucking brutal. Hold on. Liliana just ran to check. Ugh. I wish things were easier. I really do. Like, everyone on my plural kit and everyone on my, everyone on my plural kit and everyone on my, other app that I use to track stuff is already on here. So these names are coming to me secondhand. I do apologize for this. I genuinely thought I was done adding rows. I'll just press play.
Well,
Jesus
let's plumb
Christ,
the depths
Liliana.
of the internet to see what other people have to say about this. This argument comes ripe from everyone's favorite little internet cesspool, the Homestuck subreddit. There's a Google Doc that's been floating around since 2018, author unknown, that is essentially Homestuck's problematic laundry list. I don't know who decided to compile this, and I'm not going to defend its use, but its first section is titled Ableism and goes over most of the same issues I've already enumerated. The Reddit user OSM7 made a post responding to this on July 23rd, 2020. Now, I'm not going to cover everything here, just what pertains to the use of slurs, but if you want to follow the discussion online for some fucking reason, the links are in the description. Quote, the R slur being used is true. However, back when HS was being written, it was okay to say the word. No one considered it a slur yet. As for Karkat using autistic as an insult, did he really? Was it really an insult? Or is Nepeta actually autistic? You can't tell just from what Karkat said. Also, Hussey's author commentary says that it is probable for her to be autistic. End quote. The first part of this counter-argument can be discarded. When HS was being written, R was certainly not an acceptable term. Sure, it might have been okay to say, but that just means that there was no pushback against it yet, not that this was not used in a harmful manner. There's a big difference. The second part regarding Nepeta's autism, really? Seriously, really? Do people buy this? If Hussey intentionally wanted to write her as autistic, couldn't there be at least more explicit coding or something more direct? Karkat was speaking about her disparagingly, so even if she was autistic, he's not using it as a descriptive term. He's using it as a pejorative. GA8D guy in the comments responds thusly, quote, Homestuck is a product of its time, and even if it wasn't, the characters presented are all socially inept children, so of course some weird stuff's gonna come out of their mouth, end quote. This is what's called a Thermian argument or a diegetic argument. What is happening here is interesting, and I've seen a lot of arguments for it in the past, not just about Homestuck. Basically what they're saying is, John, Dave, and Karkat are all just dumb 13-year-olds. Surely you wouldn't begrudge the uncritical speech of a 13-year-old, that would be ridiculous. And that's sort of true. We've all said stupid things at 13 we regret and are smart enough to understand later in life. But John isn't a 13-year-old. John isn't anything. John isn't real. John is a character created by an adult man named Andrew Hussey, puppeteered to say those words. The criticism doesn't fall to John, it falls to the person who wrote John. A response by AXC of God. That'd apply if the author was using it in dialogue for a particular reason, to say something specific about the characters and not just because it was in the author's own regular vocabulary. This is that second one, though. Hussey didn't make John and Karkat at all drop the R word to say anything about them. That's just a word he himself used to use, so his characters did too. End quote. The other misconception, I think, is at the heart of all this is one that's more subtle. It's present in Awesome 70's original post, and it's present in the comments too, even though it's never explicitly stated. And it's one that I tried to get at during the beginning of this essay. The issue is embodied by a simple question. What do you think critique is for? Epimetheus Emrys writes, can I just say how loathsome the entire archetypical post of popular thing is actually terrible and here's why? Like, it's okay to bring attention to an issue, but don't tell me how to feel. I'll get upset of my own accord. I can come to my own conclusions. Don't try to make me part of some angry mob. That's no way to handle an issue like this. End quote. But where in the original Google document is the writer trying to form an angry mob? Where in the Google document is the writer trying to tell Emrys how to feel? The purpose of the original Google document in question, and moreover, critique in general, is not to try to take down a particular piece of work. It's not to try to make you feel ashamed for enjoying it. There's this strange defensiveness that can be felt in many of the comments, as though it's not Homestuck that the author of this post is criticizing.
Okay.
It's almost like it's being levied at them for enjoying something.
I'll just go ahead and add blank prose in case anything changes.
If you didn't see the issue, then frankly, all power to you. I'm glad. But when someone comes forth and says, something made me uncomfortable, they're not trying to take anyone down. They're not trying to shame anyone for enjoying Homestuck. They're just saying they felt a certain way. They're saying that they felt alienated by...
The only people who are on the list at this moment go down to Kato. And there are a couple random people who signed up in the middle of... Okay. Okay, we can go all the way down to AG. What time is it? Yeah, we have time. I guess Liliana, Jude, and Illusin can as well. Oh, really? Wilhelm wants to move up the list. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can do that. Thank you for the follow or comment. Hold on. And are you sure none of the other ones that you found in the back are willing to... Okay. So Jude and Illison also want to... Okay, fine. We'll go all the way down to Wilhelm. If any of the rest of them decide to... If any of the rest of them decide at any point they want to jump in, we'll move them up the list. Oh. But yes. There are exactly 100 of us. It's just, hold on, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 of us haven't picked names and forms, apparently. I just haven't interacted with a solid... Hold on. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Solid 30 of them directly at any point. I can feel them. I can't even see what they look like. I can't even picture them. Shit. Oh, people ask me how I manage so many people. Very, very fucking carefully. Natsumi, are you gonna want control of the mouth, or are you gonna let me keep control of the mouth while you do the quiz? Look, I know you don't like talking. I mean, you do talk, but... You and Mamiya are both going to stay silent. Okay. Jonathan, do you want to... Okay, Jonathan will actually talk. Haruki has already said he's going to talk. Ian and Mickey are also going to talk. Moonpaw, definitely going to talk. Koldervoss and Hybrix don't say much, if anything, ever. Zagreus and Nimue definitely will want to talk. Antiku, yeah, it's a toss-up. Jang, Jinu, Kaito, and Ryo are all more the strong silent type. Jerison, also. Korin will probably have something vague to say. Wrath definitely will want to talk. Paul will definitely want to talk. Yamato will want to talk. Matt will want to talk. Okay, so like half of us are going to talk, and... When the ones who don't want to talk, is everyone okay with the ones who... Those of you who do not want to talk, are you okay with me gaining control of the mouth while you all do... Okay. Whew. Natsumi's next, followed up by Mamiya. Let me check to see... Oh, that note was Nintiro. How many of you are there? There are exactly 100 of me. It's just... There are a lot more of me that have names and forms than I initially thought. But yeah, there are exactly 100 of me. And I know because I can feel their presence. I just can't... Yeah, how we knew there was only 100 of us is when that 100th star fell, and the last book appeared in the library that had what resembled a name, even if it was censored. We felt complete. We felt whole. Our depersonalization got better instantly. Our derealization got better instantly. It's not cured by any means. We still get depersonalized and derealized whenever we dissociate. We felt all chances of a dissociative fugue completely vanish. So that's good. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything to help with the fucking amnesia. Like, I don't even remember half of those of us who've already finished. Like, I remember Dave and Carcat doing this because they told me. I remember doing this. I remember Kira doing this. I know Pascal took over, and then Pascal all the way down to Adrian is a blank. Like, I don't remember any of that. I only started paying attention again when Meryl specifically called me out by name and said she did some bullshit, which she did. We did get that resolved. It wasn't major bullshit. She just moved something that shouldn't have been moved. Namely, she took a book out of the fucking archive. It wasn't a book that had what looked like a censored name for a title, or a name that was even on this list. It was a book that had a specific memory that was specific to her, not related to her trauma, but a memory that only she has access to. She wanted to go relive that somewhere in private after we chased her down. So we did allow her to recall that memory, go into the book. She's still there. I still don't know what's in it, because it's one I've never read and nobody else can read. But, if she shares that memory with us at any point, we'll gain the ability to go into that book, but... And now my dog is going absolutely fucking nuts. I'm going to actually switch to the Be Right Back screen. And... when we come back, Natsumi is going to take over. I'm going to still be around to talk / chat off and on. And I'll stay fully conscious up here until somebody fully switches in and wants to, talk. But yeah, be right back, folks. I gotta figure out what my dog is howling at, well, barking at. Hold on. Well, so much for us not speaking. Yeah, I kind of figured this was gonna happen. Here, let's actually pick something a bit more suited to our voices here. I don't have a clean-cut, deep voice. 8-bit doesn't fit us either. Just pick something. Fine.
See what this sounds like. Hello. Yes. Okay, now. Okay. No. Somebody marketed freedom and voicemails. Jesus.
Is this better? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I'm adding this. The soundboard. Hello. I'm Natsumi, and I'm Mamiya. We usually come with a set kind of like the carrot when this do. We weren't planning on talking at all. We just got fucking triggered. Big time. Our personal trigger got hit right down the middle. Fucking cops, I swear. Hey, you're telling me police incompetence and police brutality are our mutual triggers. And good God, the state troopers around here are dumb. They don't even know when to check to see if someone is dead. Just because our dad was a paranoid idiot and his name was on a list or two does not mean you can harass the living relatives of someone who's deceased to try to speak with them. I'm sorry. I just gave them my dad's old Ouija board and told them best of luck. And at that point, they shut up and handed me the Ouija board back. But, good fucking God. Well, anyway, where were we? Right. It's the two of us, so yeah, let's go ahead and do it. We got quite a few of us who are willing to fill this out. Oh, hold on, wait, let me check. Nope. Okay, everyone all the way down to Wilhelm. Nice. Sure, and thrilled, because this is better than what they were originally thinking. I mean, not just the people they forgot, because, of course, but all the way down to Wilhelm. How? Okay, let's get started.
By a piece of art. A piece of art they probably like a lot, just like you, if they care enough to make a critique of it. So what Hussey is saying when he acknowledges these criticisms but fails to remove these words from his work is essentially, I don't care that I hurt your feelings. Does this mean Homestuck is bad? No. Does this mean that you should feel ashamed for not hating it or not noticing this? No. It doesn't even mean that the people who have been offended are entitled to have those words removed. Andrew Hussey, just like everyone else living in a country with freedom of speech, has the right to offend people. He has the right to ignore criticism, he has the right to leave in his words, and he has the right to be a jerk. And you'd better believe he's flexing those rights. In the same vein, then, the people criticizing him have a right to say that they're hurt, too. They have a right to say this sucks, and they have a right to spread that belief to others. No amount of rebuttal or complaining on Reddit can change the fact that someone felt shitty about a decision that Andrew Hussey made. Hi there. My name is Funk McLovin. You might remember me from such educational films as What's Dirk's Deal?, The Vriscumentary, and of course, Let's Jane Be Evil. A few months ago, I made a video series called the Troll Biology series, in which I underlined a few fan theories as well as the canonical information about everyone's favorite Homestuck species. For SockCon 2021, I've decided to spruce up the video a little bit, correct a few things, add a few things I might not have mentioned, and of course, deliver it to you in a feature-length format. I hope you enjoy, for SockCon 2021, the Troll Biology video. Troll Biology 101. SockCon. Suck on these nuts. I just winked, you can't tell. Homestuck is about 800,000 words, which is just shy of Harry Potter's 1 million. It's one of the most comprehensive tomes out there, but at the same time, there are some gaps in the lore. I'm here today to remedy one of those gaps. This topic was voted on by a Twitter poll, and apparently everyone who voted for this wants me to suffer. Researching this made me want to commit atrocities, and the script I wrote, while I envisioned a quick few pages, I now have 4 videos worth of material to cover. This is one of those videos. Trolls are one of, if not the most interesting concepts in Homestuck. So much so that there have been numerous games dedicated to expanding the lore and the world of Alternia. Homestuck has a way of shoving the lore.
Alright, I'm going to try to get the Tira back after Jonathan's died. Well, while Jonathan's doing his, but I'm done. I still gotta, I'll deal with it here in a bit. Let me, you're up next. Oh, right. Wait, so I am a license from my son. I dream endures. I am a seer, because, I mean, you've seen my title, obviously. But I'm also a knight, because my primary angry response is to fucking defend a bench. Alright. Mamiya, you're fine.
Or off to the side in some regard, and trolls seem to be the sole exception, the aspect that, arguably, the fan community has latched onto the most. Now, a quick aside. This video discusses biology, and as such, I'll be discussing Congress. You know, intercourse, copulation, bumpin' uglies, the two-backed beast, the four-legged tango. As such, I have no idea how much YouTube will like this video, so to play things safe, I'm going to be as clinical as possible and not include any graphics that would be construed as pornographic. Instead, I'm going to include very symbolic depictions, so please bear with me, and try to imagine troll particulars, and ignore the fact that we're all horrible perverts. Now, I've written about trolls before, most notably in the Vriscumentary, but I've also done some writing on AO3 on the topic. I've also had some other ideas since. This video series is going to be broken up into 3 parts, plus an extra 4th part that was released earlier. Canonicity, fanonicity, speculation, and a Twitter thread full of some fan theories. The final one is out on my YouTube right now, and the other two, if you're watching this in the future, are out as well. The first segment, which is the one you're watching right now, will be devoted to scouring Homestuck and its secondary works for every reference to troll, biology, and reproduction. So, let's fucking go.
Back here again, can't get enough. JoJo explains some interesting stuff.
Broadly speaking, each segment in this video series will be answering 3 questions with different information. The 3 questions are, firstly, what are trolls materially? The second is, how do trolls reproduce? And the third, perhaps technically more under the scope of xenoanthropology than xenobiology, but what are trolls like societally? On the surface, this may seem simple, but soon we'll find out it isn't. Firstly, let's catalog all the information canon can give us about the topic. I'm going to be treating the following works as canon: Homestuck, Homestuck 2, the epilogues, Pester Quest, the Friend Sim, and the Hive Swap series, as well as Paradox Space. Let's start with the first question. What are trolls materially? We can approach this by constructing a typical troll. First, let's take a look at Homestuck's art. Critically, since the characters in Homestuck are rendered symbolically, many elements are left out of many of their depictions, especially their sprites. What I mean is, sometimes Karkat doesn't look like he has arms, but he does. As such, I'm going to try to work with their least symbolic depictions. To start with, let's discuss what every healthy troll has in common. Gray skin, tricolored horns, bipedal, 2 arms with humanoid digits, teeth of varying sharpness, noses, presumably, eyes with yellow sclera, and humanoid ears. It appears that some of these parts have different names and function differently than humans, which I've discussed in the enumeration on screen. This makes sense, as they were responsible for creating humanity. In a meta sense, they are heavily anthropomorphized, much like most alien species in media, such as the Greys or Mass Effect, but in an in-universe sense, it's likely the other way around, as humans are troll-pomorphized because trolls created them first. Either way, in some, they're similar outwardly in these many ways. There are certain things we can extrapolate as well based on what we know about them, and the various terms that the trolls have been seen using. They have no navels. They have hearts or some analog. They have brains or some analog. They have shame globes. They have breasts or some analog. They have spines or some analog. They have esophaguses. They have seed flaps, spinal crevices, skeletal structure of some kind, chitinous skin, lungs, other internal organs, bulges of unknown use, acid tracts, hair, which is always black, occasionally with natural streaks, colored skin protrusions on the abdomen, nipples, possibly, and lips, which are sometimes cat-shaped.
Alright. I guess my sign is Liberist. I dream on Prospect. I am the Witch of Time. And my inverted class is Seer. They're happy. Yeah, Jonathan doesn't have a filter as of yet. Suits and all that.
That's one.
That's 1. That's 2. Whenever you're ready, John. Hello. Sorry about all that, and that's too hard now. They're going to try to get the Kira back as soon as they possibly can. And what they said. It's my turn. I am Elias' second in command. I keep track of the books most of the time. If Meryl doesn't sneak one out, one of the thieves. It's alright. Anyway,
I'm a little unprofessionally overworked. I do apologize. But I'm here. I'm ready. Let's do this.
It's unknown in canon what troll insides are made of, since we see very little of them in canon, but the function of many of these organs are safe to assume. They're also shown to have blood, which is a topic in and of itself that I'll get to in a moment. These 27 appendages all appear to be present on trolls of a respective gender.
You know,
and
I've never
while
really
not an
thought about what
exhaustive
sign
list,
I've
it does
associated
answer many
with.
questions about their physical
Give me a
traits.
moment.
Notably, trolls are also non-mammalian, as they lack breasts used for feeding, as Arqueus explicitly states that trolls cannot lactate, much to his dismay. Great. Using this list, the general troll forms. They're humanoid with many human analog internal organs, the main difference being the horns, teeth, eyes, and blood. There might be other differences internally, but in canon it's impossible to tell. They breathe oxygen, as they are able to cohabitate on the meteor and on Earth-C in the sequels. Also, all trolls are shown to have burned in the sun, but this is likely not due to some solar allergy, but instead due to the intense nature of Alternia and Bephoris' suns. Trolls are shown in the sunlight safely on Earth-C. It's unknown if trolls have some kind of night vision, but this is also unlikely since the MSPA reader can see normally on Alternia in the Friend Sim and PesterQuest. One place humans and trolls differ is diet. Once again, since they cohabitated on the meteor, it's safe to assume that their diet is similar, but notably trolls on several occasions are shown to eat insects and bugs, many characters mentioning such things as grub sauce, and Charon eating worms. It's unknown whether this is for taste or simply because the animals are more available on the trolls' planets. Now, the typical troll has three main exceptions that differ greatly from the gray humanoids we've discussed. The three main differences warrant discussion on their own. 1. Hemotype. 2. Amphibiousness. And 3. Rainbow drinkers. Hemotype is the first thing that not all typical trolls have in common. There are 12 groups of trolls, each one with slightly different traits. Broadly, the term hemospectrum is something of a misnomer. Spectrum implies that there is a spectrum of troll colors, but in reality there are only 12 discrete types that share features between them. In other words, you are either inside or outside a type, with no overlap or variance inside these types. All like-blooded trolls have congruent blood and associated abilities. The 12 troll types are ordered from most to least common: rust, bronze, gold, olive, jade, teal, blue, indigo, purple, violet, mutant red, fuchsia, and lime, extinct. The 13 types are organized into 4 loose categories in troll society. 1. Low bloods, rust, bronze, and gold. Mid bloods, olive, jade, lime, and teal. High bloods, blue, indigo, and purple. And royal bloods, violet and fuchsia. Mutant red bloods exist outside of the hemospectrum. There are also derogatory terms for certain blood types, such as shit blood and gutter blood, that certain higher blood characters use. There is a considerable social stigma on the lower bloods, since they are notably less powerful individually. Lifespan also correlates to blood type as well as population size. It's unknown how this occurs. For example, rust bloods have only, quote, a few dozen sweeps, blue bloods live many sweeps, and fuchsias are shown to live hundreds of thousands of years. We've already discussed the typical troll, so now let's discuss the typical troll of each one of these castes. 1. Rust. Rust bloods are the most common. Their blood is close in color to real-life humans. Vriska mentions that many rust bloods could have telekinesis. These abilities are different from troll to troll, with Aradia and her ancestor Damara able to move huge objects, whereas Zephyros can only move very small ones with difficulty. Whether this is due to training or inborn ability is unknown. Their lifespans, as mentioned before, are only a few dozen sweeps, or from 30 to 50 years. All rust bloods have blunt teeth, and their horns are larger than other castes. 2. Bronze. Bronze bloods are another low blood type. Vriska claims that many brown bloods can commune with animals. This is certainly true of Tavros, and his ancestor, the Summoner, is heavily implied to as well, though this is never shown in comic. Skilacoriga is shown to have an affinity for animals, but this is not psychic ability. Their lifespans are less than humans. Bronze bloods have sharp teeth, often protruding past their mouths, and their horns jut out more than other castes. 3. Gold. Gold Bloods are the highest of the low bloods and known for their more uniform psychic abilities. All Gold Bloods possess what is referred to as psionics, and many of them have a two-tone scheme. The psionics are sometimes referred to as vision twofold, but it's unknown how widely this term is used. It's possible that Solix's vision twofold is unique to mutant Gold Bloods according to Vriska, but all of them have some psychic power. Gold Bloods have an affinity for bees. Gold Bloods have a unique condition known as void rot that can afflict them, a deficit where the body cannot retain the power. Gold Bloods are used as batteries to power faster than light travel on Alternian starships. Gold Bloods live approximately as long as a human. Gold Bloods have sharp teeth, usually in rows, and their horns come in groups of 2. Low blood commonalities. All low bloods are comparatively common and short-lived compared to higher castes, and all of them have some variety of general.
Great. I am a true Capricorn. I dream on CrossFit. I am a seer of rage. And a witch of rage when I'm fucking pissed. Okay. RTV, what?
Sup? I'm Haruki. I'm not much of a talker, but like I do appreciate the fact we're doing this, because unfortunately this is the closest to what one of our therapists has. I don't remember whose therapist. One of our therapists wanted us to do. So, whoop-de-doo. But at the same time, it sucks that I have to do it. I really need to smoke. Anyway. I guess I gotta do it.
Psychic ability. Since they are so common, they constitute the proletariat or plebeians of troll society, being the most populous and least socially endowed, consuming media and low-class goods. 4. Olive. Olive Bloods, while not possessing any psychic abilities, are more physically endowed. Trolls like Polypa, Conil, and Nepeta all display great physical strength, and in particular agility. More mild-mannered olives like Charon and Boldir are still physically fit. They are the most similar in physiology to normal humans. Many Olive Bloods live in the wilderness away from society. Olive Bloods live about as long as humans. Olive Blood horns are widely varied with no commonalities. 5. Jade. Jade Bloods are one of 2 classes that has one specific job. They are all tasked with caring for the mother grub and are confined to the brood caverns. More on this later. While possessing no psychic or special traits, all Jade Bloods have one specific task. It's unknown whether this task is imposed socially or instinctive. In other words, it's unknown whether Jades do this job due to their inborn biology, or if they are raised to do so. Either way, during the Dolorosis time, Jades were forbidden from going to the surface, though this rule has obviously changed during the time of Homestuck and the Friendsim. Jade Bloods are also female only, with one known exception, Lank Bombix. It's unknown if this is socially or biologically. More on troll gender later. Suffice to say, they are unremarkable other than their task in the brood caverns. Jade's lifespans are unknown. All Jade Bloods have a hook shape on their horn, and many of them have sharp canine fangs, much like vampires. 6. Teal. Teal Bloods are another mid-blood caste with no inherent abilities. Like Jades, they have a certain role, but unlike Jades, the role is more varied. They are civil servants, more broadly, bureaucrats. Lawyers, shopkeepers, secretaries, etc. Much like Jades, it's unknown if this is social or biological. Teal Bloods have similar lifespans to humans. Teal horns are all symmetrical, jutting out from the temples. Mid-blood commonalities. Mid-bloods are the humanoid trolls, all of which have no remarkable powers. They're all defined by their jobs, with the exception of Olives, who are heavily implied to fill outdoorsy roles. They all have human-like lifespans, and in society they occupy white-collar jobs. They are the working class. 7. Blue or Cerulean. Cerulean is more an apt name, as blue blood is an umbrella term for teal, blue, and indigo bloods alike, but this is more true blue blood. Notably, blue bloods in real life means noble birth, and aptly, the bloods above blue are significantly more privileged. Ceruleans live in much larger hives than their low-blooded counterparts, living longer as well. They also have abilities related to the mind, though specifically these abilities manifest differently. For instance, the Circuit Line possesses mind
This is a very good question. I'm sorry, I'm just... Whoa. Okay. Sorry, I'm one of the more deep thinkers. Like, most of these people can do this on instinct, but fuck. Okay. I think I can turn the video back on, but... Oh.
control and mind reading, similar to Jedi mind tricks, whereas the troll Ardata Karmia is able to freeze subjects in place. On top of this, Vriska and her ancestor also have limited X-ray vision, but this is unknown as to whether it is caste-based. Many Ceruleans have odd-shaped pupils or eyes, some even having more than 2 actual eyeballs. 8. Indigo. Indigo bloods are strong. Even small members of the caste, like Amicia, possess great physical strength, and those who train, like Equius and Nikki, are powerful beyond belief. That's really all is to say on the matter. Indigo horns have jutting portions on the ends, like hooks or arrows, and all of them are symmetrical. 9. Purple. Like indigos, purples are strong. Instead of raw power, though, purples are more specifically physically imposing. This imposition increases with age, exemplified in Chahut and the Grand High Blood, with younger members like Kakaro and Gamzee being smaller. All of them have an affinity for clowns and showmanship of various types. Like Jades and Teals with their roles, it's unknown whether this is societal or biological. Either way, this feeds into their religious beliefs which parallel juggalos in real life. All of them wear face paint, and their caste is ostensibly the ruling class of the land dwellers, as they are the highest caste of them. Many purple bloods possess chuckle voodoos related to their religion, which little is known about, but it's a potent psychic ability. It appears that every purple blood can learn this, but not all of them choose to. Their horns are all wavy in shape, but otherwise diverse. They have particularly sharp teeth. High blood commonality. High bloods are all incredibly hardy. They live long lives, they're hard to kill, and they're all shown to be endowed with large mansions and palaces. While not on top, they are certainly privileged and able to uniformly live in luxury. They're rarer and concerned with administrative duties if they have jobs at all. 10. Violets. Violets are the bulk of what's referred to as the royals or sea trolls. The main difference between these trolls and land dwellers is that they are amphibious, able to live on land or under sea. They have fins on the sides of their heads and, presumably, gills. They do not have any psychic abilities, but they are more hardy even than purple bloods. Very few violets have been shown, so it's unknown what commonalities they have amongst one another. 11. Fuchsia. There are only ever 2 fuchsia bloods at any one moment, the mature Empress and the immature Heiress. They live for thousands of years on Beforius and Alternia alike. They are tasked with running the planet. They appear to have a biological urge to kill others of their caste to establish supremacy, as noted with Mina interacting with Pfeffery. On Alternia, both fuchsias share a bond with the eldritch god Glubgalib, both taking care of the being along with their normal Empress duties. Empresses and heiresses also have control over the drones, an army of biological automatons which facilitate both peacekeeping and reproduction. It's likely this control, as well as control over Glubgalib's powers, that allows their dominance. Royal commonalities. Royal bloods all have longevity and are easy to kill, and while they are reclusive, they run the show. The troll bourgeoisie. They also both comfortably dwell in land and underwater, and presumably have different lungs to account for this, but the details other than neck fins are unknown. 12. Mutant Reds. Some trolls possess candy red mutant blood. This blood caste seems to be most functionally similar to rust bloods without the psychic abilities. The only 3 known examples all do not possess specific powers and are somewhat physically weak compared to their peers. Their horns are all nubby, but it's unknown if this is a feature of their blood type or not. On Alternia, these mutants are culled. 13. Lime. Lime bloods on Alternia are uniformly extinct. They used to be between gold and olive on the hemo spectrum, but due to undisclosed powerful abilities that proved subversive to the Empress's reign, she had them eradicated. Oh, okay, that was a lot. We talked about blood castes and amphibious royals, leaving just one thing to discuss about blood. Rainbow drinkers. Rainbow drinkers are essentially troll vampires. They have some traits that no other troll type shares. Luckily, they are an outlier, so their inclusion only warrants a simple explanation. Only Jade Bloods are able to become rainbow drinkers, the only 2 we meet in canon being Porum and Kanaya. Interestingly, Kanaya's ancestor and Porum's counterpart, the Dolorosa, does not become a rainbow drinker. It appears that rainbow drinkers' natures remain dormant until they die, where they then awaken in their new state. Drinkers, once they awaken, are characterized by their glowing skin, which is an ability that with practice they can control. They retain any injuries that were responsible.
Alright. My sign is Tormine. I'm a Durstreamer. I'm an Heir of Doom. My inverted class is Bard. Because my own obsession with Doom destroys things. That's why I was classified as a persecutor in the first place. Apparently it's a healthy thing to occasionally dwell on Doom. That makes fucking sense. Alright, which one of you chuckle fucks wants to... Hello. I am Nimue. I am our system's primary protector. I am actually not going to use a filter because my voice is beautiful. That being said, I genuinely don't know which one of these I identify with. Let me
For killing
think
them,
on
but
it.
over time appear able to heal even huge wounds, like Kanaya's sucking stomach cavity. Drinkers drink blood, but it's unknown if they can survive without it. Either way, it is a great source of desire for them. The drinking doesn't appear to kill the drinkee, as Kanaya drank from Terezi at some point without the blood loss being fatal. They are also more powerful and strong than their Jade peers. Rose and Kanaya speculate as to why rainbow drinkers exist, but all of this is inconclusive. In some, they're bioluminescent, immortal, and they drink blood. They can also go out in the Alternian sun, unlike the rest of their friends. Alright, now we're done for real. We've done all this, but we've only answered one of the questions. We now know what trolls are materially, so the next question, of course, is... how do they reproduce?
Oh, yeah.
But seriously, let's start by discussing how canon describes the troll's life cycle. From Homestuck. Trolls have a complicated reproductive cycle. It's probably best not to examine it in much detail. The need to seek out concupiscent partners comes with more urgency than typical reproductive instincts. When the Imperial drone comes knocking, you'd better be able to supply genetic material to each of his filial pales. If you have nothing to offer, he will kill you without hesitation. The genetic material, without going into detail, is a combinative genetic mix from Matesprit and Kismesis pairs, respectively. The pales are all offered to the mother grub, who can only receive such precombined material. She then combines it all into one incestuous slurry and begins her brooding. This doesn't mean the initial combination was for naught, however. In the slurry, more dominant genes rise to the fore, while the more recessive ones find less representation in the brood. Especially a strong matesprit and Kismus' pairings yield more dominant genetic material. The more powerful the complement, or potent the rivalry, the more dominant the genes. Troll reproduction sure is weird. We all take a moment to lament how pedestrian the human reproductive system is, and further lament that the phrase incestuous slurry is not a feature of common parlance in human civilization. This, as far as things go, is pretty straightforward. Here's another passage. Your Lucis looked after you since you were very young, in lieu of any biological parents, whom you have never known. No young troll ever knows his or her blood parents, nor could such a lineage ever be accurately traced. Adult trolls supply their genetic material to the filial pails carried by Imperial drones and offered to the monstrous mother grub deep underground in the brooding caverns. She then combines all the genetic material into one diabolical incestuous slurry and lays hundreds of thousands of eggs at once. The eggs hatch into young larval trolls which wriggle out to locate cozy stalactites from which to spin their cocoons. After they pupate, the young troll with his newfound limbs undergoes a series of dangerous trials. If they survive, they are chosen by a member of the diverse and terrifying subterranean monster population native to Alternia. This creature becomes the troll's Lucis, and together they surface and choose a location to build a hive. The building process is facilitated by carpenter droids left on the planet to cater to the young, but only for building. They're on their own otherwise. The vast majority of adult trolls are off-planet, serving some role in the forces of an ongoing Imperial conquest, besieging other star systems in the name of Alternian glory. The culture and civilization on Homeworld is maintained almost entirely by the young. Trolls sure are weird. Okay, between these two passages we have a decent idea of reproduction. It's a bit more convoluted than human reproduction and includes at least 4 participants, 2 sexual partners, a drone, the mother grub. Beyond this, everything is speculation. I should mention, however, in a Paradox Space comic, troll reproduction is given in dubious detail, but this is later revealed to have been a mockingly described section by Dave and doesn't go in-depth into the process. That was a lot easier than the Bloodcast section. For now, let's move on. In my more speculative sections of these videos, I'll have more to say about troll reproduction, so don't you worry. Let's talk about the final question. What are trolls like societally? For much like us, trolls do live in a society. Much of troll society has actually been covered in the Hemocast section, i.e. lifespans and social roles, but there are some elements that went undiscussed, made more difficult by the fact that troll society is bifurcated between 2 instances of their planets. As such, I'll be discussing troll society in parts. 1. Wigglers. 2. Adolescents. 3. Adults. 4. Hierarchies. 5. Culling. 6. Romance. 7. Gender. And 8. Before us. 1 through 3 constitute the life cycle. 4 and 5 are the structure of Alternian society. 6 and 7 are the interpersonal issues. And 8 is the differences between Alternia and Before us. Wigglers. Wigglers are newly hatched trolls. They are small grubs that eventually pupate and metamorphosize into adolescent trolls inside of the brood caverns, emerging after the trials, where it is implied that many Wigglers perish. After their pupation, they are chosen by a Lucis who acts as their parent in a symbiotic social bond. Adolescents. Once they're chosen by a Lucis, the troll chooses a place to live. On Alternia, this process is streamlined by the carpenter droids and at a very young age create their homes, learning to live in them while taking care of their Lucis. Adolescent here is a misnomer. At this age, they are sexually mature, so biologically speaking, they are adults. However, they do continue to grow, just not through metamorphosis anymore. Adults. Adult trolls are uniformly much larger and imposing, evidenced primarily in the friend sim. Even though different castes have different lifespans, adult is defined by a similar age range, implying that all trolls mature at the same rate, they just exist for different amounts of time as an adult. I.e., 2 20-year-old trolls of rust and indigo blood would both be equally mature.
Alright. My sign is Phineas. I am a prospect dreamer. I am a knight of hope, and my inverted class is air because when I get pissed off, I become extremely hopeful to an irrational degree. I think that would definitely qualify as an invert for air. Yeah? Alright, who wants to go? Oh, hello, little one. Hello. Okay, you want to go next? Hold on. Hi, I'm Moonpaw. Yeah, let's see. Is there a voice mod that I like? No. Okay. Bakira woke me up from a nap in order to, because I put my name on the list a long time ago, but I was kind of tired today, you know? So I'm not a caretaker. I'm an emotional support alter. Like Pascal. I don't bark, unlike Lou and Pascal. I speak plain English. I do apologize. The barking I know is hilarious, but no. Yeah. Hi. Mentally I'm just as old as Pascal is, but my voice is a little higher because I hate it, but I'm cuter than both of them. I mean, Lug and Pascal, so. Yeah.
But the same Rustblood might not live as long as the adult. Adults are also shipped off-world on Alternia to serve the Empress. More on this later. Hierarchies. The main axis of power on Alternia is the hemo system. As I've said, it's unknown whether hemo castes are imposed biologically or socially, but either way, they play a major role in every troll's life. It's said early on that a troll's job is dictated by their caste. That said, the only two castes that seem to quote-unquote matter materially are purple and fuchsia. Other castes have minor differences in means, but purple and fuchsia bloods ostensibly are the two different ruling classes. There are shops in Troll Society, but it appears largely socialized, with many institutions, such as libraries, operating, all of which are manned by teenagers. Since we never see off-world adult trolls, we never get a chance to see what adult society is like. On planets, Alternian kids cooperate and perform the various jobs, with a large amount of jobs in the entertainment industry. Very few trolls are depicted doing production jobs, many of the low-bloods relegated to servant-like positions like janitorial work and manual labor, rather than things like food production. This could be because we only see a single troll suburb of Outglut and not a food-producing troll community in Friend Sim. Culling. Troll culture is significantly more ruthless than human culture, almost eugenic in nature. It's likely due to the different way that they're brought up, namely in escaping a cavern, but even adolescents are unceremoniously killed for small legal infractions, or just being deformed in some way. The severity of this seems to go up the lower on the spectrum you are. Still, trolls have a much less existential position about death. In a meta-sense, it's likely due to the whimsical nature of the works, but in-universe, it's likely due to the trolls' more collectivist leanings. A single death means less to their society than humans, so they likely evolved to be less worried about their own singular lives. Still, this is just speculation. Romance. Okay, you've all been waiting for this shit. It's the meme. Honestly, this ground is so well tread by now, I kind of dreaded explaining this can of worms. So I'm just going to read the Homestuck definition because it's pretty well described there. The problem is that when the subject of troll romance is broached, our sparing human intellects instantly assume the most ingratiating posture of surrender imaginable. But we do our best to understand regardless. Humans only have one form of romance, and though we consider it a complicated subject, spanning a wide range of emotions, social conventions, and implications for reproduction, It's ultimately a superficial slice of what trolls consider the full body of romantic experience. Our concept of romance, in spite of its capacity to fill our art and literature and to rule our individual destinies like little else, is still just that, a single, linear construct. A concept usually denoted by a single symbol, the heart. Troll romance is more complicated than that. Troll romance needs 4 symbols. Their understanding of romance is divided into halves and then halved again, producing 4 quadrants: the flushed, colliginous, pale, and ashen quadrants. Each quadrant is grouped by the half they share, whether horizontally or vertically, depending on the overlapping properties one examines. The sharpest dichotomy from an emotional perspective is drawn between red romance and black romance. Red romance, comprised of the flushed and pale quadrants, is a form of romance rooted in strongly positive emotions. Black romance, with its colliginous and ashen quadrants, is rooted in the strongly negative. On the other hand, the vertical bifurcation has to do with the purpose of the relationship, regardless of the emotions behind it. Those quadrants which are concupiscent, the flushed and colliginous, have to do with facilitating the elaborate reproductive cycle of trolls. Those of which are conciliatory, the pale and ashen, would be more closely likened to platonic relationships by human standards. There are many parallels between human relationships and the various facets of troll romance. Humans have words to describe relationships of a negative nature or of a platonic nature. The difference is, for humans, those relationships would never be conceptually grouped with romance. Establishing these sort of relationships for humans is not driven by the same primal forces that drive our tendency to couple romantically. But for trolls, those primal forces involve themselves in the full palette of these relationships, red or black, torrid or friendly. Trolls typically feel strongly compelled to find balance in each quadrant and seek gratifying relationship that each describes. The challenge is particularly tortuous for young trolls who must reconcile the wide range of contradictory emotions associated with this matrix while understanding the nature of their various romantic urges for the first time. Great! I want to hurt people now. Long story short, trolls conceptualize romance in 4 quadrants: love, soulmates, rivals, and the polycule. This is just an oversimplification, of course, but honestly, I don't have much to add until the speculation section, so let's just move on. Gender. Okay, now we're talking. I could talk about troll gender all fucking day long. Again, I have more to say about this in the speculative sections, but let's go over gender as it exists in comic. So long story short, trolls have 2 main genders, just like humans, male and female. Unlike humans, however, gender has 0 bearing over reproduction. Trolls are mostly bisexual, with some exceptions, but moreover, trolls can constructively breed with any combination of genders. This implies a lot, but again, I'm saving that for the speculation. The main thing, however, is that gender, instead of being linked to sex, is linked to appearance in troll culture. Cancri also implies that gender roles are pseudoscience. This appears to be primarily true, but there are trends that trolls identify with. Male trolls are more soft-spoken and more career-oriented, where female trolls are more hostile. This isn't a rule, more like a generalization, but trolls seem to relate to this. Karkat at one point warns Tavros against playing games for girls, implying that said games are often more vicious and dangerous. Still, these roles, unlike human society, seem not linked to reproduction, but instead on general appearance. Beforus. Beforus is a similar planet, but unlike Alternia, the meaning of cull is reversed. That's to say that instead of being killed, the collectivist nature of trolls is leaned into more heavily, and the culled troll is instead given to the care of someone higher on the hemo spectrum. This likely means that there are different social norms, and furthermore, adults are presumably still present on Beforus, but this isn't explored extensively. All in all, it seems to be a place of less strife and explicit murder, and more strife with subtle means of oppression. And that's it. That's all the groundwork for troll biology and anthropology and Homestuck proper.
All right. Pausing there. My sign is Pitarius? I think I'm saying that right. Oh, I accidentally added a U here because I was thinking of Taurus. There we are. I am a Durst dreamer. I am a sylph of void. And when I get angry, I steal a little bit of the inner void. Basically, I dissociate real fucking hard. Alright. Who's up next? Don't be shy. I don't like my actual voice, but this is the most musical thing I can think of. Yeah, there's no way for me to actually mirror my real voice in any of these voice mods, sadly. But I'm trying. Anyway, without any further interruptions, I'm Brunhilde, and I'm about to do my quiz.
If you're still raring to go, like I am, don't worry. This is just one part. Next, let's depart from the text and try to fill in some more gaps with Fanon. A few commenters on YouTube asked some things that didn't make it into the corrected cut of the previous segment, but warrant some explanation. Here they are. First, a question about the relationship between Lime Bloods and Candy Reds. Some people pointed out the relationship between Candy Red and Lime, likely due to the fact that Karkat, Cancri, and the Sufferer's symbol, True Cancer, is lumped in with the Lime Blood signs on the extended Zodiac page. Another detail connecting Limes to Candy Reds is the Cherubs, who share Lime and Candy Red blood respectively. The final detail, of course, is the fact that they're both blood types described as mutant. This does not mean that these blood types are connected somehow, however. The word mutant doesn't imply something biologically, it's more like a slur used by the Alternian ruling class to designate certain blood types as aberrant. In Candy Red's case, they are mutant because they're rare and considered a deformity, as seen in Karkat's routes in PesterQuest. Lime Bloods, on the other hand, are called mutants because they were the subject of a genocide. As for the other details, it's likely that Karkat and the Sufferer both chose True Cancer as a sign is because it had been out of use for sweeps. Lime Bloods are thought to have been genocided before the Sufferer's time because they were never shown with the Sufferer in any of the extended works. As for why Cancri uses this symbol, it's unknown, as the comic never speaks to what Lime Blood's status was on Beforus. It's possible that there is a link, of course, but not enough evidence to include it in a canonical information video. Footnote 2. Next, a few people pointed out that I implied the hemospectrum wasn't a spectrum in the traditional sense. There was some confusion about this because in a certain scene depicting the Grand High Blood, there are blood colors that fall outside of the hemospectrum that we see in the Beta Trolls and the Friend Sim Kids. While it's true that on the wall there are different blood colors if you look at the hex codes, this is the only instance of this happening. What's more likely is that the lighting gradient in this panel can explain the discrepancy, as the GHB is given some pretty intense mood lighting. On top of this, generally, the blood colors we see are still discrete in their coloration and are easily identifiable as their respective color, hex codes notwithstanding. With those out of the way, let's move on from the canonical info to some more interpretive theories, starting with furry trolls. See, the final part of this video series is going to be about bug trolls, how trolls and bugs from the real world can form some interesting extrapolations about their biology. But before that, there's something the fandom brought up that I never considered. Furry trolls. So before we get into the deep rabbit hole that is bug trolls, let's talk about furry trolls. My approach to this was basically to take things that the fandom came up with already and try to extrapolate by asking, what if the trolls were mammalian? First though, let's identify what they have that is mammalian in the first place. 1. Breasts. 2. Hair on their head. 3. A humanoid appearance. There are some things about them that are explicitly not mammalian, which we'll have to explain away somehow. 1. Reproduction with eggs. 2. No lactation. Great. So there's our baseline.
2 weeks ago, I made a video of the various headcanons that were submitted to me, many of which could prop up this furry troll model of ours, but I want to talk about just one. It was submitted basically as a joke, but I'm going to posit it in a serious manner right now. My friend Anna asked the very pertinent question, what if trolls can get pregante? Now, on first blush, you're probably thinking, well, that's not right. There are pages and pages in Homestuck about romance and biology, and that is not how it works. And you're partially correct. If this was a scientific matter, that would be the end of it. But it's not. So let's do a little bit of what I like to call extreme interpretation, where instead of deciding on an interpretation after weighing evidence, we decide on an interpretation, then cherry-pick the evidence. This is also called the PragerU maneuver. To start with, let's talk about the Condes, specifically the Condes' tyrannical rule over Earth in the Alpha Kids timelines. According to the history as Dirk describes, the Condes did a great deal of genetic engineering to humans to make them more troll-like. She tried to make their blood varied in color, she tried to introduce Luci. It's easy to assume that this was to make herself more comfortable on an alien world.
Alright, I am an Aquamini sign. I dream on Durst, and I'm a bard of doom. And when I get pissed, I manipulate doom itself in ways that can barely be explained. That's it. Who wants to take over? Why, hello, old man. I'm getting too old for this shit. Hello, I'm Montiku. I am one of the 2 necromancers. I guess you could call us a subsystem. We are a matched pair, after all. It is our responsibility to pull and place altars into dormancy as needed in order to protect basically the hosts. Like, the whole host subsystem relies on us to keep altars dormant. It's kind of my fault that the Cura didn't delve into that big nebulous void to see what altars took what forms. Yeah. Anyway, Jinnu's gonna be next. Give me a sec to get him moved up. He's not much of a talker. Neither am I. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start.
But what if that wasn't the whole story? How does the Condes know so much about genetic engineering anyway? What if this wasn't the first time she's done this? What if, on Alternia, the same genetic mutations had been tried for, but succeeded? What if the trolls we see aren't original trolls at all, but genetically altered subjects based on the whims of the Condes? We actually have more evidence for this idea. First of all, the vastly different appearances of the Beforus trolls as well as the adult Alternian trolls. First of all, ancestors on Alternia have very different builds. They're taller, first of all, which could be accounted for age, but they seem to be much, much bigger comparatively. Another factor is longer hair. Hair, of course, being a trait of mammals. The hair of the adults is uniformly longer than their descendants. It's possible that the Condes genetically modified trolls over time, and modern trolls are an expression of this, with ancestors being further back on the genetically modified timeline. So let's take a peek at the Dolorosa. She has 2 little nuggets of evidence towards this mammal troll stuff. Firstly, her role. If we agreed that the ancestors were less genetically modified versions of their descendants, then it's easy to understand the Dolorosa's behavior. She was supposed to live in a cave and tend to grubs, but she just decided not to. Later in Alternia's life, it's shown that staying in the caves is more of a life and death situation, but Jade Bloods still leave anyway. This could mean that instead of a biological imperative, the job was given to the Jade Bloods. The second piece of evidence the Dolorosa gives us is the hiss she makes at John when he zaps into her timeline. While not exclusive to mammals, a lot of mammals do hiss, most notably, of course, cats. Reptiles sometimes hiss as well, but specifically the Dolorosa's hiss is long and sustained, unlike a snake and more like a cat. Next, let's compare the Boforus trolls. Many of them too have longer hair. They also seem taller, which could again be due to age and not a species-wide difference, but it's there. We do know that there was one form of modification that canonically wasn't present on Boforus, Doc Scratch. We could extrapolate that Doc Scratch's changes to the troll race could have been included in genetic mutation, facilitated by the Condis. Other than this, Boforan trolls seem to have more prominent secondary sex characteristics as well. In the Alternian sprites, the genders are more uniform, spare for things like eyelashes or lipstick, but Boforans are more developed. This again could be due to age, but maybe not. Third of all, in my opinion, is the most glaring evidence: gender. On Alternia, the trolls reproduce using a mother grub who lays eggs. They also reproduce irrespective of gender, with male-male and female-female pairs both producing offspring successfully. This begs the question, why is gender necessary at all? It seems like a redundant quality, maybe something vestigial from something they needed before. Well, maybe it was. Once upon a time. Maybe, much like humans, trolls were once humanoid mammalians who were genetically modified to reproduce using a mediator like the mother grub. This would explain why they have genetic sex at all. Once upon a time, perhaps trolls sexually reproduced just like us, and can in fact get pregnant normally, or could. Maybe something about troll biology over eons of evolution changed this, making a mediator like the mother grub necessary. Maybe the Condis did so to more easily control her species. Maybe trolls are mammals. So, we've successfully justified trolls being mammals, but that leaves the question, what are they like? For this, let's look back at some headcanons from the thread 2 weeks ago. Trolls have little tails. Trolls have paws, or trolls purr. Pointy ears. I'm including these ones up front because I don't think they have any canonical backing, but I do think they're cute, and a lot of people included them, so it didn't feel right to just leave them out. Sea dwellers have blubber. This one fits, especially given that Pfefferi, who lives deep in the ocean, has more mass than the Condis, who lives above the ocean for some time, meaning that the Condis has less blubber because she hasn't lived in the ocean for a while. Blood color is expressed in the skin. This one fits because, like other humanoid mammals, their skin would be pigmented by their blood in some form. Trolls used to be able to breed without the mother grub, or trolls were bioengineered. This one fits the same theory from earlier. Trolls have a thin layer of fur. This would be pretty cute. It would explain why they appear gray instead of having a definite skin tone. Also, it would make some sense because many animals have fur that has a different composition to that of human hair. In other words, hair and fur are different, and trolls might have both. Troll horns are like...
Alright, I'm a Gemser. Frostbit's my home. I am a mage of blood. And when I'm pissed, I do my best to gather all the information available. So, Seer. Jinnu isn't... Okay, Jinnu doesn't want to speak, but I'll read his when he's done. Then whoever else is next.
Deer antlers. This one explains how trolls have mammalian horns, as well as can be corroborated with the fact that trolls' horns don't connect to the skull at all. Some people have said also that they have velvet like deer. Again, I think that's pretty cute. And that's basically it. Mainly, I just wanted to talk about this one in brief because so many people enjoy it so much. I loved seeing everyone talk about their headcanons in the thread before, and I think that the furry trolls, while not backed by canon, is a cool concept, and many fics and a lot of art have been made with that interpretation in mind. Make sure to check out any of the artists in the video. All of their links are in the description. What I find particularly interesting about this is, unlike normal anthropomorphization, people endow the trolls with animalistic traits instead of human-like ones. Also, you're all a bunch of fucking furries. Before the grand finale of the bug troll theory, let's take a break and look at some of the more interesting fan theories that I wasn't able to discuss in either one of the videos. To see the full fan theories, a link to the full thread is in the description. Alright, let's take the plunge. I'm gonna only include the ones that are good, obviously. Artificial Tinkerer says, I see troll horns kind of like nails. It can hurt when you suddenly break them, but they don't have any nerves or feelings, so they grow to a max length, but if they break off, they grow back to that length. I'd see trolls painting them, yes. Actually, that's canonical. Kakaro paints his horns, so. I also think that their skin is very, very light, tinted, translucent color of their blood, like how you'd see a red when holding a flashlight through your finger. Yeah, I think this is another one that is not just fanon, but also has a precedent in actual biology. Crustacean Alien says, trolls shed their skin, like snakes. I don't know about this one. It's funny, though. I don't think trolls have agriculture. They have livestock, and they may do minor or container gardening, but I don't think they do crop farming as we know it. Between the sun and wildlife, etc., it just doesn't make a lot of sense to farm. That's interesting. I feel like the fanon of trolls eating grubs lends weight to this. You don't feed your lower classes their own young if you have a lot of grain lying around. If they do farm anything on their homeworld, it's probably mushrooms or insects, protein. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna use this. Also, trolls eating grubs. The grubs are not their young. They do not eat wigglers. Grubs and wigglers are two different things. Benny Bunny says, I headcanon the trolls have little tails. I have no evidence. I just think it'd be nice. You know what, Benny Bunny? I wholeheartedly agree. Troll this one's from Yo It's Crow. It's really good. Troll bulges unfurl like party noisemaker. Anna, aka Articulately Composed, says, serious headcanons. All trolls have the same life expectancy. Low bloods just die sooner because of culling or poor living situations. Low bloods are more likely to have psionics since they develop them as an evolutionary response against the generations of abuse at the hand of the Empire. I really like that. I don't like the idea of trolls having different lifespans for the same reason I don't like elves having different lifespans in Lord of the Rings. I just think it's unfair, and it creates problems that are like... It's creating a fictional problem that is existentially horrible. And I think that, like, it would be incredibly sad if a cerulean fell in love with a rust blood, and then they died, like, you know, a quarter into their life or something. I think that's incredibly sad. And I think that it solves much of that problem if instead of biological, it's societal. Like, that just underlines how fucked up the society is. And then the silly headcanon is trolls can get pregnant. I like that. This image. That's all. Alright. Thanks. Pfeffer is blubbery and chubby buff when she's warm, but her skin goes soggy when she gets out of the cup. No. No. That's not how it is. My good friend Janaya says, 1. Grub scars. The scars all along the side where the grub legs used to be. It's not, like, canon that this is what they are, but it makes sense that that would be what they are. Because some trolls that we see shirtless in Friend Sim have these. They, horns are textured like antlers with a velvety covering. I like this one. I don't see why we can't have this one. We can just add this one for a little bit of flavor. This is the anti-headcanon, but I firmly believe that trolls are basically just gray humans. Yeah, I talked about this before, but, like, that's what they are in canon. You have to extrapolate a lot. Also, this is Huss Nasty Terezi, apparently. Smiling. Nice. Twitter user Penis Fart Balls says, none of the trolls are cis. I mean, that's canon. Sea dwellers, ears, fins look like this. Little things right there. Oh, wow, with the...
Alright. Jinu is a Squirmini. He's a Durstreamer. He is a Mage of Doom. And when he gets angry, Doom gets weaponized. That tracks. Alright, who wants to go next? I'll go. So, in Wrath, I am one of the two gatekeepers. Elias as the head of the archive subsystem, as well as one of the hosts, is the other. I'm a bit more powerful than Elias is, so I do most of my work behind the scenes in order to not step on his toes, because he is one of the hosts, so. That being said, fuck. Alright. Let's get it done.
Whoa, okay, okay. I like this. This is interesting anatomy. Thank you, Theo. Lesbian Vriska for the win. Trolls have snakes and shed their skin. It's the second fucking time I've seen shedding skin. I might have to include that just because two people said it. Mac says, trolls are big. They're tall and muscular, and some of them are chubby. The higher you go up on the hemo spectrum, the bigger you are. No one has said this so far, but this is like one of the more probable ones to me. Like, the higher you go on the spectrum, especially past high bloods. Mr. Shift added, but not always. They can be bigger and smaller too. It's just general expectancy. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's huge swaths of difference. Like Nepeta and Conil are very different, but I think that you could make an argument that, like, on average, trolls are bigger the higher up they go. I really like the idea of sea dwellers having gills as well as their fin ear things. I've also seen a lot of people draw sea dweller grubs with tail fins, which is cute. The idea of them keeping them into adulthood is also cute. Yeah, I think everything but the tail fins in adulthood is probably accurate. I mean, they're going to have some kind of gills with their fin ear things, right? Like, they got to have some kind of gills. Since Caliborn manipulated troll history, he's the one responsible for trolls having funny names for things like Thinkpan and Loadgaper. He made their culture silly on purpose, so Calliope would look dumb for them. He's playing the long game. I don't think Caliborn is smart enough to do this, but that's really funny. Rustblood telekinesis works on a basic of necropathy, controlling the ectoplasm left behind by dead trolls. I don't think that's true, because Aradia moves the meteor. There's no dead trolls on the meteor. All trolls, no matter the caste, are roughly similar. All the Empire did was spent millennia exaggerating small differences and predispositions. Any troll could be psionic. Oh, this is another one where it's like the Empire did a eugenics. Trolls breathe through their skin. The air goes in through their pores. Koopacoons act like the ultimate skincare product and clean out the pores as they rest. A troll can survive without this, but it makes breathing and living a lot easier. Trolls can also breathe through their mouths like humans. Sea dwellers, of course, have their gills. Breathing through the skin generally feels more natural. This headcanon works with the headcanon that trolls don't have noses. Okay, so you took the funny haha thing of trolls don't have noses and then made it like actual lore, and for this I respect you. However, I don't think it's well, I might come back to this. Trolls breathe through their skin, so we'll come back to this. Lime blood is used as soaper slime. As you can see, I said that this one made sense. I like this one. You rang, says Madame Matryoshka. Ears are long and pointed and have saddle joints to make them move forward and backward for an extra range of hearing. No noses. Everyone's fucking... I'm so fucking astounded that the no noses thing has picked up so much traction, apparently. Sight's not very good since they live in the dark. Pigment in the Scholera is to protect them in brighter lights. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think this one's true because they live comfortably on Earth C, which is a sunny planet. Skin is thick and textured, but scars easily. Okay, we'll get back to the thick skin one. Their digestion is very good, and they can eat a lot more than humans can without getting sick. This one makes sense because they eat fucking bugs. So yeah. Grub legs are made of bone and harden during pupation to become their first set of ribs. Grub scars are the entry point where they break the skin. Okay, this is taking grub scars, which is basically canon at this point, and making it, like, actually make biological sense. So we're going to come back to this later. Grub eyes are coated in a thin layer of hardened blood. Yeah, it's gross, sorry. Listen, we're all fucking gross monster fuckers here. It's fine. It's absorbed in the blood by pupation. When this coating is not absorbed properly, it causes changes in how the body handles the electric currents, i.e. psionics. Trolls require less water in their body than humans because their saliva and tears and other unnamed fluids are made up of blood, which which is easy for them to reproduce. I do like this. I've never seen this before, but it's like making something.
All right. So my sign is Canis. I'm a Prospect Dreamer. I'm a rogue of breath. And when I get relatively angry, I immediately start collecting information as quickly as I can. So that's, yeah, it's a seer, definitely. All right. Who's next? Okay, now that I've got everything situated, hello. I am Yamato. Friends call me Matt. There's another Matt, not to be confused with me. I used to be Meryl's mental other half in pairing. We shared the same trauma. However, turns out the other Matt and I are basically in the same boat as the Kira twins. We initially emerged at the same time, with him being formless and me being formful, and then one slight disagreement and bada bing, bada boom, there he is. So, he's gonna be next. I should probably move him up. There. It's gonna take me a minute. I did at one point have my main sign figured out, but it's been years, and unfortunately, sometimes memories fade, and amnesia is a damn thing. So, give me a bit, and I will get started.
Click in my brain because it makes total fucking sense how they basically their saliva is pigmented and their tears are. So if it's colored, then it would make sense that there's some blood in there, and maybe their blood is of a different composition to humans. I don't really know what would color it or cause the coloration, and I'll get back to that later. But the last one is horns are connected to the scalp, not the skull, and are made of hard cartilage that yellows when exposed to oxygen. This material doesn't really exist, but it's the best explanation I got, and were used as early weapons or tools for hunting and gathering. Troll bioluminescence. This is the most popular one, I think. That or the no noses. Sea dwellers can have multiple blood colors. Alright. Forest trolls don't usually have sharp teeth due to their utopian society. I think some of them do. So this might be wrong. Well, not wrong, just non-canon. Some lime bloods are still out there somewhere. Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, it was framed as a genocide, so it would make sense that some might have survived somewhere. Their education system is better than ours. I don't know how that would be, but it makes sense, because they're like as smart as humans. Vriska never has to go to school, so she would be done by the time she's the equivalent of 16. So like, yeah, I don't see why not. With that, I've kept you waiting long enough. The final theory of the night: bug trolls. As we saw in the last 3 videos in this series, there are 3 predominant theories that emerge about trolls biology: human trolls, furry trolls, and bug trolls. Now, if you're an adherent of human trolls, then all you need to know about trolls is contained in the canon information video. If you're a furry troll advocate, then enjoy the last video. Furry trolls are adorable and would make excellent fodder for a fanfic or AU, but what I want to talk about today is something that has significantly more precedent, something far more plausible. I want to discuss insectoid trolls. The main leaping off point for insect theory is, of course, reproduction. I won't put too fine a point on it yet, but basically, trolls are at least bugs during some of their stages of life. They're born as insectoid wigglers, they pupate, and they all hatch from eggs from a mother grub. It's also canon that they don't have nipples, And while they do have body hair, some bugs also have hairs, which means they are not necessarily mammals. It's clear that trolls then share most of their anatomy and life cycle with bugs, specifically insects. Fine, so they're bugs. But what kind of bug are they? There are many real-world analogs that we can draw from and sort of layer on top of trolls as convenient, which I'll be doing presently. Also, for the sake of viewers who dislike bugs, please feel free to check out now. There are going to be bugs in this video. There are going to be a lot of bugs in this video, so only proceed if you're okay with that. I understand. In nature, there's a term for organisms that have queens and a stratified caste of young, eusociality. Primarily, 4 types of insects display this and have queens, or for troll purposes, brood mothers: ants, wasps, bees, and termites. Now, some species of these insects, namely wasps, can reproduce parasitically, i.e. they lay eggs in a host. This is obviously not related to trolls, so let's dispose of this. What we're interested in are typical examples of eusocial species. So what insect is most similar to the troll? Well, bees and wasps can be discounted quickly. Both of these create intricate nests which aren't seen in Homestuck or its related materials. Once hatched, the adolescents pupate entirely inside of a comb, emerging as adults, unlike trolls. Ants are a little more similar. They lay eggs from which larvae emerge, which then pupate into mature adults. This also goes for termites. Critically, however, termites do not pupate, instead having a nymph stage. Trolls, then, are a mix between ants and termites. Essentially, they look like termites with a gravid queen and a grub-like appearance, but they mature like ants with a quick larval and pupa stage. This also tracks with how the larvae of both species act, i.e. searching for nutrients close by, like trolls searching for nutrient-rich stalactites. The resemblance...
Alright, my sign is Gemrius. I dream on Durst. I am an heir of hope. And when I get angry, I steal hope from the rest of me in order to try to cope. Until I run out of hope, and then my more problematic aspects show up. At which point, Matt over here takes over and tries to keep us from doing something stupid. Speaking of, you're up. Hey. What's up? Hello. I'm also a Gemini, so this might actually be a little bit easier than I was giving it credit for. Let's roll the dice.
Resemblance doesn't stop here, however. Ants and termites both have a different gender system to that of humans. Instead of 2 singular genders, there are distinct castes, each with different features. Here's where things get interesting. For those unfamiliar with the ant life cycle, broadly, ants reproduce using 3 components: queens, workers, and soldiers. The work starts with the queens and males. Males will deposit sperm into the queen, who stores it inside her body to be released selectively. A queen can either choose to fertilize or not fertilize her eggs. Unlike in mammals, unfertilized eggs will still produce young, though in this case they all become male. The female worker ants are larger and more robust, however they are incapable of mating, sometimes able to have singularly male offspring. The queen can also choose to lay virgin queens to then inhabit new colonies with new males. So basically there are 3 types: queens, males, and females. Females do work, males help reproduce, and queens have all of the eggs. Sometimes virgins will leave the colony to make new colonies with males, these winged males referred to as king ants. Now, looping back to trolls. Here's where the fun begins. First, let's get the obvious parallel out of the way. The queen of troll society is the mother grub. She has the eggs and is responsible for reproduction. That was easy. The next part, however, I absolutely adore. So much like the queen ant can have different gendered offspring, the mother grub can also select which gender their offspring will be. So, does this mean that male trolls are unfertilized and females are? Well, no. Female gendered trolls are involved in the troll mating process. Ergo, all trolls, as we know them, are sexually male. In other words, since all trolls we see in Homestuck are capable of reproducing and producing, quote, genetic material, they are male worker individuals. But that begs the question then, who are the female soldiers? Easy. Drones. Think about it. Drones are larger than trolls. They're not involved in mating except in a facilitative capacity, and they have to perform defensive work for the colony. Not only this, but we have evidence of king individuals as well. King ants are particularly robust males who are tasked with fertilizing virgin queens going into new colonies. Who in Homestuck is a particularly robust individual tasked with taking care of a virgin queen and her egg to establish a new colony? Kanaya. In fact, the whole rainbow drinker phenomenon could be for this very purpose. A particularly physically excellent sexual male tasked with the perpetuation of a new colony. Critically then, it's important to establish the difference between sex and gender in troll society. It would be better to refer to genetic sex in a way other than male, since so-called sexual males identify as female gendered in troll society. In other words, trolls don't have sex as we know it. Their genders, male and female, are unrelated to their reproductive status or caste, unlike many humans. Now, before we marinate in the fact that I've just blown the whole thing wide open, let's talk about the implications at play here.
Right. I'm a gemser. Prospect seems to be a nice place to dream. I am a thief of blood. And when I get angry, I weaponize my position and authority in order to break things. Yeah, that tracks. Alright, who's up next? Wasn't expecting it to be you, but... Hello? I am what could be considered a first host. I have the earliest hosting memories. I'm not actually the first host. I think the first host was Pascal, actually, one of the Barkers. But yeah, I'm also a Gemini, and I don't know where I'm gonna fall on the rest of these. I'm kind of like the Cura in that I didn't want to do this, but I got outvoted, so here we go. Oh, right, video.
First of all, the elephant in the room. I just claimed that all trolls we see are male. This, of course, is just in a sexual capacity and not a social one. Vriska is still a girl despite her sex. As always, gender is a societal construct. Next, let's talk about some things that ant-troll theory doesn't address, namely blood caste. There's no analog to this in any creature that I know of. Any creatures with non-red blood have no interspecies blood color variance. Really, there's no existing science on anything like this. Some spiders have blue blood, but again, all spiders have blue blood interspecially. In other words, the explanation for this will have to be similarly extravagant and not tied to real-world stuff. This also doesn't account for the actual mechanics of mating, which is what we'll get into next. Finally, none of these reproductive facts account for trolls' physical appearance. In other words, they all address how do they reproduce, but not what are they materially. Let's bridge the gap and talk about some holes in troll anatomy. Literally. Okay, before I continue, I'm going to talk about things in a euphemistic way. YouTube doesn't want me talking to you about Whoopi. even if this is ostensibly a biology class about a species that doesn't even fucking exist. But I'm not going to use any dirty, gross words or even pictures. I'm going to go halfway and trust that you guys, the viewers, can go the last half yourselves. So, how do trolls fuck? Well, in bees, the males deposit the genetic material manually into the queen herself. Genetic diversity is achieved by males mating between colonies. This obviously is not possible for trolls. For starters, it's clear that two partners are necessary to produce genetic material, which is then collected in buckets by drones, then delivered to the queen. The drones then likely make a deposit into the queen somewhere. She might have an opening, or it might be injected. Also, as far as we know, there is only a single fertile mother grub on the entire planet of Alternia, as well as the virgin, who cannot reproduce as she has not been fertilized. This means that one mother is responsible for all offspring on Alternia, which means she likely lays hundreds of thousands of eggs at a time. Genetic diversity then is achieved by mingling fluids, both with mate pairs and inside the mother grub herself. The mixture referred to in comic as a slurry, implying that it is all free-flowing within the mother grub. Unfortunately, Andrew Hussey also refers to this as incestuous, implying all trolls come from the single mother grub and are therefore technically all related to her singularly. It's also likely that the mother grub can stockpile slurry inside of her body, as occasionally trolls will have genetically identical ancestors, meaning that occasionally a pure genetic sample will fertilize an egg, essentially organically cloning the original troll. It's unknown if this is a feature of normal trolls, as the Homestuck trolls do not reproduce via the mother grub, but it's likely, since on Earth-C there is a clone of Riscus Circuit born of the Earth-C mother grub. The mechanics are easy to deduce from how trolls discuss things. The term bulge has been used several times, and it's easy to infer that trolls use this bulge in intercourse. After mutual stimulation, genetic...
Okay. I'm a true Gemini. Fucking duh. I'm a Durst dreamer, which I wasn't expecting, but then again, my outlook on life is a lot more dire than most people. Which ties into the fact I'm a Prince of Doom. And my fear gets weaponized a lot by me to manipulate the rest of me. Yeah. When I get angry, usually because I'm afraid, I will also act upon knowledge that only I have, which makes sense out of Mage for my inverse class. This was informative. Alright, which one of you assholes wants to take the body next? I had a feeling it would be you. Hello. Well, let's not beat around the bush.
Material can be collected, usually in buckets, as evidenced by their bucket-related taboo. It's likely that every troll possesses the same bulge, though it is impossible to say. Some have posited that there could be also a nook, since this term is also used, though this could be in reference to the excretory system or some kind of cloaca. The bulge could be retractable. This seems very likely, since trolls have no outward trace of it on their clothing. Again, two partners need to be present for mating, meaning that it's likely that trolls are unable to produce genetic material without a pair. Again, this is likely for genetic diversity purposes. Due to the fact that genetic material is collected in buckets, it's likely that it is excreted in copious amounts. So to recap, again in a way that is YouTube-friendly, two trolls mate using their unspecified reproductive organ. Material is excreted and brought to the brood mother, where it is stored and used to fertilize eggs, which hatch into young trolls and drones, and when she is ready, virgin mother grubs. Oh, I think that's as good as it's going to get. Honestly, presented in hyper YouTubified format, it sounds a lot more disgusting in my opinion. But there you have it. That's the moment you've all been waiting for, the sex ed part of the troll video. Oh, but we're not done yet. We're out of the woods vis-a-vis slurries and organs, but we're not done. Oh no, I didn't go through that whole Twitter thread for funny troll sex ed. We're going to incorporate other theories into this. I want to cover a few things, some brief, some not. They are as follows. 1. Other mother grubs. It appears that Alternia has one singular mother grub. The main evidence for this is that we never see another mother grub, but it's possible that it's not necessarily the case. There could be a few arrangements. Firstly, there could be one mother grub that furnishes the entire troll race with wigglers. This seems the most likely on a meta level, but least likely on a logical level. In other words, in comic, another mother grub is never mentioned, but it would mean that trolls could go extinct just from killing one mother grub. Another possibility that's similarly likely, but less tenuous in a biological sense, is if each extant troll colony had its own mother grub. For instance, Alternia has one, then each colony that the Condes conquers contains one as well. This could be similar to how bees and ants reproduce. Queens lay virgin queens who then establish extant colonies elsewhere. A third option is there to be actually many mother grubs on Alternia. This would be the most logical, since not only would this prevent extinction risk, it would promote biodiversity. Something I've seen posited that long ago there were many mother grubs, each one with an associated fuchsia blood ruler, and at some point, the Condes conquered every other colony on Alternia and established herself as the planetary ruler. We'll call this event unification for the purposes of the rest of the video. Since this is very unexplored, it's impossible to know, but this seems likely as a single mother grub doesn't seem particularly evolutionarily viable. 2. Grub scars. A lot of people know about this one. I'll keep it simple. In Friend Sim, we see Malik shirtless, which gives us a few critical clues about their species.
Alright. I am a leghorn. Prospect, because the bright side of the moon is the best to hunt by. I do not need to explain my Classpect to you at all. If anyone knows who I'm based off of, this makes perfect fucking sense. Now to get the fuck out of here before... Oh. Thankfully he isn't in earshot, but I can feel him. I'm gonna get out of here. Hi, I'm Jerison. Sorta one of the 2 forest keepers. Corin already do this, or... No, he's further down the list. Yeah, between him and me, we keep the forest in our mind relatively healthy. Oh, we don't view the trees as altars, and the trees don't view us as altars. It's a mutually assured destruction on that one. Kind of like the archive, each tree represents one of us. And there are some duplicates, some trees that lead to memories. Sort of like a secondary archive, if you will. But anyway. I'm a Sagittarius. I'm sorry. It's just who I am. Moving on.
They have no nipples or belly buttons, of course, since they're not mammals, but they also have strange protrusions from the ribs that match their blood color. It's likely that this is what have been referred to as grub scars, the remains of the troll's vestigial legs as it exits pupation. This would make sense, as even undergoing a metamorphosis, the biomass would have to go somewhere. 3. Horns. Horns, by and large, for trolls seem vestigial. They're never shown to have a purpose, either social or biological. Karkat's horns are sometimes referred to as nubby, which is basically the only time any troll acknowledges their own horns. Even this is hard to understand, since sometimes nubby horns seem to be a status symbol, and sometimes people seem to be making fun of him for it. Speculating about their purpose, then, is hard. Since there's never any moment where trolls use their horns for defense or attacking, we look to some social function, but horn features are never prized. This is something of a wasted potential, and furthers the theory that trolls are just gray Humalians. The speculation, then, can only be that they are indeed some vestigial organ which serve no purpose at all, much like the human earlobe. In a perfect world, they would be used for some purpose, maybe as a weapon, maybe for defense, or maybe as a perceived mark of masculinity or status in troll culture, but sadly, no subtext exists. They're just kinda there. 4. Chitinous skin and skin thickness. The biggest difference between bugs and trolls is their size. This means that while they are similar, there have to be some critical scale-based differences. For starters, bugs are covered in a chitinous exoskeleton, which would not seem particularly functional on a large-scale organism like a troll. Firstly, the chitin would be far too brittle, causing frequent cracking and damage. Secondly, it would impede mobility, and trolls are shown to be very mobile indeed. Lastly, it would be too heavy to carry around. There are a couple of other miscellaneous problems with chitin, and it's likely that trolls grow, they'd have to shed their skin somehow, which we never see. Given all this, there are a few conclusions we can draw, from least to most likely. Least likely, but very cool, is that trolls do indeed have exoskeletons. Their exoskeletons might be plated like lobsters, with protruding flesh underneath the joints. This has basically no canonical backing, it's just badass. Second most likely is that they have normal flesh. This follows the aforementioned gray Humalian idea, and makes sense because trolls are never shown in comic as having any kind of stiff skin. Most likely, however, is that trolls have some kind of chitin that is less like lobsters and bugs and more like a rhino or elephant skin. This is a bit of a stretch since trolls aren't mammals, but their skin thickness could be due to evolution as large bugs. Rhinos and elephants both have skin that is very thick and coarse. Notably, rhinos also have protruding horns. This thick skin allows for total coverage instead of plating and has some interesting properties. For one, rhinos are prone to sunburn. Remind you of anyone? Rhinos also need to roll in the mud to achieve moisturization and protection against insects and UV light. Trolls are also shown rolling in around in a mud-like substance, albeit a neon green one. Soper slime could be analogous to this mud-rolling behavior. It's not one-to-one, and it's not a bug thing, but it's very likely that trolls have some very thick skin. They're very hardy compared to humans in comic, and flesh wounds seem to be less debilitating to them. 5. Blood. I'm gonna be honest, if you're wondering why troll blood is multicolored, I genuinely don't have an answer for you. There's no reason for in nature.
Alright, I'm a satirist. I like the clouds on Prospect. You know? The trees are lacking, though. I'm a sylph of time, and when I get angry, I steal time from the rest of me. That's it. I'm partially responsible for generalized forgetfulness with mild dissociation. Not like anything genuinely traumatic, but like if we're dissociating due to like a microaggression, I do take it. So, yeah. I mean, that fits. Oh. And there's Corin. Alright, I'm gonna hand it off to him. Hello. I don't know. Oh, right, Classpecting. Right. What was my sign? I'm a Virgo.
for interspecies hemocolor, and it doesn't seem to function differently from troll to troll. Therefore, instead of a biological speculation, we're going to engage with magical speculation. The mother grub probably pigments trolls' blood in certain ways using various magical chemicals. It's likely she has an innate sense of how much this chemical to dole out, and each chemical both colors the blood and gives certain castes their abilities. That's it. Honestly, the troll blood color thing is one of the things that's so unique on its own, I don't feel the need to speculate much about it. That said, let's get back into the biological speculation. Let's talk about open versus closed circulatory systems. Human beings, like you, former President Jerry Ford, and Andrew Hussey, have closed circulatory systems. In other words, your blood is contained in veins and pumped through your bodies via a heart. On the other hand, open circulatory systems are different in that the blood is free-flowing throughout the body. This feature is commonly found in insects, spiders, prawns, and mollusks, and trolls. A feature of the open circulatory system, first of all, is non-red blood. That's important, because trolls have non-red blood, usually. Another feature is the way open circulatory animals bleed and heal. When a human sustains an injury, blood emerges by leaking, and slowly blood begins the healing process. On the other hand, when a closed circulatory animal sustains injury, since the blood inside isn't in a secondary chamber and pressurized within the skin, it bursts out all at once, much like we see on several occasions with trolls. The biggest hole in this theory is that open circulatory individuals always are small in size. This is because open circulation is less effective at transporting oxygen and nutrients. However, trolls are already shown to require fewer nutrients in their diet. As for oxygen, it's possible that they don't require as much for humans. As for oxygen, it's possible that they don't need or require as much as humans do for survival. It's possible that Alternia is more oxygen-rich, meaning less circulation is required, but that's unlikely due to trolls and humans cohabitating on the meteor and Earthsea comfortably, meaning that they don't require a different amount of oxygen than humans. Trolls can also lose a lot of blood. This, combined with the fact that they have what they refer to as a blood pusher, opens up some speculation that they might have some kind of limited circulation using their blood pusher organ. Or perhaps the blood pusher is actually some kind of blood-making apparatus instead, thus meaning that they can create blood quickly to replace it if it's lost. It's also possible that trolls might not have a circulatory system as humans or real-life creatures do. It's possible that their blood isn't really blood, but some kind of other substance that fills their bodies and fulfills
In this case, it's the chicken or the egg situation. Sylph of Doom or a Mage of Doom.
We can at least safely assume that they respirate oxygen and have some kind of blood analog. Finally, another interesting facet of biology that lends this credence is that trolls don't just bleed their blood color. Tears and other bodily fluids are also colored by their blood in a pale capacity. It's possible that this blood, combined with a solvent like salty water, is used to keep trolls cool and allows them to cry like humans. Some have also said that their genetic material is also colored by their blood. 6. Romance. I've already discussed romance in a societal capacity in the canon video, so now I'd like to talk about it in a biological one. In other words, what biological...
Alright, my sign is Vermini. I am a Durst Dreamer. I am a Sylph of Doom, and when I get angry, I am informed by my knowledge of death and acknowledgement of it on how to best utilize coping techniques. That's why Sylph was chosen for the first one instead of the other way around, because I do utilize my knowledge of Doom to guide in meditation. I know it sounds fucked up, but it's unfortunately the only way we're able to enter a meditative state without entering trance, because us entering trance will lead to us dissociating, which will lead to Nimue taking over and basically making a mess of things. Because one of his roles as primary protector is preventing us from being mind-controlled or even remotely hypnotically suggested. Hence why Nimue is our primary protector, because hypnotic suggestion is basically in everything. From advertisements to, well, our dad's attempts at trying to cure the fact that this body is gayer than a $2, well, $3 bill. That's the phrase, right? So, yeah, our dad was not the best person. He was the best father he could be, but that was given a major handicap. Like, he started out worse. By the time he passed, he had started getting to know each of us by name and recognizing our subtle and not so subtle tics, and again calling us by name. And he realized that he caused more trauma than he intended by attempting to try to fix us, which only made the DID worse. So, that being said, Nimue, yeah, we have to be able to meditate in order to calm down as one of our primary coping techniques. And the only way to do that is to dwell on doom. So, my Classpect fits. Alright, who's up next? Ah, for the love of... Where did that vampire bastard go? Okay, look, I signed up for this thinking that it'd be a good opportunity to get me closer to that vampire bastard, but it looks like he's already done it, and there's already 2 people ahead of me, so I'm just gonna hurry through this and be as honest as I can on instinct, and then I'll chase the vampire bastard down to the edge of the earth.
Needs does the social construct of romance fulfill? In the furry video, the theory was that since trolls were once independent of the mother grub, romance was a vestige of that system. But now we're incorporating the mother grub into the theory. So why do trolls need to reproduce with pairs at all? After all, mating pairs aren't needed with bees and ants. The males just inseminate the queen, that's all. There's no other male ants required. Well, it's probably still vestigial, but for another reason. Like I discussed with the mother grub portion, it's possible that at one point there might have been other mother grubs to facilitate genetic diversity. After all, if one mother grub had all the kids, things would get stagnant in the gene pool very quickly. Therefore, much like flowers can reproduce with their own selves or other members, trolls could mate with other members of the troll sex caste to increase genetic diversity. After the Condis eliminated other mother grubs, this pattern would continue even though they're all related. Meaning that it's likely that instead of natural evolutionary mutation, mutation is achieved by the Condis or the Jade Bloods, if at all. It's also possible that trolls have some other way of gene mutation other than gene mixing. Either way, incest doesn't appear to be an issue for their species. It still is for humans though, which is why I say, gross. 7. Secondary sex characteristics. On top of this, we should talk about another anomalous part of troll anatomy, most specifically, tits. Breasts aren't very prominent on trolls, other than trolls who are already fairly large like Chahut, so it's unlikely that these breasts are mammalian. As usual, there are a number of fan theories about this, such as how it's possible that they have some kind of body armor. This seems somewhat tenuous since only female trolls have them, but it would also lend credence to the comments that Carcat makes about girl games. Perhaps troll females are more hardy for some reason, either arbitrarily or not, partially due to their inborn body armor. What makes this worse is breasts are never mentioned except obliquely by name, rumble spheres. Much like horns, it doesn't seem that they serve any purpose at all. They were just stuck there because humans already had them. Female trolls are generally bigger and more aggressive though, which is cool. Put the Spike Spiegel quote here. 8. Retroreflective eyes. Retroreflective eyes refers to, in some animals, how the light reflects back through their retina in their eyes. You've probably seen this in the shining eyes of cats. It's likely that trolls have some form of this because their sclera is uniformly yellow instead of humans who have whites. So that means if you leave the flash on, trolls' eyes will glow. That's pretty funny. 9. Body temperature. I added this point because there's a pretty common headcanon that goes trolls' body temperatures go down as you go up the hemospectrum. Examining this, it seems unlikely that this would be the case if they had an open circulatory system and thick skin. Instead, they would probably be uniformly cold to the touch. This is because without a closed circulatory system, their skin would not have any body heat. It's possible that the different blood colors have different temperatures in and of themselves, but this theory doesn't hold up. Trolls on Alternia are also never seen wearing heat-sensitive clothing, meaning that...
Alright. My symbol is Aureus. Draymond Durst. I'm a Prince of Hope. And when I get lazy and angry, I just let things destroy themselves. But most of the time, I do the destroying. I'm gonna hand the body off to whoever the fuck is... Hi, I'm Lugamon. I'm a more recently discovered altar. I'm from the big burst of altars that showed up roughly 3 months ago, right around the 100 mark, same time as Dave and Carcat, even though they were still asleep. They showed up way earlier and at the timeline but had gone dormant. I'm genuinely one of the stars that fell. So, yeah. Hi. I'm, yeah.
Either trolls are not sensitive to temperature at all, or that Alternia's temperature isn't at all variable like Earth's is. All in all, like most insects, they would be cold-blooded, meaning that their body heat would be lower than humans, but still relatively warm. 10. Diet.
I'm a Virgo.
Trolls eat bugs. They don't have agriculture, or at least we never see any, which has led many to theorize that they are carnivorous, but most specifically insectivorous. They don't eat lucci, at least we never see them, and most of the food items seen in Hive Swap are either bug-themed or soda. It's probable that the insect population is higher on Alternia, meaning that they can eat more bugs that are readily available. Carbonated beverages are the only exception, with drinks like Tab and Fago. Many have speculated that these have a soporific effect similar to humans and alcohol, and carbonation gets trolls drunk. There's nothing to back this up, I just like it. So yeah, trolls eat bugs and drink Fago. In other words, they're living the dream. 11. Lifespan. In comic, it's stated that troll lifespans exist on a spectrum, with low bloods living shorter lives. Much like the other points, I think it's unlikely, barring some magic in their blood, that somehow extends or restricts their lives. In Candace's case, it's likely that magic is how she stays alive, because she's the thief of life. More likely, on a basic Trolls level, it's likely due to meddling from the Empress. After all, if low bloods don't live as long, there are fewer to have to suppress. This is evidenced by the fact that no matter what type of blood a troll is, there's nothing to suggest that they have different maturation rates. It would be strange for two organisms with two different natural lifespans to mature at the same rate. Also, the lifespan info is obtained by Doc Scratch and Mindfang, and, well, let's just say they're not the most reliable narrators. It's likely that on Earthsea, all trolls live comparable lives. Nice. 12. Sea Dwellers. Sea Dwellers are weird. Why would only some members of a species be able to be amphibious? I've never seen this theory before, but it's based on the theory that there used to be more than one mother grub on Alternia. What if there was an amphibious mother grub that used to exist that gave birth to a subspecies of trolls who could breathe underwater? The violets and fuchsias would be rare because they're an offshoot subspecies that once existed before unification. This is somewhat tenuous. There's no real-world species which only some of its members are amphibious, In other words, violets and fuchsias are actually a subspecies that can interbreed. 13. Wings. The last little nugget is something that gets overlooked a lot. Wings. Wings exist on only a few trolls. 1. God-tiered trolls like Vriska and Mina, and 2. Rufio and the Summoner. The theory goes that for some reason, wings are removed from trolls at birth. This would go with what Vicaire talks about. Terrestrial flight is forbidden on Alternia. Rufio and the Summoner might have somehow evaded the amputation process. Also, it's shown that god-tiering heals injuries, and that's certain to extend to amputated limbs, like with Vriska. This theory falls down a little because of 2 reasons. First, this amputation would also have to occur on Bephoris, as none of the Bephorans have wings either. The second being that dream selves are also shown to have undesirable amputations removed, like Tavros' legs, and they do not have wings. Still, it's likely that wings are a natural feature that are, for some reason or another, very rare. And that's all. Researching this topic was incredibly fun. Most of it was pure speculation, of course, but I hope all this information being collected in one place will make for good inspiration for Fix. I, for one, am going to sleep to recuperate from Homestuck lore. Find me in a week. In summary, I'd just like to impress something. Hussey sucks ass at world building. In researching all this, it's incredibly clear how sparse and bare bones this all is to a hilarious degree. The guy can't write a cohesive world that isn't just gray Humalians, leaving fans to fill in those gaps. Let us never forget that. Even the additions made by Hiveswap and FriendSim were largely fan extrapolation before being co-opted into the games.
Alright. My sign is Verses. I'm a Durst streamer. I'm a thief of life, and when I get angry, I manipulate our life to, ridiculous degrees. Probably explains why I have more say in how things are structured in the inner world. Ooh, I got a thought. I gotta talk to Nimue about it, because Nimue was according to everything I've been told, was the original architect of our inner world and is responsible for, with Corin's help, rearranging things. I wonder if I could add Prospit and Duris. I mean, I have enough influence, I could probably do it, but I probably would need advice. And we could move everyone's rooms. Perfect. No, I'm not gonna move, Skya doesn't need to be there. No. But, Prospit and Durst, yes. 2 moons. Oh, that sounds like fun. Oh, Hybrix. Hello. I'll go ahead and hand it off to Hybrix. He's right here, so. Abu? Hello. I am pleased to make your acquaintances. I am going to check our Discord, because obviously... no, it's just us still. No one joined. I wondered when I heard the sound. Doesn't sound like I've had a comment recently, either on Twitch chat. Nope. Okay, so short-term memory is working fine. I don't front often. Normally I don't talk it this much either, but I feel the need to introduce myself. I'm the former owner of the Geronis Rarities and Collectibles Emporium on Neopets.com. I'm the alter who was responsible for most of our wheeling and dealing. I regret every moment of it. And Calder, who's also nearby, regrets even getting involved. Our Neo mails are full, and we have not initiated a single trade. Mostly because we've been hyper-focused on this, apparently. but also because, well, let's face it. We've sort of stepped back. Our interests have changed over the last few months, and it's not been fun. But Homestuck being brought back into the fold as one of our primary interests, this isn't a hyperfixation so much as we're doing a task we were told to do by our therapist, and we're doing it the only way we know how, being a fucking nerd. Pardon my language. So, with that... Hold on. Was that the last video in the queue? Oh, no. The Vriska-mentary. There's an entire essay on Vriska? How old is it?
Good.
It's 4 years old. Meaning it's missing all of the stuff from the new arcs. Okay. Well, it's a solid hour of content to listen to. Here's hoping that the rest of me don't get bored with it and just change the channel. I've got no clue how that's gonna go. Alright. Pressing play, and I might as well get mine out of the way.
Morning. About a year ago, I made a video called The Vriska-mentary. It was a long-form, in-depth analysis of the character Vriska Circuit from Homestuck. 5 months later, I took apart Vriska even further in The Vriska Analysis, a video discussing various fan theories and interpretations of Vriska. This project took the better part of the year 2019 for me, and has sparked a great deal of debate about Vriska online. I'm proud to have contributed to a piece of Homestuck history to the people, especially because this does not perpetuate the toxic discussion surrounding Vriska, stemming all the way back to 2010, known as Vriskcourse. I wanted a place to discuss this character in a mindful, intelligent way, and I got it. Now, for SockOn 2020, I'm releasing a third installment, the Vrisk Omnibus, a compilation of the first 2 videos, fixing the mistakes and improving upon some of the points, as well as adding new canonical information that has dropped since December 2019. A facelift for the Vriska-mentary, the definitive edition, if you will. If you'd like to snag a copy of the music used in this video, please check out my Bandcamp page and navigate to the Vriska mixtape. A link is in the description. To the people attending Stay at Home Con 2020, I welcome you, and to those visiting far in the future, please enjoy the Vrisk Omnibus.
Back in 2010, before the days of Undertale and Sans, a different character played Megalovania as her national anthem. A controversial woman from a different dimension, a blue troll with a penchant for the number 8, a figure who went down in history as the woman who did nothing wrong.
Vriska did nothing wrong. So there is the message that you paid money for. Maybe it's your ringtone now?
The days of Vriskcourse have passed, though, and in the wake of Homestuck content gravitating away from the main cast, Vriska has been overlooked as of late. With some distance between the end of Homestuck and now, what better time is there to discuss everyone's favorite big blue bitch? It's time to unravel, for the unwashed masses, Vriska Circuit. Part 1. Life Pre-Homestuck. A Lesson in Alien Societal Stratum. Before we can discuss Vriska properly, we need to get a contextual understanding of life on her home planet of Alternia. This upbringing will come up later, so I'll run through the basics to the best of my understanding. Trolls on Alternia have a completely different life cycle than humans. For starters, instead of a mother and father, trolls are born of the mother grub, an enormous grub who, using the combined genetic material of dozens or possibly hundreds of trolls at once, lays eggs which hatch into the insectoid troll babies, known as wigglers. Upon a certain degree of maturity, the wigglers begin an exodus of the brood caverns and are subsequently selected by one of a wide variety of animals collectively known as lussi. The lussus then cares for the troll as a parent would, usually in some sort of symbiotic relationship. Some trolls seem to protect their lussus, some others are protected by them, but most seem to view their lussus as a very close pet and parent alike. A troll whose lussus dies is culled, which is a practice that occurs due to various infractions against troll law. A troll can also be culled for being homeless, causing unrest, or failing to produce enough genetic material. They are generally culled by beings known as drones.
Alright, my sign is Capertanius. I am a Prospect Dreamer. I am a Knight of Void, and when I'm angry, oh dear Lord, do I draw knowledge from the Void in order to get what I need. Not necessarily what I want, what I need. And only that. Colder, do you want to go next? No? Okay. Anybody else? Anyone at all? I'll hand this off to the Fae. What's hanging, dudes, dudettes? I'm Jude. I am one of 3 Fae entities, including Wrath, our primary gatekeeper. I normally don't interact with the host that much. And thankfully the host is nowhere around, so they don't hear me say this. They're a bit too controlling and uptight. But, that being said, they're doing what they can. So what are we doing? Right, Classpecting. Right. Let's continue.
Who work as an automated police force on Alternia. Trolls are also part of a social structure known as the hemospectrum. Each troll has a specific blood color, ranging from lowest to highest, as follows: burgundy, bronze, gold, lime, olive, jade, teal, cerulean, indigo, purple, violet, and fuchsia. There are also mutant trolls who possess candy red blood, but these individuals rarely reach maturity on Alternia. Limebloods are also non-existent and are due to their powerful abilities causing a power struggle before the events of the comic. The hemospectrum could be its own video, so I'll give you the Cliff's Notes. The higher you go on the spectrum, the more powerful and important you become, as well as the rarity of your caste. Red bloods are very common, very weak, and only survive for a decade or two, whereas there are only ever 2 fuchsia bloods at one time, and they act as Alternia's ruling caste. Vriska falls relatively in the middle, being considered a high blood, but on the fringes of the distinction. Despite being referred to as a spectrum, each troll seems to neatly fall into each specific caste with no color variation inside each different caste. Vriska, being of cerulean blood, benefits from the hemospectrum in that she is more important than many low bloods. She doesn't often invoke her place on the hemospectrum, as most cerulean bloods seem to prefer to keep their heads down in the affairs of hemoglobin. She is unique in her caste, however, in that she possesses a rare power. Some castes have innate powers, like the psychic abilities of the gold blood, but blue bloods have no specific powers to speak of. Vriska, however, has 2 noteworthy abilities: her vision 8-fold, as well as her ability to mind control the weak-minded. More on those later. During her time as a Wiggler, Vriska was selected by a different sort of Lussus than most. Instead of a custodian or protector, Vriska was taken in by a being known only as Spider Mom. At Spider Mom's maturity, she was the size of a house and 8 trolls. The task of feeding fell, of course, to Vriska. Unlike her friends who enjoyed the Lussus's affection, Vriska's relationship was strained. It's generally understood that if Vriska didn't feed Spider-Mom, the wayward Lussus would instead feast on Vriska. This made her unique in troll society, for while culling and other such brutality was very commonplace, Vriska's entire life was a kill or be killed proposition. Vriska began to participate in a game called Flarp, a certain type of live-action roleplay with more realistic consequences, to get victims to feed her mother. She threw herself into the game, as it was both a way to connect to other players and a way to feed Spider-Mom. During this time, she made friends with fellow Flarper Terezi Pyrope. During her exploits, she also found the journal of her ancestor, a troll known as Marquise Spinneret Mindfang. Ancestry works quite differently on Alternia. Vriska was not Mindfang's direct descendant, but she was a genetic copy of her ancestor, who had lived years and years ago. Vriska began to pattern her life after Mindfang, often reworking her Flarp character to match her ancestor. She also made use of the Fluorite Octet, a set of dead...
Alright. My sign is Skoro. I'm a Durst Dreamer, obviously. I am the Witch of Heart, and when I get angry, I heal people just to prove I can do it, and not because of any other reason. Because generally people think that I'm incapable of doing something nice. Alright. I'm getting out of here. I really don't want to hand it to fucking you. You don't really have a choice in the matter. Fine. Hello, I am Illusion. Don't let the name fool you. I have nothing to do with actual illusions. It's just the name I chose. I am the other of the three Fey beings. And unfortunately, Jude is my better mental half. So, moving forward, let's see what my class spec is.
deadly dice Mindfang used. The diary Mindfang left her became Vriska's own personal Bible. Part 2. Pre-Sburb Life. Perpetuating Vengeance. There are two primary forces that shape Vriska's adolescent life. 1. Her Lussus, Spider-Mom. 2. Mindfang's journals. These two formative elements primarily manifested in her Flarp exploits. Flarp becomes both a means of escapism and survival at the same time. She used to Flarp with a boy named Aridin, but she quickly got bored of him and his unreciprocated crush. She also Flarped with her teammate Terezi, forming Team Scourge, the duo becoming known as the Scourge Sisters. She and Terezi did battle with Team Charge, comprised of Aradia and Tavros, the latter of whom Vriska would begin a somewhat hard-to-describe relationship with. She believes Tavros is weak and needs help becoming stronger. Her efforts to this end are mostly both misguided and malicious. These efforts come to a head when Vriska mind controls Tavros into leaping off a cliff. This permanently cripples him, which enrages Tavros' teammate, Aradia. During this time, Vriska also begins to correspond with Doc Scratch, who has a cue ball for a head and lives on the moon. Don't ask. He's a near-omnipotent being who guards Alternia, a term I use loosely. A whole video could be devoted to him, but frankly, I won't bother. He and Vriska play chess together, which Vriska cheats at using her magic cue ball. It's like a magic 8-ball, don't worry about it. Vriska's earlier misstep in causing Tavros to jump from a cliff sparks one of the first major conflicts in Vriska's life to date, what I like to call the Vriska vengeance cycle. Aradia becomes enraged at Vriska's acts against Tavros, and to get even with her, she sends ghosts, which Aradia can speak to, don't worry about it, to haunt Vriska, specifically the ghosts of trolls Vriska had fed to Spider-Mom. This is deeply distressing to Vriska, nearly bringing her to tears. The fact that she becomes so upset after seeing her victim speaks to her complex feelings regarding Spider-Mom. While she doesn't often bemoan having to feed her Lussus, she does get incredibly...
And yes, I don't even need to look at the class sheet because I paid attention to what Jude was, well, thinking. And we are the opposite, and yet we are the same. Our heart, for lack of a better way to put it, is at its core the same. It's just what we get angry at is the opposite, and what we aim to do is generally opposite, but our aspect is definitely the same. I'm a Prospect Dreamer, and my sign is Verlo. Now, let's get the signs here. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. There we go. And where is the self? There we go. Right. Who's up next? Colder. Okay. Gonna give you a head pat on my way out. Var. I'm Colder Voss. I'm a Varwolf. The difference between a Varwolf and a wolf is that I'm slightly more cat-like, but not like in a fox kind of way. And I go Var instead of Rar. It's a joke, but that being said, I don't bark either, Moonpaw. Just so you know. I think that's about it. I was actually born into the system at the same time as the big wave of altars, but at the same time, like, I feel like I've got a different birth sign. So, like,
nettled when all of her kills are sent to harass her. She gets so upset with Aradia for this, in fact, that after communicating with Doc Scratch for advice, she makes Aradia pay. Vriska uses her mind control once again, this time controlling Aradia's friend/lover, Solix, who is a gold blood with incredible psychic abilities, to kill her. Terezi gets wind of Vriska's shenanigans and is none too pleased with her fellow Scourge sister. Terezi confronts Vriska about her misdeeds, but upon seeing no remorse from her angry friend, she perpetuates the cycle of revenge. Terezi tips off Doc Scratch that Vriska had been cheating at chess with him using the cue ball. Doc Scratch is angry and blows the cue ball to smithereens while Vriska happened to be holding it. The result did not kill Vriska, but it did cause her to lose her vision eightfold, as well as her entire right arm. Vriska patches herself up with the help of her next-door neighbor, a robotically inclined indigo-blooded troll named Equius. Before this, however, as the cycle of revenge goes, Vriska needed to give Terezi some payback as well. In one of the most complicated instances of mind control to date, Vriska first mind controls Tavros, and, using his power to commune with Lusai, she uses his mind control to control Terezi's Lussus, a dragon, into convincing Terezi to walk outdoors and stare directly into the sun, which of course blinds Terezi. With all of her foes incapacitated, the cycle of revenge is temporarily bookmarked. It's vital to note that Terezi showed Vriska a lot of mercy, but Vriska showed none back to her, nor anyone else she wronged in this time. Vriska, during her pre-Sburb days, also constantly refers to her bad luck, which becomes a theme with her. More on that later. Much of her luck seems self-imposed, such as her penchant for leaving broken magic 8 balls and D4s around her hive for herself to step on. Her friend/unrequited crush, Kanaya Mariam, and Doc Scratch tell her how her rotten luck seems to be the result of her willingness to do harm unto others. She does show a modicum of remorse, however, as she commissions her neighbor to make a soul bot for Aradia's spirit to eventually inhabit. Part 3. Scrub. Dead moms and deader selves. Vriska's life and her friends' lives are upheaved when they all participate in a game that ends their world. The intricacies of scrub or sburb, like many other topics in this video, are better left for later, but for now understand this simplified version. Scrub is a game that, when played, ends the player's universes. The goal of the game, loosely speaking, is to create a new universe by completing various incredibly difficult and arbitrary tasks in the style of an adventure game. During a session, players can amass and develop godlike powers, powers that Vriska is quick to work on mastering. Before entering the game, Vriska and Equius's...
Alright, one finishing touch. Despite not being female, maid does apply to me. My sign is Sagittarius. Prospect's my home, and don't go dissing it. I'm a maid of void. My purpose, ever since I manifested, has been to clean up messes left by everyone else. I do occasionally steal from the void by, dissociating, to benefit myself in order to keep myself from getting too angry. I think that sums that up. Let's see, who's around? No, you've already done it, you've already done it. Oh, the Godling. Oh, this should be interesting. I wonder. I'm curious. Oh. He's not switching because something's wrong. Zag, buddy. Is everything okay? The Kira forgot two people. Who? I've got the list right here. I think I spelled that right. As in the mythological figure, right? The son of Odysseus. Oh, only one C. I got close, though, yeah? Yeah. Are they wanting to do this, too? All three of you say. Sure, why not? It's been a while since we've done... I think... We're gonna have to dissociate a little bit extra in order to get three of you up here in the front at once. You'll do all the talking? Alright. Let's move Athens, Telemachus. And I'm guessing you're going to want to go last of the three of you? Okay. All right. Does that satisfy your conditions to switch in? All right. Now that that's all tidied up, I'm going to get out of here. Later, folks. Ugh. Hey, Zag. Been a while. I'm no longer using an Australian accent because my Australian accent is so fucking bad that someone from actual Australia thought I was from New Zealand, and someone from New Zealand thought I was from New Guinea. Yeah, no. Never again. Never again. That being said, all three of us Grecian altars, I mean, well, there are four of us counting, what the fuck's his name? I saw him up here in the front earlier. What's his name? Alexios. Yeah. Alexios is part of a different subsystem and is paired with Ivor. Ivor? How do you say that? Eivor. That's it. But the three of us are a subsystem. Athens does not like showing his face publicly. Telemachus is a little bit more outgoing, but whatever Athens says goes. I am Nimwe's mental partner. We formed from the same core trauma, we formed at the same time, we just had different methods of coping with it. And thus, like the Kira twins, we split. But Athens and Telemachus, two peas in a pod. Like, inseparable, those two. We are... There's the extra dissociation kicking in. Alright. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Let's punch this kangaroo.
Hive's homes are destroyed in an explosion, which causes Spider-Mom mortal wounds. This marks a symbolic turning point in Vriska's life, as she makes the choice to mercy kill Spider-Mom. Her complex maternal feelings come to a head, as she has to use her favorite weapon, the Fluoride Octet, to do the deed. She ponders if a successful roll would be good or bad luck. During her time inside the game, Vriska and Tavros spend a lot of time together. Some of their time seems amicable, but Vriska is both obsessed with making Tavros stronger, a misguided task at best, and her burgeoning crush on him. One of the goals in Scrub is to build one's home taller so they can access portals in the sky. Vriska helps Tavros by building his house tall enough, but she fails to build any ramps in the structure, adding insult to injury, literally, as Vriska was the one who left Tavros wheelchair-bound and demands that he apologize for being a cripple. In retribution, Kanaya, another young troll who happens to have something of a crush on the Blue Blood, chides Vriska for not building some ramps for the poor boy. Kanaya also begins mothering Vriska, a common trait among her blood caste, the Jade Bloods. She picks up Vriska's house for her, scolding her for various wrongdoings. While Kanaya's affections seem quite romantic, Vriska remains staunchly platonic, but she doesn't dissuade Kanaya from her efforts outside of chiding Kanaya for being meddlesome, referring to her as Fussy Fangs. Vriska eventually allows both Tavros and Kanaya's affections to come to a head. First, Kanaya crafts Vriska a fairy dress, complete with blue wings, which Vriska then wears when she kisses Tavros out of the blue. Tavros is overwhelmed by the kiss, crumpling to the ground, unable to speak and stand. Kanaya, who bears witness to it, becomes angry that her feelings have been played with. Vriska later expressed that she had no idea why Kanaya stopped talking to her. Eventually, Vriska builds Tavros a rocket-powered wheelchair, and the two meet in person so they can work on the game together. Vriska, of all 12 trolls embroiled in their scrub session, seems to have the easiest time of it outside of Aradia, who has been put in a robotic body by Equius. Aradia, now alive and ready to continue the cycle of vengeance from before the game, appears before Vriska and proceeds to beat her within an inch of her life. She likely would have finished the deed, but upon seeing Tavros associating with Vriska, Aradia simply disappears. What follows is one of the most upsetting exchanges in all of Homestuck. There's a certain level players can achieve during scrub sessions. If a player is fully leveled up and they pass away on a certain artifact known as a quest bed, they achieve a status known as God Tier, the intricacies of which, as usual, must be saved for later. Vriska, being on the brink of death, begs Tavros to bring her to her quest bed. She will, of course, turn into her ultimate form, which is the Thief of Light, whose powers generally include stealing luck from other people. Tavros brings Vriska to her quest bed, and upon depositing her, she begins to mind control him. She's unconscious, so she can only communicate by mind controlling him from her dream, using Tavros to write messages for himself using her blood. Using these messages, she pleads and begs Tavros to kill her, refusing to force him to do so with mind control. She's afraid of bleeding out, begging him to end her life. Instead, he leaves in tears, and slowly Vriska dies, ascending to God tier. Taking the rejection personally, Vriska later insists to the desperately confused Tavros that she is over him in an online memo. Tavros doesn't know what to say, and the duo part ways. The game wraps up, Vriska delivers the final blow to the troll's final enemy, the Black King. The game is won. However, the gang can't claim their prize, as a mysterious threat named Bec Noir suddenly appears, utterly destroying them. Aradia quickly spirits them away to safety in a secluded meteor, which happens to be outfitted with a laboratory complex where they can all hide from Bec Noir. Part 4. Post-Scrub, a meteoric mess. After living in the meteor safely for some time, the source of Bec Noir is discovered. Across the vast expanse of the multiverse, also known as Paradox Space, another species is playing a different session of the same game. In this game, Bec Noir was created and sent to the troll session before they could claim their reward. According to de facto leader Carcat, the course could not be more clear. They ought to do what they do best in a matter that borders on the eponymous. Vriska chooses John Egbert as her subject for trolling. John is an ideal candidate, as her underhanded way of doing things is lost upon the incredibly earnest boy. Initially, she only assists him because at an earlier point, John was being helped by Terezi. Wishing to one-up her Scourge sister, she opts to help him along on his quest, and the two of them bond significantly. Over the course of an unspecified amount of time, Vriska begins to thoroughly meddle in the human session. She tries to mind control John, but she can't mind control humans, only able to make them fall asleep or wake up. She then tries to practice her mind control on John's friend Jade throughout Jade's life, causing Jade to believe she has narcolepsy. She makes it her business to help John realize his potential, but at the same time along the way, she facilitates a few not-so-savory things in the human session. At this point, Vriska seems to fancy herself something of a hero. She dealt the final blow to the Black King, so she thinks she ought to be the one to face down and kill Bec Noir. So, in a move that can only be described as Vegeta-like, she facilitates his creation in order to make sure that she becomes the hero she thinks she is. The manner in which she does this is unnecessarily convoluted and involves several journals with genetic code. Just don't worry about it, trust me. Tavros, who has been given a new functional set of legs by Kanaya and Equius, discovers the scope of what Vriska has been doing. He finds out she created Bec Noir and confronts her. Vriska is hiding out away from Tavros in a shrine to Nicolas Cage. Her love for Nicolas Cage is an acquired taste from John, for some reason. At this point, Vriska is thoroughly fed up with Tavros and pushes him off another cliff, this time with a lance embedded in his chest. It's important to note that Vriska allowed Tavros to be the one to initiate combat. She likely assumed he would wimp out as usual. The fact that he does not clearly leaves Vriska quite shaken. Vriska's time with John seems to have blurred her sense of morality and heroism. Her altercation with Tavros afterwards, she confesses to John that she feels remorse for many of the things she'd done, including kill Tavros. Still, she makes two resolutions. 1, she would kill Bec Noir like she'd planned, and 2, she would go on a date with John. John is surprisingly understanding. Before Vriska can depart the meteor to fight Bec Noir, however, she is caught in a fight between several trolls. Gamzee, a literal clown, has gone insane and killed 2 trolls. Terezi finds the dead body of Tavros and surmises that Vriska killed him due to some telltale fairy dust near the crime scene. She then finds the 2 bodies that Gamzee killed and attributes them to Vriska as well. Meanwhile, Aridin has an unrelated fight with another 2 trolls. The whole affair comes to a head when, taking matters into her own hands, a presumably dead Kanaya, complete with sucking gut wound and new vampire powers, chainsaws Aridin in half and punches Vriska right the fuck in the face. Vriska is incredibly enamored by this, and, far too late, Kanaya's one-sided crush is requited. Part 5. Death. Timeline bullshit. Alright, folks. Everything up to this moment has been a walk in the fucking park. Let me clue you in to something Homestuck is famous for. Timeline shenanigans. From this point, the moment that Vriska decides to leave and fight Bec Noir, 3 different timelines diverge. I'm going to discuss them as organically as I can, so bear with me. Timeline number 1. About to leave the meteor to fight Bec Noir, Terezi confronts Vriska. Terezi thinks that fighting Bec Noir is a shitty idea, but Vriska doesn't care. Terezi flips a coin, and when Vriska wins using her luck powers, she goes to fight him. Unfortunately for Vriska, this goes terribly for her. Despite Terezi's reluctance, Vriska goes to fight Jack. Unfortunately, when she arrives, instead of fighting him, he completely ignores her, following her scent back to the meteor. When he returns, it is with Terezi and Karkat's bodies. Enraged, Vriska begins to fight in earnest. Vriska rolls her fluoride octet and gets the best possible roll, which is 8 8s. Of course, 8 to the power of 8. The outcome is never decided in this particular bout, but according to Doc Scratch, he wouldn't bet against her. Timeline number 1 occurs entirely in Terezi's mind. She has the power to predict the future based on the actions of others. Once she sees the future, she cannot allow it to pass and cannot allow Vriska to leave. Which brings us to timeline number 2. Once Terezi observes timeline 1, she makes a decision. Instead of letting Bec kill them, she kills Vriska, stabbing her in the chest. Vriska's conditional immortality is such that when she is killed in a just manner, she stays dead. In timeline number 2, Vriska goes to the afterlife, a place known as the Dream Bubbles, in which ghosts commingle for eternity. All of the ghosts from the players of the Humans and Trolls sessions reside in the Dream Bubbles, including many versions of the players from alternate timeline. Vriska meets one such dead alternate self, a version of John who was killed by following Terezi's advice early on in his session of the game. This alternate timeline, John and Vriska date for an unspecified amount of time, but break up, seemingly on good terms. Unfortunately, later, doomed John dies, presumably at the hands of a certain cherub. Part 5.1, Timeline number 2, Sad Bitch Hours. Timeline 2 Vriska, known henceforth as Dead Vriska or Ghost Vriska, traverses the Dream Bubbles. Her life is somewhat marred by a lack of purpose. The heroism she thought was so important was robbed from her by her own hubris. She begins to crave more plot relevancy, wishing to be important once again. By this point, the focus of the story shifts somewhat. Bec Noir is no longer the big bad. A different evil by the name of Lord English has emerged, a demon said to bring about the end of the universe. More importantly, Lord English is destroying Dream Bubbles. In her attempts to claw her way back into plot relevance, Vriska, Dead Vriska, begins to search for a certain ring, a ring that will bring her back to life. Oddly enough, she is presented this very ring by the author of Homestuck, Andrew Hussey, in a token of his love, when he asks her to marry him, and then she refuses. Alright. During this fascinating altercation, Vriska is momentarily brought back to the land of the living. In Spurb, there is an artifact called a kernel sprite that can bring dead things back to life. Gamzee, the clown from earlier, has been carrying around dead bodies in a refrigerator. He tosses Tavros and Vriska's bodies into one of these kernel sprites, creating a being known as Tavros Sprite. Due to the extremely unstable nature of a fusion between Tavros and Vriska, the sprite quickly Tavros-splodes. After this, Tavros and Vriska find themselves together in the afterlife. A little while later, John, the John who didn't die, appears. When people sleep, they appear in the dream bubbles as well. Did I mention that? John grabs the ring Andrew Hussey had, which Vriska does not realize is the Ring of Life. And after fidgeting around with Tavros over it, Vriska explains her latest plan to him. There's a new big bad in town, Lord English, and Vriska is trying to find a treasure that will help defeat him. Unfortunately, that involves navigating an expansive void called the Furthest Ring with no landmarks. Fortunately, Lord English is going around destroying things, and ironically in so doing, creating the very landmarks that Vriska needs to get around. She is trying to strategically lead him around so she and Tavros can map out new places to explore and search. Two new trolls, Mina and Arania, who are both versions of Vriska and her friend Fefri from an alternate reality, show up during this altercation. Mina boasts that she has accumulated an army. Vriska, not knowing who the fuck this is, refuses to join them, and the duo summon their friends to fight. After a brief and confusing kerfuffle, the two agree to smash their plans together and use Mina's massive army to go on Vriska's treasure hunt. Later, John runs into Vriska again. Vriska has acquired a ship and is using it to sail around the dream bubbles. Most of the crew is mind-controlled by Arania. Arania is Vriska's alternate self, sort of, from an alternate timeline, sort of, and the two don't get along too well, despite being partners. Mina and Vriska, however, get along swimmingly. The next time a sleeping John meets Vriska, she's further along. Most of the crew seems to have dissipated, though, leaving her and Mina and Arania behind. Vriska desperately wants to find the ring as well. John tells Vriska that he has the ring, but in a turn of events, he refuses to give it to her. This crushes Vriska, because John meant a lot to her, as did becoming unkilled. Still, she manages to find what she was looking for. A house-shaped, glowing treasure that will give someone crazy powers to defeat Lord English. She entrusts this power to John, who, upon touching the house, sticks his entire hand through continuity and disappears in a zap of retconningly white light. This will come up again in timeline number 3, but for now, don't worry about it. Arania manages to get her hands on the ring, unfortunately, and despite her earnest intentions, massively fucks up and causes a game-over style event to transpire back in the real world. Mina and Vriska are now alone. The crew has disbanded because Arania had been the one pulling most of the weight via
Alright, I do apologize, but unfortunately, the Kira were wrong. There are two deities in here. We're not actually gods, but the fact that the Kira keep forgetting Athens exists just goes to show how good Athens is at doing his job. So, Athens' sign is Gemser. He is a prospect dreamer, and he is a muse of blood. When he gets angry, he can manipulate our bonds in a way that is unique. Let's put it that way. Telemachus is a Pisces. Not Pisces, a Pisces. Just Pisces. Or Pisces, I guess. He is a prospect dreamer. He is an heir of life and a seer. Whenever he's angry. He's only able to see the big picture when he's angry. When he's not angry, he's very much embraced in life. Like, I'm fairly certain that it was either going to be life or hope for him, because he's very hopeful, but life makes more sense overall, based on what he gets sucked into. And me, I'm a Scorpia. I'm a Durst Dreamer. And I am a Lord of Light. I interfere directly with the host. I am not a member of the host subsystem, nor am I the primary protector. However, I am definitely able to pass my passive influence along in a way that is uniquely powerful. I am a secondary protector for religious reasons, but it is me in particular who influences our paganism collectively as a system. We wouldn't be a polytheistic pagan if it weren't for me. If Nimue had his way, we would be a pantheistic pagan. Which, buddy, it would only serve to make our situation so much worse. Because pantheistic paganism allows for spiritual pluralism to override dissociation as a coping mechanism, which then in turn would cause the entire system to collapse in on itself in a way that is unhealthy. Furthermore, it would cause us to become more disordered, and yet at the same time, somehow disqualify us from the DID diagnosis in the United States and Canada. It would not disqualify us from it in Europe, or even in Russia, or even in India. Just in the United States and Canada. We would lose our DID diagnosis if we became pantheistic pagan. So, I have to use my not inconsiderably large influence over the system in order to keep us polytheistic instead of pantheistic. It's an effort. The Kira are just now finding out about this and are cursing me out, but it's my job. In this way, unfortunately, I'm kind of like Dirk, sadly. But it is my knowledge, specifically of religious matters, that just happens to be the reason why Lord is the only fit for my class. Alright. I'm gonna jet. There are only a handful left of me on the sign-up sheet. I'm gonna go get cussed at by the Kira. Who wants to go next? I was expecting you to. I mean, you are next on the list over here, but... You want to go first, Mickey? Okay. Hey, I'm Mick, also known as Mickey. And I'm Ian. Hello. The two of us are going to fill out ours together, and we're going to read them out together. I'm going to read Mickey's, and Mickey's going to read mine. Sound good? Sounds good to me. Let's get it.
Mind control and disillusioned, Mina and Vriska begin a relationship. Vriska isn't used to not caring about things and devotes herself to a largely nihilistic Mina. Initially, Mina is incredibly loving, as Vriska represents a vivacious spirit that she admires. Vriska tries to emulate Mina's style, but eventually Mina grows tired of Vriska, because Vriska is becoming less and less like the one she once was. For now, let's bookmark this timeline and check in on timeline number 3. Part 5.2, Timeline 3, A Date with Destiny. When Ghost Vriska discovered the ancient weapon, it gave John the power to retcon the timeline. This power would soon become essential due to Irania's actions after receiving the Ring of Life. John, now empowered under the guidance of Terezi, decides to change the past, starting with one event: the day Terezi killed Vriska. Let's rewind. Back on the Meteor, Vriska is about to be killed by Terezi for leaving to fight Bec Noir. John zaps to this moment and punches Vriska the fuck out. This causes Vriska to come to her senses and not die by either Bec Noir or Terezi's hand. The living version of Vriska is vastly different than Ghost Vriska. She does not have a crisis of relevance and instead travels with her friends, helping them patch up various interpersonal problems they have. She reunites with some of the humans on the meteor, and with certain trolls' mind powers, they use it as a vehicle to traverse Paradox space in search of a new session. John's initial session failed, causing them to have to reset the entire universe in order to begin a brand new session. They begin to travel to this new session, as without their collective effort, this new session is doomed to fail too. The trip on the meteor takes about 3 years. In that time, Vriska helps Rose overcome alcoholism, she helps Terezi cope with her depression, and she helps lock Gansey up in a fridge. She also creates Tavros Sprite, a recreation of Tavros using his remains in a certain game construct, as well as Arqueus Sprite, which is the amalgam of another dead troll and a certain autoresponder. I wouldn't worry too much about these, other than she appears to have a soft spot in deciding to revive Tavros. She does, however, fuck him over later by adding a cat's essence to the sprite, which he is allergic to, making Tavros allergic to himself. In the new session, Vriska and pals are gearing up for the final fight with Lord English. Vriska, of course, will be the one to finally defeat him. She runs down everyone's responsibilities and sends them off so she can fight the big bad lizard herself. But first, she has some business to take care of. Shortly after the meteor arrives in the new session, Vriska meets herself from the timeline number 2. We left dead Vriska off in a floundering relationship with Mina, and that's right where alive Vriska finds her. Dead Vriska seems to have quite a bit of character development over the past years of being dead, and alive Vriska has much to say on the matter. Notably that dead Vriska is a fat crybaby loser. Suffice to say, it's awkward. To top it all off, alive Vriska goes ahead and yoinks Mina as well, as alive Vriska represents the Vriska that dead Vriska left behind. And if that sentence isn't confusing enough to you, that's the 3rd revision I made of it. Alive Vriska and Mina leave with the house artifact that powered up John from before. Dead Vriska's tale ends shortly thereafter. She gets rejected by Mina and finds a dead version of Terezi from the game over ending to the old timeline. The two embrace as they watch the world torn apart by Lord English. Their fate is ultimately left unknown. Vriska farts around with Mina for a little while longer, and they come up on Tavros before the retcons, a Tavros who has miraculously amassed an enormous army of dead trolls to help in the fight. Vriska is impressed with Tavros for amassing the army, with no mind control, and Tavros gives Vriska and Mina command over it, after telling Vriska to, quote, suck it. Mina climbs onto Tavros' horns. Part 6. The Final Showdown. Tales of Dubious Authenticity. All that's left to do is fight Lord English with her army. She takes the house artifact Juju and waits for Lord English to arrive. Now, officially in the canon of the webcomic, Vriska's life is left somewhat ambiguous. The only canonical hints we get about her fate are some dubious Snapchat messages from Terezi, who, after the gang wins the confrontation, is searching for Vriska's last known position. This last known position, unfortunately, is actually a black hole. A black hole created upon Lord English's destruction of enormous Paradox space landmark and power source known as the Green Sun. It doesn't really look good for our girl. The next bit of Vriska lore is pulled from the recently released Homestuck epilogues. These tales are not technically canonical, as they're something of a gray area, but for a complete account's sake, I'm going to delve into them. The dubiously canonical account begins now, so I guess avoid it if you care. Vriska and Mina encounter Lord English, destroying the Green Sun. She deploys the full power of the house artifact Juju, but before she can see it in action, she falls into the black hole after being hit with some falling debris. Like a bitch. This causes Vriska to fall out of reality and into an offshoot timeline known as the Candy Timeline. In the Candy Timeline, she meets John, who has aged several years and is now a man. He regards her with confusion and tells her about Rose and Kanaya's daughter, who is Vriska's descendant, also named Vriska. Vriska is pissed off that she's been torn away from the fight of her life, claiming that John's new reality, quote, fucking sucks. She's not far from correct. Long story short, In the Candy timeline, a race war is being waged. Gamzee, the shitty clown troll from before, now reformed, happens upon Vriska. She gets incredibly pissed off at him and they end up fucking in a bush. Yeah, alright. The other Vriska, Rose and Kanaya's daughter, almost walks in on the bush Gamzee and Vriska are doing it in, when the real Vriska is seriously regretting the act of lust she undertook with the shit clown. Gamzee tries to take a post-coital selfie, much to Vriska's chagrin, and upon a heated debate about safe spaces, Vriska chokes the clown to death. Vriska Lalonde peeks in just in time to see Gamzee die. Vriska and Vriska proceed to Cloudwatch, real Vriska using Gamzee's corpse as a pillow. They, due to timeline bullshit, are actually of a very similar age, so they bond over how stupid Kanaya is. Real Vriska muses about John's powers of reality before Vriska Lalonde gets her mood back up with some trademark Vriska wisdom. In her own words, John is a joke. He's a washed-up loser. He's not worth feeling shitty about at all. They bond and discuss their respective issues, and it seems like they're coming quite close chums. Good for them. In the end, Vriska steals John's phone so she can talk to Terezi, who has been looking for Vriska for some time. This is officially the last we see of Vriska.
I'm gonna pause there. This is probably not gonna come into the analysis, but Mickey, you're the one who read this with the Kira. Do you want to? Yeah. So, Vriska is determined to be the most plot-relevant character in the entirety of the original series by John, who's gotten his retcon powers back. Right? So he retcons Vriska out of a tight situation, and in exchange, Vriska has to go into the plot point. The plot point is a portal. For anyone who's played Hive Swap, it's the portal that causes Joey to swap places with the Tetrarch. Okay? The plot point sends you where you need to go. Not where you want to go. Where you need to go. And where does Vriska need to go more than anything else? Fucking therapy. So all of the sprites had basically vanished because their purposes as game constructs had been fulfilled, right? Turns out they were hiding somewhere outside of reality, outside of the normal flow of time. And the sprites force her to go through therapy. She realizes just how much of a bitch she's been the entire fucking time, and finally grows up to be the same age as the main cast. Because it takes her that long. Because therapy takes work. We know. That being said, she is given the power, by embracing her true self, to literally steal people away from the Candy timeline and take them to the Meat timeline. She tries to take everybody she cares about. All of her friends, both human and troll. As well as the kids, because the kids are needed for the plot, which she is going to immediately nope out of as soon as she arrives in the Meat timeline, because she's done trying to play the hero, because every time she does, shit goes sideways. The parents, unfortunately, keep arguing, so she just takes the kids and goes. That's it. That's where the comic is as of right now, and the Kira are giving me a thumbs up, and they're still punching Zagreus. But yeah, that's how that goes. I'm almost done helping Ian with his. I'm doing just fine by myself, babe. Thank you. We'll just have to decide what fits me best. Let's go back to the page.
Part 7, Recap. And that's Vriska's life, beginning to end, as it stands in the comics. Born a girl on another planet, raised by a shitty mom who was also a spider, burning her bridges with convoluted mind control, participating in a hostile game, navigating death and other timelines, all to culminate in the woman who brought an end to Lord English, only to die before the final showdown. Vriska's life may now be neatly chronicled, but what should we learn from this fictional bitch? To answer that question, stay tuned for part number 2. I'd like to address something about the song Megalovania. Many people over the years have said that Megalovania is actually Aradia's theme. Early on in the first video, I claimed that Megalovania is the Vriska national anthem, and while Aradia does feature on the sound page Wake, where Megalovania in Homestuck can be found, the song is most heavily associated, especially in fandom space, with Vriska. In this way, they share the theme. By this logic, you could also argue that the theme belongs to Bec Noir as well, since in the beginning he is depicted slaying several trolls on Durse in the sound page. Vriska's part is the final section of S Wake, where Tavros is killed by Vriska.
All right, I'm going to read Mickey's. Mickey is a true Leo. He is a Durst dreamer. He is a rogue of heart. When he gets angry, he destroys shit. I mean, he's a prince. Your turn. Well, that's kind of... when you put it that way. Ian is a Capririus. He is a Durst dreamer. He is a maid of hope. And when he gets angry, he's a knight, because he protects everybody that is around him when he's angry. Now, which one of you sad sacks wants to go next? I'll do it. Hi, I'm Wilhelm. I'm sort of an oddball. I don't run the body that often. Like, I was originally... Like, I'm still paired up with Billy. But he's a part of the host subsystem, and we don't really spend that much time together, even though we're sort of two halves of the same coin. So yeah, I guess this class spec's gonna help me find my purpose moving forward. This is gonna suck. Anyway, more on the Vriska mentory?
Welcome to Vriska Unraveled, Part 2, the Vriska Analysis. Past this point, we will be engaging in a deconstruction of the character Vriska Circuit from Homestuck. A divisive, controversy-inspiring character to rival no other. If you thought you were getting a deep dive before, you ain't seen nothing yet. Presently, the media I draw from and treat as canon are as follows: Homestuck, Paradox Space, the Epilogues, Pester Quest, and Homestuck 2. Now let's jump right in. Part 0, Vriska Trivia, aka Triviskia. Before we hop on board the Vriskors train, let's zoom out. Who is Vriska? I mean, we discussed her ad nauseum in the previous episode, but who is she in the context of the comic she is a part of? The answer isn't quite as simple. First of all, let's take a look at Vriska's theming. Anyone with a passing interest in Homestuck knows that Vriska is into the number 8. This is evidenced in the typing quirk she uses, as well as having a mother who is a spider, known for their 8 legs. She also has a bad habit of breaking magic 8 balls out of frustration. As we all know, addiction is a powerful thing. She also was the 8th troll character introduced. Interestingly, Thou shalt not steal is the 8th commandment, mirroring her role as Thief of Light. Scorpio is also the 8th number of the zodiac, and scorpions are also arachnids, possessing 8 limbs. Her horns also allude to scorpions, being shaped like a pincer and tail respectively. Some scorpions and spiders also have blood called hemolymph, which is blue blood, which Vriska also has. Vriska also has 8 eyes, 1 on the right and 7 on the left, giving her vision 8-fold. The pattern on her wings later, when she goes God tier, mirrors this. Like all other trolls, she has black hair and gray skin, and dresses with a black t-shirt, plain pants, and just generally looks like another troll. The arachnid theme continues with her selected online chat handle, Arachnid's Grip. Arachnid is fairly obvious, but grip is a little more ambiguous. It could be interpreted as in the grip of the arachnid, signifying how Vriska likes to be in control of the narrative and her friends. The name Vriska Circuit also has some symbolic meaning. Vrishchika is the Hindu name for the Scorpio zodiac sign, and Serket is the name of the Egyptian goddess of the scorpion. Another facet to her character that went somewhat under
Right. My sign is Lennius. I'm a prospect dreamer. I am the heir of hope, and when I get angry, I draw upon the knowledge of hope to try to help myself calm down. That's it. Less revelatory than I thought. You want to go next, Kaito? Sorry, Kaito. Yeah, sure. Hello, I'm Kaito. I'm hoping I'm a prospect dreamer, to be completely honest. But I could see myself being a Durst dreamer too. I'm sort of on the fence. That being said, let's see.
Discussed in the original video is her Classpect and Lunar Sway. For the uninundated, please read the associated documents at Extended Zodiac webpage. Didn't know you were gonna get homework, huh? There are 3 aspects to every Extended Zodiac: your sign color, lunar sway, and aspect. Let's run those down now. It may come as a surprise, but Vriska is in fact a prospect dreamer. If we read the lore on the E-Zodiac page, this fits Vriska to a T. Quote, marked by a flexible optimism, the personalities of prospect dreamers are reactive and intuitive. Her sign then, of course, is True Scorpio, or the Sign of the Conqueror, as she is a light player and her troll sign is True Scorpio. This is also true of Arania and Mindfang. Vriska's Classpect, of course, as revealed over the course of the narrative, is a Thief of Light. This gives us a rich peek into many of her actions, as her nature as a light thief colors many of her deeds. It's also an important note as she goes God tier in this Classpect. A good way to go about looking at a character's Classpect is to first approach their aspects, then look at how their class colors their actions within that class. From the E-Zodiac page, quote, those bound to the aspect of light are the universe's knowledge seekers. They are above all driven to learn and understand. This passage might not seem to outwardly fit Vriska, not so much as the later passage. The light-bound will go after knowledge with a fierce intensity that others might find distasteful. They aren't overly concerned with laws or norms either. They often take rules as simple suggestions instead of searching for loopholes or workarounds. Vriska shares her aspect with Rose Lalonde, even though these two characters are drastically different. Rose fits the idea of a light-bound who is more dedicated to knowledge itself for the betterment of herself and those around her. Vriska seems to crave knowledge for herself and her own personal glory, true to her name, thieving the spotlight. Vriska is also known to explicitly suggest shortcuts and cheats for the various problems she and her friend face. Finally, here's a Vriska timeline for those of you interested in that sort of thing. Here's some statistics for you people who like statistics out there. According to readmspa.org, the total number of words in Homestuck is 1,358,808. According to a Reddit comment, the total number of words Vriska has are 41,000.
Right. So I'm a Durst streamer. Disappointing, but I guess what can you do? My sign is Kano. I am the heir of heart, and when I'm angry, I draw upon knowledge of the heart and knowledge that I seek out more than anything else, knowledge of myself, to try to regulate that. My specific coping technique is maladaptive daydreaming, which, given that we have a perpetual maladaptive daydream, I spend most of my time when I'm triggered and still stuck in the front for whatever reason, projecting myself into different aspects of the inner world in order to cope while still simultaneously being able to see the front. It's a unique skill. None of the rest of me have it, but unfortunately this fits. Rio actually wants to go next, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna say much. Let's just get this over with.
793, which is approximately 3% of Homestuck's total words. This is almost as many as Rose Lalonde and Kanaya Mariam put together, whose total is 43,618 combined. Part 1. Pester Quest. Spoilers and shit. Since Pester Quest did not exist at the time of publishing the last video, let's discuss Vriska's actions in the PQ visual novel in the context of her broader journey. So, the Vriska we visit in Pester Quest is one of pre-Scrub and post-Cycle of Vengeance. She is still together with Eridan as well as with Kanaya during these events. In a meta sense, that means that this timeline is a divergence of the Alpha timeline that exists outside the other two Alpha timelines. As we discussed in the previous video, there were 3 Vriskas, but this specific divergence creates a 4th Vriska. This version of Vriska is essentially identical to the previous Vriskas, but her divergence occurs when the MSPA reader intervenes in her life. It's safe to assume, then, that anything that applies to Pester Quest Vriska also applies to the other Vriskas as well. She's as Vriska as they come. In the route itself, Vriska is first shown putting together some supplies for a campaign of Flarp. Some more details about the game are shared, such as the various mechanics and abstractions. Vriska then fights with a different High Blood. It's interesting to note that she seems to be a seafaring class despite not being a High Blood or particularly good at seafaring herself. Later, she comes back to her hive with her spoils from the fight, feeding them to her Lucis. Now, despite this being the 4th discrete Vriska timeline, this timeline diverges again, depending on MSPAR's choice. If they choose to intervene during Spider-Mom's feeding, they get eaten, and Vriska continues on in the presumably dead timeline. If MSPAR chooses not to intervene, they and Vriska have a discussion, and MSPAR chooses to use their new retcon powers to dunk Spider-Mom into Jade's volcano. That was nice of them. During the latter interaction, Vriska spills the beans on many of her close relationships, as well as her identity issues. We'll talk about those more later in depth of this video. Primarily, this route deals with Vriska's relationship to Spider-Mom. Firstly, it confirms that Spider-Mom can speak to Vriska telepathically, and secondly, it deals with Spider-Mom's death. While in the comic, Vriska is distraught about having putting her mother down. In Pester Quest, she reacts with a shit-eating grin when MSPAR gets rid of her. This creates an interesting situation. In canon, we see Vriska react to Spider-Mom's death twice, once in the comic when she has to guillotine her, and the other in Pester Quest when she sees MSPAR zap off with her. In each instance, she reacts differently, and in a strange way. Why should Vriska be happy when MSPAR zaps her, but feel conflicted having to kill her herself? Perhaps it was because someone else did it for her in Pester Quest. Perhaps it was because her feelings of hatred for Spider-Mom were at their peak in Pester Quest. Perhaps it was the gore splattered over her in Homestuck. Vriska Circuit is one of the most relevant characters in Homestuck. She contributed directly to many events, such as the defeat of the Black King in the Troll Session, the creation of Bec Noir, the discovery of the House Juju, and she's even the biggest reason Lord English, the big bad of the comic, eventually falls. That's all well and good, but there's more to it than that. Vriska has a fascinating relationship with relevance. She's one of the only characters in the comic that seems to understand what relevance even is, where perhaps Dirk. Yet somehow, at several vital points in her arc, she is denied that relevance. In many ways, Vriska is a prime example of a hero. She's despicable in many of her deeds, of course, but she actively seeks glory through proving herself by way of heroic actions. Vriska, in the end, is an exploration and deconstruction of traditional heroism. Part 2. Vriska, a hero. Consequences and consequentialism. When one conjures the
Right, my sign is Scorious. Just double checking. See if I've got another. No, okay. Nice. I am a Knight of Hope, and when I get angry, I break shit. Usually using hope to do it. And I'm a Durst streamer. Not a surprise. Alright. Minato, you've been itching to go since Haruki got it done, but you're now finally close enough to front that you can take over if you want. Hi. I'm just gonna...
image of a hero, Vriska might not be what springs to mind. More likely, the idea of a chivalrous knight hunting down the big bad dragon might pop into one's head. In the morally gray backdrop that is Homestuck, however, Vriska could easily be read as a hero. She might take a variety of shortcuts on her path to heroism, and she might act despicably to those who are close to her. So her means might be down and dirty, but her ends are what are heroic. The prime example of this twisted heroism are her discussions about deciding to raise Bec Noir. For a hero to be able to fell a dragon, there first has to be a dragon to begin with. So Vriska's first order of business is to create said dragon in order to do battle with them. She envisions the heroic ends her twisted means will result in. She will be the hero if she defeats Bec Noir, even if she is the one to facilitate his creation. She even says she sees his creation as inevitable, which muddies the causal waters a little. The fly in the ointment, then, is her ultimate failure to beat Bec Noir. In both Alpha timelines, she fails to fight Bec Noir in the end, meaning her efforts were pointless. The following quote is from user Janaxon, or Archival Obituary on Discord. Quote, Vriska is tied to predestination through her relationship with her ancestor. She believes in ultimate destiny, but also that because whatever she does is destined to happen, that she's blameless. This connects to her creating Bec Noir. Later, when Vriska, the one who Terezi murdered, searches for the House Juju with Mina and Tavros, things are similar. She sees another heroic goal, finding the artifact that will kill Lord English. She then begins a morally gray campaign to achieve this, mind-controlling thousands and thousands of dead souls to serve as a sacrifice to English as he destroys Paradox Space. This too, however, falls flat in certain ways. Numerous unintended effects result from Vriska's quest for relevance. First and foremost, Arania is inspired by Vriska's freewheeling ways and goes off the deep end, resulting in the game over timeline. Second, she doesn't even become the thing that benefits from the house juju. Its power goes to John and it retcon Vriska respectively. Next, she doesn't even see what the juju does. She's knocked away from the final battle before the climax, sent into the candy timeline through the black hole due to an offhand blunder screaming, "I want to see!" This part underlines the futility of her quest for relevance. The lesson we ought to learn from this is that the ends do not justify the means, not for any moral reasons, but because the ends rarely play out as we expect. Vriska tries her best to be heroic by taking shortcuts and having loose morals, but in the end, it doesn't even pay off for her. The relationship Vriska has with her actions is similar to the moral theory of consequentialism. Basically, consequentialism states that any action's morality is decided by a basic formula. Did the choice result in a net positive or a net negative for the people around the action? Vriska, throughout her time in the text, certainly seems like a consequentialist through a unique deterministic mindset. When Tavros and John decry her for bringing Jack Noir into existence, Vriska doesn't see this as a problem, as the beast already exists through a simple fact that he is already wreaking havoc in the troll session. To her, his creation is a morally neutral one, because the result has already transpired. Furthermore, when Vriska sets out to defeat Bec Noir...
Alright, I'm a Gemnius. Prospect will be where I lay my head. I'm a maid of hope. Except for when I get absolutely fucking pissed. And at which point, instead of cleaning shit up, I wreck shit. Alright. Who's up next? I'll go. My partner Alter's already gone. Hi, I'm AG. Yeah, let's do this.
She exercises a type of consequential egoism in which she pursues her personal glory for the benefit of others. In his book, Ideal Code, Real World, Brad Hooker states, quote, "The best argument for consequentialism is not that it derives from an overarching commitment to maximize the good. The best argument for consequentialism is that it does a better job than its rivals of matching and tying together our moral convictions, as well as offering us to help with our moral disagreements and uncertainties. This sentiment, detaching itself from morality at large, matches Vriska's heroic vision." Ultimately, however, Andrew Hussey tears down these consequentialist notions, as in spite of Vriska's best efforts, she is unable to defeat Bec Noir, and dies before any of her immoral actions can pay off. Essentially, she fails to act in the way she intended. This consequential heroism continues with Vriska's last two proteges, John and Tavros. On one hand, Vriska tries to help Tavros become a better person, or at least Vriska's version of a better person. Her idea about what makes someone strong is warped, more on that later, but she fully intends to make him better with her various gleeful abuses. This fails because her acts seem cruel, and in most ways they are, despite, loosely speaking, being well-intentioned. She never ends up making Tavros stronger, and for her trouble she bleeds out on her quest bed. If Tavros was Vriska's trial run, John is her success story. John becomes god-tier directly because of Vriska's influence, mostly because Vriska's motives have better intentions this time. Still, she ends up being spurned by John when he possesses the Ring of Life because he sees her as immoral despite all the help she gave him. To her, this feels like a personal rejection, but more deeply, it's about a failing of her entire worldview. Part 3. Vriska and Herself. This is a quote from an anonymous contributor. Vriska's thing has always been, I hate myself and either want to be someone else or prove I can do good even though I hate myself. Many of the characters in Homestuck have some kind of relationship with themselves. Literally. Karkat talks to his past and future selves, Dirk makes robot clones of himself, and Dave has to tiptoe through life carefully weaving his alternate selves between each other. He also meets a bird version of himself once. Vriska only meets herself twice, and the latter time is incredibly telling about her personality at large. Vriska meeting Vriska is an iconic moment in the comic. Everyone remembers that fateful encounter. Let's build a little context. The two Vriskas who meet are actually a unique case. Instead of a strict past and future or doomed timeline self, Vriska is meeting another Vriska from a timeline that used to be the Alpha timeline. Essentially, these two Vriskas are both from an Alpha timeline. Confused yet? First you have this Vriska, a Vriska who's been denied relevance twice and is finally cutting loose after being rejected by the narrative with her new girlfriend, Mina. Then you have this Vriska, a Vriska who, while being denied relevance once, was not punished by her crimes by Terezi. She then led an idyllic life of planning for Ellie's destruction on the ship for 3 years. The first Vriska also has more to show for her efforts, but ironically the second Vriska shows more command in the conversation. She seems more Vriska-y. At the end of the day, pre-retcon Vriska seems less likable than Vriska because she's developed past her yearning for relevance. In doing so, she becomes less whole in many ways. First of all, more literal than symbolic, she is berated by herself for being so lazy. Mina also gets sick of pre-retcon Vriska, finding her very different than the Spitfire she fell for. She sees that Spitfire personality in post-retcon Vriska. The Vriska parallax here demonstrates something very deep about Vriska. She's built her entire persona around.
Right. I'm a Librius. I'm a Durst streamer. I'm a Rogue of Hope. And when I get angry, I do mage shit. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. 2 more. Unless... Of course. 3 more. Hi, Zod.
Around this heroic pursuit of relevance, and once it's gone from her, she's able to come into her own in many ways. In the end, despite being rejected by Mina, pre-retcon Vriska is able to reconnect with Terezi in what seems like a healthy way. Later on in the epilogues, post-retcon Vriska, after being rejected from the canon, muses with Vriska Lalonde about her interaction from before, admitting that despite being a wuss, pre-retcon Vriska seemed happier, and perhaps she'd been given a chance at happiness again. In the end, the closer Vriska comes to relevance correlates negatively with her overall happiness and development. However, without this quest, she never would have defeated Lord English in either Alpha Timeline iteration. Perhaps Paradox Space just wants Vriska Circuit to suffer. A quote from contributor Ubermensch Bodhisvata, quote, "Dead Vriska is a prime example of the Christian doctrine of repentance. She understands why she's doing what has made her an evil person and rejects it 100%. What was once her entire reason for existing, her fight against Lord English, she now considers to be a complete waste of time. It is better to be irrelevant and powerless, but happy with the people that you love than it is to be relevant, powerful, and important. And the things that you have to do to make you relevant, powerful, and important are probably mutually exclusive in finding love." Vriska often patterns her life over her ancestor, Mindfang. It's obvious how much Vriska admires Mindfang, which isn't the best thing ever, since Mindfang kept slaves and killed people. But hey, on Alternia you take the mother figure you can get. It's better than a fucking spider. Vriska's identity often hinges around others like this. She is able to imagine she's aloof like her ancestor, but this bravado shrinks when she doesn't get her way. She acts like a child when Aradia and Terezi no longer want to play with her, and treats Tavros like a schoolyard bully would tease someone. This also goes for her later, when John doesn't want to give her the ring. She throws a tantrum and leaps forward without him. She's very used to people leaving her, so she'd rather get it out of the way first. Vriska doesn't do a lot in earnest introspection, preferring to surround herself with bravado. So when she sees herself reflected back at her, or Mindfang reflected back in Arania, she gets uncomfortable. She only drops the bravado when she's lost everything. More on that later. In the end, both Vriskas lose their quest for relevance and settle down. One ends up in the ruins of Paradox Space with Terezi, the other plummets to Earthsea's Candy timeline to hang out with her genetic copy, Vriska Lalonde. It's hard to say Vriska didn't affect anything. She dealt the final blow to Ellie in the end by both fighting and using the Juju, but her goal wasn't to do these things, but take the credit for them. To steal the spotlight, if you will. Like some kind of thief of light.
I'm a Leza. Durstreamer. I'm a prince of mind. And a thief of mind. Driven to extremes. That's it. Well, that was fucking depressing. Hello. I'm Liliana. I'm one of many work-related alters. A lot of my trauma was customer service related. That being said, I still love customer service in the sort of Stockholm Syndrome-y kind of way. It's not all the way there, but like kinda. Anyway, that being said, let's get my Classpect out of the way.
More on that soon. Part 4. Vriska and abuse. Bad parents. Hello. This next section discusses abuse and psychological themes. I'd like to disclaim that I'm not a psychologist and I'm not qualified to diagnose anyone with anything. The following is only a textual analysis, and everyone discussed herein is fictional. While troll culture doesn't have parents per se, Vriska's upbringing reflects a variety of real-world themes about parenting. Her two closest parent figures are Spider-Mom and actually Doc Scratch. To some extent, Mindfang also serves as a sort of parent, but in a far less traditional way. By human standards, Vriska Serket is an abuse survivor. Her mother has never physically hurt Vriska, but it's not hard to argue. Forcing a young girl to kill her peers to literally feed her mother is a form of psychological abuse. Spider-Mom seems to have cared very little about Vriska's well-being outside of being the provider of her food, and Vriska's understanding of her mother is a contractual one: feed Spider-Mom or die. According to the Australian Institute of Family Studies, quote, research suggests that adults, particularly women, who are victimized as children, are at risk of re-victimization later in life. 72% of women who experienced either physical or sexual abuse as a child also experienced violence in adulthood, compared to 43% of women who did not experience childhood abuse. Vriska's case of re-victimization comes when Doc Scratch enters her life. He is far more malicious outwardly towards Vriska, exploiting her deep-seated urge to do harm unto others, which in turn was caused by her desensitization to violence by Spider-Mom. The AIFS goes on to say, quote, a large nationally representative study in the US reported that those who had experienced child physical abuse were at a higher risk for a range of psychiatric disorders in adulthood. It also states, quote, violence and criminal behavior is another frequently identified long-term consequence of child abuse and neglect from adult survivors, particularly those who have experienced physical abuse or witnessed domestic violence. From a human perspective, many of Vriska's actions could be defined as criminal, such as crippling Tavros and murdering Aradia. This is all not to excuse any of Vriska's wrongdoing, merely to demonstrate the true damage of being psychologically abused early in life. Vriska, of course, is not a human being in the comic, and it's hard to say how this has affected her psychological development from a lore perspective, but as a metaphor, Vriska exemplifies a profile of an abuse survivor developing into an adult. Another large facet of Vriska's character are her parallels to real-world borderline personality disorder. For those unfamiliar, BPD is defined by the National Alliance on Mental Illness as a condition characterized by difficulties regulating emotion. This is a general definition, but the NAMI goes on to define specific symptoms: frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment by friends and family, distorted and unstable self-image, which affects moods, values, opinions, goals, and relationships, inappropriate, intense, or uncontrollable anger, often followed by shame and guilt, to name a few. Vriska has many of these signs, most...
For better or for worse, I'm a sylph through and through. I'm one of the few that, I guess, fit the across-the-board one-to-one, staying the same class, even inverted. I'm a sylph of blood. I'm a prospect dreamer, and my sign is a torser. One more, and then we'll be done for the night. Hopefully, as more add names and feel comfortable, we can then, in turn... Yeah. But the healing process is long and complicated, and where the fuck is Jang? Like he knew he was on the list. He's the one who put himself on the list. Jang. Sorry, I'm really tired. Hi. Usually I'm more outgoing. It's been a long fucking week. I'm Jing Young. I am the person in charge of chronicling everything that happens in the tavern. Just in case some random bout of strong amnesia hits everybody in the tavern. I used to, when Wrath was unable to interact with us, well, I used to be the only other person who was able to move when Wrath entered. But yeah, I'm here. As I said, really fucking tired. But I wanted this. I voted for this. Let's get this bullshit out of the way. I am Pisces. All right.
Notably, the fear of losing control and the fear of abandonment. She fabricates situations which, in her mind, reinforce these ideas, believing herself to be simultaneously the most important person, but also, paradoxically, unlovable. This is most exemplified with Tavros, a toxic codependence underlined by her simultaneous reliance on him and mockery and abuse. She chases people who do not give her this attention, such as Aradia and Terezi early on in the comic. It denies her what people with BPD crave. A big mark of borderline personality is vacillating between putting people on a pedestal they can never hope to achieve, and the next moment thinking they're the worst person. But on the same hand, the borderline person is allowed to think that their victim is bad from their point of view, but their goal is never actually to chase people away. It's likely a coping mechanism for Vriska, where she loses everything with no control, so she starts to abuse people, so she does have control. Part 5. Vriska and Luck. Unfortunate Fortune. Vriska's circuit has a fascinating relationship with Luck. As we discussed before, her aspect is a thief of light, and she claims to be able to steal luck from other beings. We observed this happening on several occasions. For instance, when she fights with a large beast in the meteor, she manipulates luck and makes a bridge fall from under it. Also, she is shown to manipulate games of chance, specifically Terezi's coin flip that caused Vriska's timeline to diverge. Vriska herself talks about luck explicitly, contemplating the concept. Early on, she says she has bad luck, but this is probably of her own doing, since she does awful things and leaves shit around her hive. Luck in the Homestuck universe can be understood as how well outcomes correlate to a certain person's expectation. For more information on luck in the text, let's look at a different lucky character. Clover, of all people. Clover exemplifies a strong...
Easiest way to explain that is when I get pissed off, I'm more helpful. And I use what hope I have to help others. Otherwise, I just steal hope. That's it. That sums it up. All right. All right, we're back. Sorry about not stepping in to take a break. Meryl refused to come out of the book after the allotted amount of time, and we had to pull her out by force. It's Kira Eve again. Let's take a look. Jesus, we got halfway through. And there are names on here I really don't recognize. Huh. Well, I mean, those sound like Greek names, so Zagreus would obviously remember those. Huh. Okay, so there are only 21 who don't have names? Huh. Fair enough. We got half of us class-spected in one fucking setting. Fucking amazing, guys. You're all troopers, you know that? So, the plan is to class-spect all of us at some point. Once we are all class-spected, we are going to add additional columns. We're going to add, actually, since we obviously didn't get any guests. Go ahead and close the VC. Mildly disappointing. We are going to close off because the guest class-specting, we can easily create this again later. Might as well go ahead and show you the full thing. We are exhausted, but this is necessary and must be done. First up, Nice. We're going to do a little bit of we're going to do some cleanup here. We'll also go through the ages. We're not going to put the trauma summaries in until after we've gotten everyone. But yes. This should make it a little bit easier for you to understand why we're doing this. It's not just us classpecting. It's us showing our therapist what we're like as a person. Giant fucking nerd. But sorry, that wasn't me. Meryl. But yeah, we're showing our therapist what we're like as a person and personality-wise, but also providing some key information on dealing with individual trauma triggers. And I should probably There we go. Okay. With that, I'm gonna find someone to raid. It's been a long night. Been streaming almost a full shift. But yes, this is for us to document everything, not just our personality, not just our various personas and how we interact with the world, but also how our disorders interact with us. Our therapist has been begging us for this since she took over our therapy. Our psychiatrist has been interested to know, but we're going to be seeing a new psychiatrist here soon, so she's probably not going to want all this information. But yes, let's see if anyone's available for a raid. I don't like raiding Asher House of Cats. And after a stream like what we've had, Dead by Daylight's not a good fit. Neither is Warframe. Project Zomboid's just no. Let's see. Let's see who random chatters. Okay, looks like we're not going to be raiding tonight. It was a pleasure hanging out with you all. I will see you all next time. Bye.